Chapter 1, America is a fair and noble superpower. Chapter 2, our leaders will do everything they can to avoid war. Chapter 3, our leaders would never tell us outright lies. Chapter 4, this guy is a modern-day Hitler. Chapter 5, this is about human rights. Chapter 6, this is not at all about oil or corporate profits. Chapter 7, they are the aggressors, not us. Chapter 8, if this war is wrong, Congress will stop it. Chapter 9, if this war is wrong, the media will tell us. Chapter 10, media coverage brings war into our living rooms. Chapter 11, opposing the war means siding with the enemy. Chapter 12, this is a necessary battle in the war on terrorism. Chapter 13, what the U.S. government needs most is better PR. Chapter 14, the Pentagon fights wars as humanely as possible. Chapter 15, our soldiers are heroes, theirs are inhuman. Chapter 16, America needs the resolve to kick the Vietnam syndrome. Chapter 17, withdrawal would cripple U.S. credibility. Prologue. Building agendas for war. Sometimes a war begins suddenly, filling the national horizon with a huge insistent flash. At other times, over a period of months or years, a low distant rumble gradually turns into a roar. But in any event, the democratic role of citizens is not simply to observe and obey the exigencies of war. In the United States, what we think is supposed to matter. And for practical reasons, top officials in Washington don't want to seem too far out of step with voters. Looking toward military action overseas, the president initiates a siege of public opinion on the home front, a battleground where media spin is the main weapon, and support for war is the victory. From the outset, the quest is for an image of virtual consensus behind the commander-in-chief. A media campaign for hearts and minds at home means going all out to persuade us that the next war is as good as a war can be, necessary, justified, righteous, and worth any sorrows to be left in its wake. For 3 decades the Dominican Republic suffered under the rapacious dictatorship of Rafael Trujillo, until his assassination in 1961 opened up new possibilities for the Caribbean nation. Free elections came in December 1962, and Juan Bosch received almost 2/3 of the ballots cast. After 7 months of the Bosch presidency, a military coup swept him out of office. In late April 1965 a popular uprising gained momentum until it seemed to be on the verge of restoring Bosch to power. But President Lyndon Johnson quickly sent in Marines and went on television to explain that military action was necessary to rescue Americans. 1 Other justifications soon followed. Nearly 40 years later, one of Johnson's assistants recalled what went on behind the scenes. With our troops already in the air, Richard Goodwin wrote, Johnson called a White House meeting to explain the decision he had already made. Gathered in the cabinet room, we were told by William Rayburn, the incoming head of the CIA, that communists had infiltrated, perhaps even dominated, the Bosch insurgency. That belief, not any supposed bloodshed, was of course the real reason for Johnson's intervention. After the meeting, Bill Moyers, also a Johnson aide, and I met privately with some CIA staff members. Who were these communists, we asked, and how do we know? We were given incredibly flimsy evidence, such as that one Bosch Confederate had been seen in an apartment building suspected of housing a communist cell. It proved nothing. Yet 20,000 Marines had been sent to forestall this enemy whose very existence was suspect. 2. White House phone tapes from that era, released in 2001, provide insights into President Johnson's decision to launch an invasion of the Dominican Republic. The tapes are especially helpful to researchers because he made prodigious use of the telephone. Johnson chose to commit troops despite what he knew to be a lack of solid evidence of communist danger, wrote Alan McPherson, a scholar who assessed the recordings. The president was perhaps more concerned with the domestic political fallout from the fear of another Cuba in the Western Hemisphere than he was with the reality itself of a communist takeover. 3 On the morning of April 26, 1965, with the pro-Bosch revolt gaining ground, Johnson spoke to Thomas Mann, an Assistant Secretary of State. Johnson, we're going to have to really set up that government down there and run it and stabilize it some way or other. This Bosch is no good. Mann, he's no good at all. If we don't get a decent government in there, Mr. President, we get another Bosch. It's just going to be another sinkhole. Johnson, well, that's what you ought to do. That's your problem. You better figure it out. Mann. The man to get back, I think, is Balaguer. He's the one that ran way ahead in the polls. Johnson, well, try to do it for. The day after that conversation, the Dominican uprising surged through Santo Domingo. 5 Back in Washington, news of the advance spiked up the alarm among policymakers. The White House had been more than rooting against the rebellion. It actively sided with the Dominican Army's move to smash it, approving bombardment of the city along with a major tank attack by infantry forces. The U.S. Embassy cabled that it had okayed the assault even though it could mean more bloodshed because it is the only way to forestall a leftist takeover. 6 But the attack failed, and President Johnson opted for an invasion. To present the U.S. public with an anti-communist explanation, researcher McPherson notes, Johnson had to make two qualitative leaps in his logic. The first was that leftist rebels were trained in Cuba, and the second was that those trained in Cuba were led by Castro. There was apparently scant evidence for the first and none for the second, but Johnson made both leaps with ease. In so doing, he could justify the intervention on the grounds that the United States prevented an international communist aggression. 7. Johnson gradually fed that justification to the public. During a televised speech on April 28, announcing that some Marines had gone ashore in Santo Domingo, he held back from claiming that the action was to counter communism. Instead, the initial emphasis was on safeguarding U.S. citizens in the country. New waves of U.S. troops were reaching Santo Domingo. On April 30, during a second speech on television, Johnson mentioned signs that people trained outside the Dominican Republic are seeking to gain control. 2 days later, LBJ pulled out the rhetorical stops, telling a national TV audience that what began as a popular democratic revolution, committed to democracy and social justice, very shortly moved and was taken over and really seized and placed into the hands of a band of communist conspirators. 10 As a practical political matter, the decision to blame communists was a way of throwing down a gauntlet about the invasion. It seems that Johnson made the statement not because he had new evidence, McPherson points out, but because a key liberal, John Bartlow Martin, had returned from Santo Domingo that afternoon and had made the same assertion in a press conference. 11 Martin was a former U.S. ambassador to the Dominican Republic with a reputation as a judicious diplomat, when he told reporters that in recent days a revolt by Bosch's Partido Revolucionario Dominicano had fallen under the domination of Castro/communists and other violent extremists. President Johnson was elated. 12 That same afternoon, Johnson expressed fervent appreciation to Martin during a phone conversation, saying, "I'm very, very proud of you and what you have done." The commander-in-chief assured the diplomat that there's no gunboat stuff about this and then underscored Martin's special value at that moment of crisis. "I think you ought to tell about your sympathies and your feelings and how you are opposed to dictatorship. Maybe you, as a man that's not responsible for this operation, could talk better than somebody else." 13. It was a classic moment. With new U.S. military action in the spotlight, the president valued the political cover being provided by someone known for restraint and democratic principles. In connection with the quickly launched invasion of the Dominican Republic, the helpful fig leaf was provided by John Bartlow Martin. Almost 40 years later, during the drawn-out preliminaries before the invasion of Iraq, similar services on a much grander scale were to be provided by Colin Powell. Whatever dangers may have loomed for American citizens inside the Dominican Republic, they were gone in a jiffy. At the time, there were nearly 2,000 U.S. citizens in the Dominican Republic, international law professor John Quigley has written. Of these, 1,000 lived in Santo Domingo, the only scene of hostilities. On April 27, the day preceding the intervention, 1,172 of them were evacuated by ship and helicopter by the U.S. Navy, without the landing of troops. On April 28, but before the Marines arrived, another 684 were evacuated by the same means. In all, then, 1,856 Americans had already been evacuated before the intervention. 14 But in the days that followed, U.S. Marines and Army soldiers kept landing. Soon after Pentagon troops stormed the beaches by the thousands, President Johnson declared that 99% of our reason for going in there was to try to provide protection for these American lives and the lives of other nationals. 15 The pretext was so thin that, as Washington Post diplomatic reporter Murray Marder noted in an article a couple of decades later, the actual request for American intervention did not even mention saving lives when it first came from the military junta ruling. The Dominican Republic. 16 At a closed session of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, 2½ months after the invasion, Assistant Secretary of State Mann testified that the U.S. government had asked its ambassador in Santo Domingo to see if the Dominican military's head man would be willing to give us an additional message which places the request squarely on the need to save American lives. In testimony that remained secret for many years, Mann told senators on the committee, "All we requested was whether he would be willing to change the basis for this from one of fighting communism to one of protecting American lives." 17. The invasion had some domestic critics, including Senator Robert Kennedy and print outlets such as the New York Times and the New Yorker magazine. But the White House's sales job was quite successful at home, overcoming the scattered qualms about dubious rationales for the war or its death toll, variously reported at between 26 and 31 invading soldiers and about 3,000 Dominicans, many of them civilians. Along the way, reassurance materialized from the Organization of American States. Under enormous U.S. pressure, the OAS stepped into line, retroactively endorsing the invasion and providing soldiers a few weeks later to help patrol the Dominican Republic. Most of those troops, 129 of them, came from Brazil, where a repressive dictatorship had recently begun when a military coup toppled a democratically elected government with U.S. help. 18 Some of the other soldiers in the Inter-American Peace Force were supplied by such odious regimes as fascistic Paraguay and Anastasio Somoza's Nicaragua. The multinational force justified what many considered a precipitous act on the part of the United States, according to writer Julika Lantigua, who was born and raised in the Dominican Republic. Ironically, the unified effort violated the OAS Charter, which, in Article 15, stipulated that no member state had the right to intervene in the internal or external affairs of any other member. 19. Like numerous other Latin American diplomats, Clara Nieto, part of Colombia's UN delegation at the time, saw the invasion of the Dominican Republic as nothing short of a scandal. She has described the reaction this way: though both citizens and outsiders condemned the invasion, public opinion polls indicated that the immense majority in the United States supported their president, satisfied with the way in which he crushed this new upsurge in revolutionary activity. Nieto added, a messianic and interventionist fever gripped the majorities in the United States Congress. In September 1965, by a vote of 312 to 54, the House of Representatives approved a resolution authorizing the government to intervene in the affairs of other nations, including armed intervention, where there was a risk of communist subversion, thus legitimizing the Johnson Doctrine. 20. The U.S. government needed a new leader for the Dominican Republic, and Joaquin Balaguer fit the bill. He'd been appointed vice president by Trujillo in 1956 and became a figurehead president in 1960 before losing his job. But in the late spring of 1965, with U.S. soldiers in full control weeks after the invasion, that special someone was prepared to take power. With imperial arrogance, Nieto writes, Johnson kept the troops and special advisors in place and intervened in the country's affairs at his whim, including placing former President Joaquin Balaguer once again in the presidency. Living in exile in New York, Balaguer had served as an advisor to Johnson during the invasion. 21 For the next few decades, in and out of office, Balaguer thrived while Dominican society as a whole sank farther into dire poverty. 22. 20 years after the invasion, an illuminating New York Times story drew on a week of interviews. One point on which there is little controversy among Dominicans is that the reasons Mr. Johnson gave publicly for intervening seem to have no basis in fact, the newspaper found. Nearly all those interviewed said they believed the danger to the several hundred Americans then in the capital was minimal and that the smattering of virtually leaderless Dominican communists posed no serious threat to anyone. Even a key military leader against the efforts to reinstate Juan Bosch to the presidency in 1965 disparaged the merits of Washington's case. The Times reported, General Elias Wesson Y. Wesson, retired, one of the most prominent troop commanders opposing Mr. Bosch, said he never believed that American civilians were in danger or that there was a possibility of the Dominican Republic becoming a second Cuba. 23. Late April has sometimes been a time of upheaval in the Dominican Republic. On the 32nd anniversary of the uprising that precipitated the invasion, demonstrations in the capital turned into clashes between students and soldiers. The Autonomous University of Santo Domingo suspended classes to avoid further unrest, the Associated Press reported. The Dominican flag was lowered to half-staff at the university as a symbol of mourning over the invasion. 24. A dean of social sciences at the University of Calgary, Stephen J. Randall, calling the invasion the first direct military intervention by the United States in Latin America since the late 1920s, commented that the direct result was the establishment of a repressive political regime under Balaguer and the repression of Partido Revolucionario Dominicano activists. 25. Several decades later, the impacts on the Dominican Republic were ongoing. After the invasion, Balaguer stayed in power for many of the next 28 years, winning one tainted election after another, writer Lantigua recounted in 2000. And the legacy of 1965 lives on. Dominican leaders still rule on behalf of a privileged social class and foreign powers. Presidents still arrive at the National Palace on the shoulders of mighty backroom political pacts with Balaguer and his strongmen. And corruption is rampant. 35 years ago, the Marines prevented the people of the Dominican Republic from determining their political fate. This is not an anniversary that many people in my country are celebrating. 26. When a former president of the country, Leonel Fernandez, won the election in 2004 to regain the top job after 4 years out of office, he draped himself in Juan Bosch's mantle, leading a victory rally to the cemetery where Bosch was buried and calling Bosch his spiritual guide. Yet Fernandez was a former protege of Balaguer, and more significantly, as the Associated Press noted, his current conservative economic policies bear little resemblance to Bosch's original ideas of land reform and bold moves to aid the poor. 27. 40 years after the invasion, the Dominican Republic was still impoverished and policymakers in Washington would not view its president as no good. In retrospect, the 1965 invasion of the Dominican Republic foreshadowed a series of U.S. military actions in the Western Hemisphere and beyond. While covert intervention by the CIA in Latin America was as constant as the seasons, the overwhelming arrival of so many U.S. troops in the small country was a kind of political and media prototype for a pair of lightning strike invasions in the 1980s Grenada and Panama, as well as, in more complicated ways, the relatively limited U.S. military interventions in Haiti during the Clinton and George W. Bush administrations. In each case, the man living in the White House found ways to set the media agenda for public approval to affirm the kind of desire expressed by Lyndon Johnson to Assistant Secretary of State "Man, we're going to have to really set up that government down there and run it and stabilize it some way or other." 28. Since the 1960s, the USA's favorite wars have been quick and, for most people back home, anyway, successful at generating some sense of national accomplishment. 29. With the clear exceptions of Vietnam and the aftermath of the Iraq invasion, modern wars have not been terribly divisive in the U.S. political arena. As matters of popular perceptions, we nicely took care of the Dominican Republic, Grenada, and Panama in the hemisphere. Likewise, farther away, the Gulf War, Yugoslavia, and Afghanistan. Smaller and more fleeting interventions, the bombing of Libya in 1986, the firing of missiles into Sudan and Afghanistan in 1998, or the ill-fated expeditions to Lebanon in 1983 and Somalia in 1993 are praised as missions accomplished, denigrated as inadequate actions, or ruefully written off as experiments with bad results. Unless the president bites off more than the Pentagon can effectively chew, most Americans have found Uncle Sam's military ventures to be suitable for acceptance, if only in the form of passivity. Unhappiness festers and grows when the war cannot be wrapped up in weeks or months, with the commanders in Washington finding that they cannot win the peace without prolonged and difficult involvement of U.S. troops, while the justifications for the war become increasingly suspect to the public when, in short, might hasn't made everything seem right. The tragic invasion of the Dominican Republic highlights some chronic elements of how the people of the United States have been sold a succession of wars, in their names and with their tax dollars, time after time. Whatever the pace of agenda building, whether the rationales for a war suddenly burst into news media or gradually percolate into daily coverage, the executive branch policy players, their congressional supporters, and varied media enablers come to insist that military action is necessary to prevent all manner of calamities, such as the killing of American citizens, the further triumph of tyrants, or the development of weapons of mass destruction in the wrong hands. Any number of mainstream journalists seem willing to take the administration's word for it when intelligence is in the air. Skepticism and harsh judgments, if they come at all, tend to emerge quite a bit later, after bombs have fallen and after soldiers have marched into battle, some never to return, many more to go home with wounds to body and spirit. As for the people at the other end of America's cutting-edge weaponry, their lives, too, in far greater numbers are also shattered. Intense public controversy may precede the onset of warfare, but the modern historical record is clear: no matter what the Constitution says, in actual practice the president has the whip hand when it comes to military deployments, and if a president really wants a war, he'll get one. That can hardly be said about congressional passage of landmark domestic legislation. In matters of war and peace, the White House is much less constrained by other branches of government. When the President of the United States is determined to go to war, a vast array of leverage and public relations acumen can and will be brought to bear. Consent of the governed takes form as deference, active or tacit, gained at least long enough for the war to proceed. What comes to the surface later, including evidence of pre-war deceptions and wartime distortions, may cause us to feel that we live in a society with freedom sufficient to make sure the truth will shine through, sooner or later. But war happens in the interim, after widely told lies are widely believed and before the emergence of some clarity in the mass media. The information that comes out later does not come out soon enough to prevent the unspeakable. No matter how much we follow the news, we rarely know more than little of the human consequences. A quarter of a century after the Marines landed in Santo Domingo, a different set of U.S. troops went into action 900 miles southwest of the Dominican Republic. The new invasion was a rousing success. 30 and plenty of breathlessly reported details reinforced the understanding that forces of evil had been suitably vanquished. With a Panama dateline the day after Christmas 1989, one New York Times story led off this way. The United States military headquarters here, which has portrayed General Manuel Antonio Noriega as an erratic, cocaine-snorting dictator who prays to voodoo gods, announced today that the deposed leader wore red underwear and availed himself of prostitutes. Furthermore, the American command, headed by General Maxwell Thurman, asserted in a 2.5-page report to the press, that when the United States invasion took place last week, Noriega's first action was not to call his wife, but rather his mistress and her family. According to our sources, the statement continued, he never attempted to call his wife 31. The Pentagon's news release concluded, the story of this truly evil man continues to unfold with bizarre evidence of his incredible lifestyle. We will keep you updated on other details as they become available. 32. In passing, the New York Times account described Noriega as a longtime intelligence officer and one-time collaborator with the Central Intelligence Agency. In fact, the period of collaboration included Noriega's theft of the 1984 election in Panama for his chosen presidential candidate, Nicolas Ardito Barletta, with Secretary of State George Shultz attending the inauguration. During his visit, Shultz lauded the country's democratization. But after a falling out later in the decade, few drops of ink were available to dwell on the U.S. government's prior embrace of the truly evil man. The Panamanian dictator's willingness to cross Washington made him no longer an asset. Noriega's transgressions included a halt to his cooperation with Uncle Sam's policies fueling war in Nicaragua. 33. Front and center in Washington's 1989 denunciations was evidence of Noriega's involvement in drug trafficking. Yet such evidence had been well known in Washington for years while the Reagan administration made nice with Noriega. As Norman Bailey, a member of the National Security Council during the Reagan presidency, was to testify at a congressional hearing, by the early 1980s there was not a smoking gun but rather a 21-gun barrage of evidence of Noriega's drug trafficking. 34 No problem. The joint work between Washington and Noriega persisted with winks and nods. In May 1986 a letter to Panama's dictator from the administrator of the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency, John C. Long, was quite complimentary. I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate my deep appreciation for the vigorous anti-drug policy that you have adopted. 35. New derogatory information about Noriega leaked into the U.S. press when the summer of 1986 got underway, but the White House praised him. As the Associated Press reported, the Reagan administration told Congress Thursday that Panama is providing useful cooperation against drug trafficking and money laundering and sought to disassociate itself from a published report alleging personal involvement by the chief of Panamanian armed forces in such activities. 36 At the same time, not coincidentally, top officials in Washington still viewed Noriega as an ally against the Sandinistas. The Los Angeles Times cited accounts from congressional sources that, in the newspaper's words, Noriega is believed to have a connection to U.S.-backed rebels fighting the Sandinista government of Nicaragua. 37. While he played ball with Washington, the strongman was a good man. But later in 1986 and in 1987, signs increased that Noriega was no longer a reliable helper. 38 Noriega's non-cooperation and even interference with the Contra War led to a falling out. 39 Noriega was a means to an end, columnist Haynes Johnson recounted a couple of days after the invasion began. In this decade, the desired end has been to provide secret help to U.S.-backed Nicaraguan Contra forces. For years, Noriega had been a Central Intelligence Agency asset. In the Reagan era, he established a personal relationship with William J. Casey, the late director of Central Intelligence. What Casey wanted, and received, from Noriega was his assistance in facilitating arms shipments to the Contras. Through his control of Panama's security apparatus, Noriega could arrange Panamanian end-user certificates that legitimized arms shipments to Panama. Once the arms had arrived there, Noriega was able to sell them to the highest bidder, legally and with no questions asked. Fordy Johnson's column appeared not in an obscure publication, but in the Washington Post. Yet its observations weren't the sort to reverberate in the national media echo chamber, and anyway, by the time that column reached print, the intervention horse was already out of the barn and galloping down a bloody trail. The invasion of Panama followed a series of White House moves on economic, military, and media fronts after Noriega had fallen off the CIA payroll and out of favor. By early 1988, a U.S. campaign of economic sanctions was causing severe hardships among Panama's poor. In May 1989, authorities in the Noriega government voided the results of a nationwide election that he lost. In the United States, television footage vividly showed pro-Noriega goons beating up opposition partisans on Panama City streets. In typical coverage, ABC Nightline correspondent Judd Rose narrated with a sardonic reference to democracy, Panamanian-style footage of a journalist struggling for breath after being attacked by some of Noriega's thugs. 41 President George H.W. Bush responded by urging the Panamanian military to overthrow the general's regime and ordering 2,000 more Pentagon troops into the U.S. zone in Panama. Relaying the spin, a United Press International dispatch on May 15 said the deployment aimed to protect Americans based in the Panama Canal Zone. The UPI story added, the administration has indicated that it was not interested in military intervention but was concerned for the safety of U.S. citizens. 42. By late summer 1989, Panama was provoking high-level comparisons to the Third Reich. Officials in Washington denounced Noriega for remaining in power. And they pointed to his indictment by federal grand juries in Florida the previous year for drug trafficking. That is aggression as surely as Adolf Hitler's invasion of Poland 50 years ago was aggression, Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger declared at a meeting of the Organization of American States. It is aggression against us all, and someday it must be brought to an end. 43. At the same time that an OAS report criticized Noriega's government for human rights abuses, the organization also faulted the United States for recent military exercises that could increase political tensions in Panama. Naturally, Washington heralded only the criticism of Noriega. Signals abounded that U.S. military maneuvers were just getting started. An unnamed State Department official told the press, clearly, the multilateral approach didn't work with Noriega, and so we are now looking at other options for acting alone. At this point, I wouldn't rule anything out. 44. While violently authoritarian, Noriega's reign was mild compared to the murderous U.S.-backed regimes that were entrenched in El Salvador and Guatemala. But on the whole, news coverage in the United States took cues from the Bush-Quayle administration, increasingly targeting Noriega as an intolerable blight on the hemisphere. The main drumbeat encouraged the White House to get tough with the Panamanian strongman, although there were some caveats. The Boston Globe editorialized that the Bush team has made matters worse in recent weeks by ratcheting up a dangerous game of military chicken, repeatedly sending forces out of the Panama Canal Zone and into contact with Noriega's troops. The maneuvers are justified as asserting the rights the U.S. has under the Panama Canal treaties. Yet how essential are hostage rescue exercises that involve sudden troop deployments and low-altitude buzzing of Panamanian government buildings with assault helicopters? Prophetically, the editorial warned, the saber rattling could get someone shot. 45. But when it came to U.S. policy toward Panama, the main critical theme revolved around the notion that Bush wasn't getting tough enough fast enough. A failed coup attempt in early autumn 1989 set off alarm bells in the U.S. media echo chamber. On Capitol Hill, members of both parties were caustic, sometimes appearing to cast aspersions on the president's nationalistic virility. One GOP member, Representative Dan Burton, complained that the president's accommodating approach to Congress is giving Bush a weak-kneed image in foreign affairs. 46. Many Democrats joined in, huffing and puffing. And for the United States, with all of our strength and force and all of our belief in democracy, to stand by 2 miles away as the crow flies and do nothing, and allow these people to fail, personally I think is wrong, said David Boren, the Democrat chairing the Senate Intelligence Committee. 47. Many conservative outlets took to goading the Republican president in a spirit recapped by a Washington Times editorial that bemoaned the U.S. failure to remove Noriega, when October's coup against him foundered and the U.S. national security establishment found 50 plausible reasons not to help rebellious troops kick the tyrant into the canal. He read President Bush's lips and realized the president had nothing to tell him. 48. Tensions escalated, and U.S. enthusiasts for military intervention got a break when Panama's National Assembly seemed to engage in some mouse-that-roared posturing with a declaration that Panama was in a state of war with the United States. But as author John Quigley has noted in The Ruses for War, since we had 12,000 troops stationed in Panama at the time, it would have been foolhardy for Panama to start anything. So why the state of war resolution? In all likelihood, Quigley wrote, the motive was to rally the population behind General Noriega by showing the United States trying to bring him down through military pressure and financial sanctions. The resolution also conferred on Noriega the names Chief of Government and Maximum Leader of National Liberation, a fact that Quigley saw as significant. The pronouncement about a state of war was a basis for giving General Noriega these new titles. The Bush administration kept close enough watch on Panamanian politics for it to understand that this was the import of the December 15 resolution. While the administration knew that the resolution was not a formal declaration of war, it seized on the opportunity to take the phrase state of war out of context, in order to find a pretext to invade 49. Predictable incidents swiftly provided fodder to the likes of the Washington Times. Its December 19 editorial told readers that the general's praetorians, egged on by a mob, fired on unarmed U.S. Army officers, killing one and drawing blood from another. Around the same time, PDF hoodlums seized a U.S. Navy officer and his wife and brutalized them. The officer was repeatedly kicked in the groin and beaten, while his wife was slammed against a wall and made to stand with her arms over her head until she collapsed, then threatened with sexual assault. 50. An invasion of Panama began promptly before dawn on December 20, with about 24,000 U.S. troops in action. Thanks to a Washington-run media pool system, the TV networks weren't getting much of the bang-bang footage they craved, but that didn't stop the fusillades of rapid-fire spin. Well, there are many reasons why Panama's a problem for the United States, anchor Peter Jennings told ABC Evening News viewers half a day after the invasion began. It's been a base for narcotics trafficking, a center for money laundering, a transit point for arms shipments to anti-American guerrilla forces elsewhere in the hemisphere and, according to a study done by the National Security Council, a major center of illegal technology transfers to the Soviet Union. All of the above with the approval, often the direct involvement, of one man, who tonight has $1 million price on his head, Manuel Noriega. 51. Not to put all the president's rationales in one basket, the White House quickly provided 4 reasons for the invasion. The war's supporters could take their pick. Even if some of the reasons didn't seem to pan out, others would. News accounts could neatly summarize the objectives in the words of one newspaper: to protect the lives of Americans in Panama, to restore the democratic process there, to preserve the Panama Canal treaties and to apprehend Noriega. 52. Overall, the news media were in no mood to poke holes in the list. Yet there was scant indication that American lives were in danger. The cited incidents appeared to be spontaneous rather than preplanned by any Panamanian authorities. As for the democratic process, it had been throttled in Panama for many years while Washington worked well with Noriega. And there was no basis for claiming a threat to the canal treaties or the canal. In fact, the U.S. invasion itself had just forced closure of the Panama Canal for the first time in its 75-year history. There is no evidence that might prove that Noriega or his forces had any intention of attacking the installations of the waterway, the Madrid newspaper El País reported. 53. Even after the invasion began, John Quigley noted, our forces showed no concern that the canal might be sabotaged, and while they took no precautions to protect the canal, the PDF made no moves against it. Quigley concluded, of the long list of reasons Bush gave for invading Panama, none withstood scrutiny. 54. Enthusiasm for the invasion was overwhelming on Capitol Hill, as bipartisanship clicked its heels and saluted the commander-in-chief. We had no other choice, said Democratic Congressman Bill Richardson of New Mexico. Noriega was like a cancer. He was making us a laughingstock. He was baiting us. He was threatening American lives, and I believe that the action was justified. 55. In his role as Senate Majority Leader, George Mitchell recited customary lines, I support the President's decision. It was made necessary by the reckless actions of General Noriega. 56. And there were the usual vague, almost mystical references to special information available only to in-the-know officials. Nicholas Mavrul, a Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee, had this to say after a White House briefing, I believe that intelligence reports must have indicated Mr. Noriega really had a chip on his shoulder and was taking control. The President must have felt he had to move to protect our citizens. 57. There was little media space for voices like House member Ron Dellums, who provided some context scarcely noted in news accounts. Manuel Noriega is a direct creation and consequence of our hemispheric militarism. A CIA asset for almost 20 years, he was one of the tools employed by the Reagan administration to help destabilize another foreign nation, despite the fact that he was a known drug thug who plays a central role in international drug trafficking. 58. On a similar note, Representative Don Edwards described the invasion as a trigger-happy act of gunboat diplomacy that continues our mindless, 100-year abuse of small Central American nations. 59. Such dissent was threshed as political hay by the president's party. Edward Rollins, co-chair of the National Republican Congressional Committee, sent out individualized news releases to media in the home districts of 5 anti-war congressmen. The first instinct of the dissenting House member, Rollins charged, was to blame President Bush and sympathize with General Noriega. The message to Oregon media declared, "While American soldiers are fighting and dying on the beaches and streets of Panama, Peter DeFazio is sitting in the cozy confines of Eugene, Oregon, criticizing them." Congressman DeFazio's apologist attitude is inexcusable. 60. It was boilerplate demagoguery, equating opposition to U.S. policy with support for a foreign dictator and conflating a critique of the president's orders with criticism of U.S. troops. During the first day of warfare, the Pentagon said, 21 U.S. soldiers had been killed and 208 wounded. In passing, a typical news account added, over 100 Panamanian civilians and 58 members of the Panamanian Defense Forces have also been reported killed. 61. After Noriega thanked his supporters in a 52-second radio broadcast, U.S. forces quickly blew up the station's transmission towers. 62. The next day, as fighting raged in Panama, the president told a White House news conference how he might make the situation clear to Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev, who'd been critical of the invasion. Not only was it real bad for an American serviceman to be killed, 63, Bush said, but if they threaten and brutalize the wife of an American citizen, sexually threatening the lieutenant's wife while kicking him in the groin over and over again, then Mr. Gorbachev, please understand this president is going to do something about it. 64. The reprised morality play went over big with U.S. media. 65. 2.5 days into the invasion, the Pentagon airlifted 2,000 more troops into Panama, which the Associated Press described as still chaotic. 66. Hemispheric opinion could be gauged by the votes of delegates to the Organization of American States. While 6 countries abstained, 20 voted to deplore the invasion and urged the U.S. government to immediately withdraw its troops. The only vote against the resolution came from the United States. It was, the Washington Post reported, the first time since the hemispheric body's founding 42 years ago that it has formally criticized the United States. 67. But the Yankee delegation did win a linguistic skirmish over the resolution. While the Spanish version said OAS members deeply deplore the military intervention in Panama, the English text was softened to deeply regret. 68. That was helpful for spin, as when AP reported that a State Department official, who spoke on condition of anonymity, noted that the language of the resolution was to regret rather than condemn. 69. President Bush said the U.S. servicemen would remain in Panama to do what is necessary. 70. Meanwhile, a U.S. military spokesperson told about the discovery of a 50-pound supply of cocaine in one of Noriega's private locations. The head of the U.S. Southern Command, General Thurman, upped it to 120 pounds. The Pentagon was busily dribbling out juicy stories to pools of reporters, who funneled the salacious tales to colleagues and the waiting world. 72 hours after the battles had begun, a Washington Post article led with the kind of fixation that was by then a media obsession. While searching for Noriega during the first hours of the invasion, U.S. troops had found at a suspected Noriega residence, among other things, a vat of blood, animal entrails, and other evidence of dabbling in the widespread Caribbean voodoo-like cult of Santeria. 71. Colonel Mike Snell, of the Task Force Bayonet Command, said, General Noriega kept his Brazilian witches here. This was the brewery for the witches, if you will. 72. Another Post article the same day included an indication that on Capitol Hill, fascination with the occult, or at least with Noriega's reported occultist leanings, was substantial. A pair of Southern gentlemen in the world's oldest deliberative body conveyed some relevant intelligence. The chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Sam Nunn, and fellow Senator John Warner said they were told there was evidence of witchcraft at one Noriega hideaway. And defense officials here and in Panama made the same assertion. 73 high-ranking military men were quick to elucidate. General Thurman informed reporters that voodoo practitioners practiced rituals for Noriega's protection. 74 The tone of much of the coverage gave new meaning to the term witch hunt. One article reported, "The army apparently just missed capturing 4 Brazilian witchcraft specialists," said Lieutenant Curtis Vineyard 75. A front-page story in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch added such intelligence as, "In a bedroom were left gold-colored high heels, pantyhose, face cream and women's garments." 76 Like many others, the article emphasized opulence, as though it somehow underscored the extent of Noriega's depravity. Signs of luxury, including Noriega's Mercedes-Benz, were everywhere. At his headquarters was a 30-foot French-style marble dining room. 77 At Noriega's Fort Amador facilities in Panama City, the invaders encountered jewelry, art, a movie theater, and antique guns, causing the operations director for the Joint Chiefs of Staff to tell reporters in Washington that the GIs were stunned. They saw opulence unlike anything they've ever seen before. 78 Numerous accounts referred to finding pornographic movies. Many stories told about the discovery of a framed photo or poster of Hitler on a bunker wall. A wire service picture appeared in newspapers on Christmas Day with this caption, "PFC." Michael McKen of Texas looks over a portrait of Hitler in the office of General Manuel Noriega in the Panamanian Defense Forces headquarters in Panama City. 79 Few news stories mentioned that photos of the Israeli General Moshe Dayan and Mother Teresa had also made Noriega's cut to be hung on his walls. Perhaps more unfortunate was the scarcity of mention in the U.S. press that, as the Jerusalem Post reported, several prominent Panamanian Jews served in high positions under deposed dictator Manuel Noriega. The Hitler spin about Noriega was new to Moises Mizrachi, chairman of the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith of Panama, who said that the story about Nazi paraphernalia in Noriega's lair was a big surprise, because Noriega was always so friendly to Israel. 80. The situation on the ground in Panama was not turning out to be as forecast from Washington. Problems went well beyond Noriega's initial success at eluding capture. Under the headline "Invasion That Became a Nightmare," The Times of London published a grim news account. 3 days after Bush pronounced Operation Just Cause pretty well wrapped up, U.S. officials admitted that American troops could be involved in urban warfare for weeks or months. A usually optimistic American military commander had to concede that things had not worked out quite as planned. Another weary commander added, "Cities eat up manpower very quickly, and in Panama City everyone has a gun." The scene in Panama City is one of unrelenting anarchy. Heavy fighting broke out for the third day running as armed mobs roamed the streets. The invasion has destroyed the last vestige of civilization in a city which once considered itself the Paris of Latin America. The death toll among civilians is unknown, but bodies litter the streets. Ambulances trying to pick up the injured have been shot at. Local hospitals have confirmed 51 civilian fatalities, but the final total will be much higher. Heavily armed mobs are roaming the city center, looting, terrorizing civilians and taking potshots at U.S. patrols. Whole sections of the city are no-go areas. Down by the harbor, the wooden shanty town around Noriega's military headquarters is just brown ashes, having caught fire in the initial American attack. Its occupants are a couple of miles away in the football stadium at Balboa High School, where about 7,000 refugees have gathered. Many have only what they managed to grab when the American attack started, and many have lost family members. One screaming woman said she didn't know which side had shot her husband, only that he was dead. 81. Hours after that story appeared, Noriega turned up on the doorstep of the Catholic Nuncio building in Panama City, seeking asylum. From Washington, longtime Associated Press correspondent Walter Mears summarized the view that George H.W. Bush's administration, in tandem with mainstream media, had been able to project about the Panamanian general for the U.S. public. Noriega's pockmarked face, brandished machete, and defiance of his own countrymen when they voted for his opponents all add to the image of the prototype dictator. U.S. officials say there is evidence he meant to attack unarmed American civilians, that he was involved in voodoo or Satanism, that he admired Adolf Hitler, that he plotted a terrorist takeover of the Panama Canal. 82. Such images filled the media screen, conveying certainty that the invasion had been justified and successful. But some results, disturbing rather than soothing, got short media shrift. As Alexander Coburn wrote at the time in an against-the-grain piece on the editorial page of the Wall Street Journal, one has to read the dispatches long and hard to find the news that some 25,000 Panamanians are now homeless, shanties destroyed in the U.S. bombardment of Noriega's headquarters. 83. The U.S. press showed little interest in the civilian death toll, but journalists who bothered to dig were apt to come up with numbers much higher than what was on the official handouts. After investigating on the ground in Panama, Toronto Globe and Mail correspondent Linda Haase reported, virtually all the Panamanians interviewed agreed that the vast majority of the dead are civilians. 84. The Christian Science Monitor sought records at medical facilities and funeral homes in Panama City as well as informed estimates from the countryside. The newspaper found that 3/5 of the deaths had occurred in the city, and overall the available data indicated that the invasion caused about 1,000 civilian deaths. 85. But some stories were everywhere in the U.S. news media. The druggy aspect got especially big play. 2 days into the invasion, Colonel Snell announced that the United States had an airtight case against Noriega in the form of the big stash of white powder, telling journalists that although it had yet to be analyzed, "We're sure it's cocaine." 86. The Boston Globe was among the media outlets that dispensed with any preliminaries, reporting flatly that the U.S. soldiers found the cocaine, worth well over $1 million. 87. The news that so much cocaine had been seized in Noriega's personal quarters swiftly became a symbol of his character and further verification that the invasion had toppled a truly evil man. The Noriega cocaine story had plenty of time to become part of journalistic history. 32 days passed after the "We're sure it's cocaine" statement set off countless media reports until the news broke that it was a lie. The sensational yarn had been front-page news, but the correction was much less newsworthy. The Pentagon retracted claims made during the Panama invasion that U.S. soldiers had found a large cache of cocaine in a guest house used by General Manuel Antonio Noriega, the Associated Press reported on January 23. The supposed cocaine was actually tamales wrapped in banana leaves? A Pentagon spokesman said, "It was not cocaine." 88. But it was a heck of a good story that served a useful purpose. American virtue and innocence in an ugly world has been the sustaining narrative of the Panama invasion, The Nation magazine commented, and it is now used as a defense in the tamale episode. The guys who first saw the stuff did not know what cocaine was, the Pentagon says. But the issue is less the naivete of our corn-fed boy soldiers than the gullibility of our more worldly reporters, who swallow all this nonsense with never a word of protest and then show no greater skepticism when the Pentagon repackages its clash between good and evil. Noriega is now said to have used the tamales for unspeakable acts of witchcraft and voodoo. 89. When Ronald Reagan died in June 2004, the retrospective coverage by the New York Times told readers that he sent American forces to Grenada in a mission to rescue American students in medical school there and to evict a Grenadian government that he called a brutal group of leftist thugs. 90. Ever since the invasion of the tiny Caribbean island began on October 25, 1983, the motivation of saving American lives has been central to the official story. From the outset, the tale benefited from the fact that throughout the intervention's first few days, the White House barred reporters from Grenada, imposing extraordinary restrictions on news coverage of the military invasion. 91. 2 days into it, the Times reported, the only pictures of the fighting in Grenada so far have been made by Defense Department photographers with the invasion force, and the department had not yet decided which pictures will be released. 92. The managing editor of the Washington Post, Howard Simons, commented, "I think a secret war, like secret government, is antithetical to an open society. It's absolutely outrageous." 93. It was also absolutely helpful in reducing the chances that news reports from Grenada would undercut President Reagan's Invasion Day claim that the factor of overriding importance was the need to protect innocent lives. including up to 1,000 Americans, whose personal safety is, of course, my paramount concern. 94. The president launched the invasion of Grenada just 2 days after a truck bomb killed 241 Americans at the U.S. Marine headquarters in Beirut. The invasion quickly pushed the Lebanon disaster out of the media spotlight. Opinion polling showed a net gain of several points for Reagan's favorable numbers. The military triumph in Grenada served as rapid-fire successor to mortifying loss. 95. The imperative of saving American lives has been a durable theme. The commander of U.S. forces during the Dominican Republic invasion, General Bruce Palmer Jr., remarked in his book Intervention in the Caribbean, "It is interesting to note that the initial problem faced by the United States in the Dominican Republic in 1965, Grenada in 1983, and Panama in 1989 was the protection of U.S. citizens who were endangered. The protection of a state's own nationals in a foreign land has long been recognized as a legitimate, humanitarian act under international law. 96. Such vague uses of passive voice has long been recognized often facilitate the pretense that a dubious assertion is beyond reasonable dispute. Actually, in each of the three examples cited by General Palmer, the saving American lives rationale for invasion doesn't stand up to scrutiny, as legal scholar John Quigley has documented. Dominican Republic, 1965. U.S. citizens wanting to get out had been evacuated prior to American military intervention. After the shooting stopped, Secretary of State Dean Rusk declared that overall we had evacuated 1,800 U.S. citizens from the Dominican Republic, counting those evacuated both before and after the intervention. But with 1,856 evacuated prior to the intervention, that left none to be evacuated by the time the Marines arrived. Even more remarkably, President Johnson claimed on May 2 that 1,500 of our citizens in the Dominican Republic were still desperate to be saved, thus giving him the excuse to send in more Marines. Even if there were American citizens in the Dominican Republic desiring to leave after April 28, they could have been evacuated without a military intervention and occupation. Residential areas occupied by Americans in Santo Domingo were free of hostilities, and all the major Dominican factions had agreed to facilitate the evacuation of any foreigners who wanted to leave. 97. Grenada, 1983, attention focused on the medical students who comprised most of the U.S. citizens on the island. These students had not, however, come to any harm, nor had they been threatened. James Budite, one of several State Department officials sent to Grenada 2 days before the invasion to talk to Grenadian officials and to the medical students, found no reason to believe that the Grenada government would harm the students. The administration could not present a logical explanation why the Grenadian government might take hostages. Indeed, that government had good reasons to treat the students well. On October 22 and 23, according to Budite and the medical school's vice-chancellor, only 100 to 150 students wanted to leave, and their fear was prompted by the threat of a U.S. attack. 500 of the students' parents sent President Reagan a telegram on October 24, asking him not to invade Grenada, because they did not want their children endangered. There were no hostilities, and the Grenadian government was not preventing the students from leaving. The State Department had been purposely avoiding options for a peaceful evacuation. The medical students, in fact, were part of the administration's plan for invading Grenada. It needed the appearance of their being in danger as a pretext to remove Grenada's government. While there was little reason to expect harm from the Grenadian government, a full-scale military invasion with 1,000 United States civilians in the line of fire was extremely hazardous. Reporters understood that the administration had invented facts to justify the Grenada landing. The New York Times wrote that the administration put out deliberate distortions and knowingly false statements of fact. Time magazine called the administration disingenuous in its public explanations, and said that American aims went well beyond those stated. Most media coverage, however, accepted the administration's statements at face value. The television networks broadcast and rebroadcast scenes of the medical students kissing the ground at U.S. airports after their return flights, giving the impression that our forces had saved them from certain danger. 98. Panama, 1989. In mid-December, a confrontation at a Panama Defense Force checkpoint involving 4 lost U.S. officers left 1 dead and another wounded, not far from where some Panamanian soldiers beat up a U.S. Navy officer and threatened his wife. But the circumstances indicated that the incident was not part of any overall plan to attack Americans in Panama, even if the U.S. version were accurate. Since the 4 American officers drove up to the checkpoint unannounced, the attack could not have been planned in advance. As for the treatment of the Navy officer and his wife, the Defense Department conceded that the PDF soldiers responsible were intoxicated, which strongly suggests that the incident was not part of a general plan. Although President Bush insisted that the invasion was prompted by the declaration of war and the checkpoint incident, he had been planning it for months. Military officers posing as tourists had spread through Panama to reconnoiter locations they planned to attack. Fred Hoffman, a former Pentagon official, referring to classified planning documents for the invasion, said the administration had a plan and was just waiting for an excuse to use it. 99. 13 months before the invasion of Iraq began, a former arms control director for President Reagan wrote an op-ed article that appeared in the Washington Post. "I believe demolishing Hussein's military power and liberating Iraq would be a cakewalk," Ken Adelman declared. "Let me give simple, responsible reasons. It was a cakewalk last time, they've become much weaker, we've become much stronger, and now we're playing for keeps." 114 months later, just a few days after the fall of Baghdad, he was on the same page with a follow-up essay headlined "Cakewalk Revisited," reminding readers of his foresightedness and rejoicing in the victory. Adelman praised some high-level administration hawks by name and proclaimed that now is an occasion for pride, and for thanks to our fighting men and women. 101. A lot of Americans may be bothered by war reportage, but the day-to-day news is not awfully uncomfortable for most of us, even when U.S. military forces are directly involved. 102 Messages that underscore the normality of an ongoing war tend to blend with the customary media landscape. Citing analysis by theorist Jacques Ellul, the writer Nancy Snow has emphasized that propaganda is most effective when it is least noticeable. A former cultural affairs specialist at the U.S. Information Agency, she comments, "In an open society, such as the United States, the hidden and integrated nature of the propaganda best convinces people that they are not being manipulated." 103. The most effective agenda building for war is apt to seem like the logical unfolding of events at a time of crisis. The dynamic is akin to an approach that the legendary advertising wizard David Ogilvy described several decades ago: good advertisement is one which sells the product without drawing attention to itself. It should rivet the reader's attention on the product. Instead of saying, "What a clever advertisement," the reader says, "I never knew that before. I must try this product." It is the professional duty of the advertising agent to conceal his artifice. Ogilvy added, "When Eskines spoke, they said, 'How well he speaks.' But when Demosthens spoke, they said, 'Let us march against Philip.' I'm for Demosthens." 104. A media-propelled march to war has many parallels with an advertising campaign. And such campaigns are more constant than episodic. From hard sell messages to subtle product placement, plugs are unceasingly part of the media terrain. The process of generating acceptance is 24/7. Among the most acclaimed practitioners of advertising, Charlotte Beers with her resume including the top jobs at both the J. Walter Thompson and the Ogilvy and Mather advertising agencies was a standout. She seemed a perfect fit when the Bush administration hired her in early autumn 2001. With the formal title Undersecretary of State for Public Diplomacy, her path had come to an intersection of Madison Avenue and Pennsylvania Avenue. Tipping his diplomatic hat, Secretary of State Colin Powell told an NBC interviewer in early November, "She got me to buy Uncle Ben's rice. So there is nothing wrong with getting somebody who knows how to sell something." 105 Beers went beyond voicing enthusiasm for her new post. "It is almost as though we have to redefine what America is," she said, adding, This is the most sophisticated brand assignment I have ever had. 106. The propagandist strives for simplicity and vividness coupled with speed and broad impact, wrote sociologist Alfred McClungley in his book How to Understand Propaganda. The effort stimulates popular emotional drives in existing groups which are most likely to forward his objectives. In so doing, he must for the most part bypass factual discussion and debate of an adequate sort. 107. Yet at the time, the opposite might appear to be the case. The lead-in to the invasion of Iraq, for instance, involved a deluge of pre-war media coverage that spanned 8 months. In the process, American media consumers may have believed they were drowning in facts and debates. But much of the discourse amounted to the field testing and fine-tuning of a successful public relations juggernaut that ended up as usual carrying the nation into war. The oft-repeated facts were often not factual, the standard debates were exceedingly narrow. Oceans of ink and thousands of airtime hours concentrated on disputes over how and when to go to war. Whether you're selling food from McDonald's or cars from General Motors or a war from the government, repetition is crucial for making propaganda stick. In a democratic society, persistent agenda building is necessary to gain and retain public support for war. The previous pages have described some cases in point. Now this book shifts to focusing on specific types of power spin. The following chapters probe and scrutinize key perception management techniques that have played huge roles in the promotion of American wars during recent decades. The better we understand those ongoing techniques, the more clearly we'll be able to see wars coming and understand what's really behind them. Hopefully, War Made Easy will help to blow away the fog of media war and enhance possibilities for democratic participation in decisions that are truly matters of life and death. 1. America is a fair and noble superpower. News outlets may feature arguments about the wisdom of going to war in a particular place at a specific time, but these are usually differences over tactics and priorities. While the administration's upper echelons might be fiercely criticized as ideologues, bunglers, myopic policy wonks, or dissembling politicians, the media assumption largely remains that Washington has laudable motivations. Unlike certain countries that object to U.S. military actions, Uncle Sam does not march to the beat of crass ulterior motives, or so the conventional wisdom goes. The grave matters of foreign policy and war are not mainly about American self-interest, much less about corporate interests. While there are enormous geopolitical advantages to be gained and massive profits to be made as consequences of exercising Pentagon muscle, the media discourse customarily excludes drawing attention to such dynamics as major factors in deployment of the country's armed forces. The nation's biggest news magazine closed 1999 with a forward-looking headline on its back page, "A Second American Century." Providing some answers was Time columnist Charles Krauthammer. "The world at the turn of the 21st century is not multipolar but unipolar," he wrote. "America best rides the world like a colossus." Readers were encouraged to perceive that as a very good situation. The main reason for the absence of a serious challenge to American hegemony is that it is so benign, Krauthammer went on. It does not extract tribute. It does not seek military occupation. It is not interested in acquiring territory. Krauthammer certainly recognized that foreign rivals were restless. Yet the outlook was favorable. None have the power to challenge America now. The unipolar moment will surely last for at least a generation. 1. Many other media outlets were also buoyant. There's every reason to think the upcoming 100 years will prove to be yet another American century, according to Fortune magazine. Point 2 On 1999's last telecast of the CBS program Sunday Morning, a confident pronouncement came from Harold Evans, editor of U.S. News and World Report as well as the New York Daily News. "I would be prepared to say it will be another American century." 3. The preparations were far more than just rhetorical. In 1997 some prominent superhawks including Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, and Paul Wolfowitz had founded an organization they chose to call the Project for a New American Century. The subsequent foreign policy of President George W. Bush proved to be a global breakthrough for the project. While assertions of American benevolence have been never-ending, the first years of the 21st century brought some variations in the mantra depicting the US government as beloved the world over. One of the punditocracy's leading hawks with intellectual plumage, Charles Crothammer, reiterated in late spring 2001, "We run a uniquely benign imperium." This is not mere self-congratulation, it is a fact manifest in the way others welcome our power. But the results of global surveys rendered such claims increasingly laughable. A year after the invasion of Iraq, discontent with America and its policies has intensified rather than diminished, said an international study released in March 2004 by the Pew Research Center, which reported that perceptions of American unilateralism remain widespread in European and Muslim nations, and the war in Iraq has undermined America's credibility abroad. The very war that had been promoted, in part, as necessary for maintaining American credibility was, in fact, severely damaging it. But belief in the capacity of U.S. military might to bring salvation to benighted portions of the world was a type of patriotic faith so intense and so deeply held that it could be understood as a form of religiosity. To its adherents, the doubters were the rough political equivalents of heathens, no matter how much the ranks of the unfaithful continued to swell. Extreme gaps in perceptions between people in the United States and the rest of the world were markers for the ease with which the American public was apt to accept rationales for going to war that were widely rejected elsewhere on the planet. Gauging attitudes in the United States and three historically allied nations as well as in Jordan, Morocco, Pakistan, Russia, and Turkey, the study by the Pew Research Center found there is broad agreement in nearly all of the countries surveyed, the U.S. being a notable exception, that the war in Iraq hurt, rather than helped, the war on terrorism. The disparities of outlooks foreshadowed any number of scenarios when the United States, with its window on the world tinted red, white and blue, could engage in warfare that the vast majority of the world renounced. 6. In American media and political arenas, it is routine to ascribe lofty motivations to U.S. foreign policy, a mindset that tends to limit outcries even when White House policies are undergoing harsh criticism. In contrast, the Pew Research findings were clear. Publics in the surveyed countries other than the United States express considerable skepticism of America's motives in its global struggle against terrorism. Solid majorities in France and Germany believe the U.S. is conducting the war on terrorism in order to control Mideast oil and dominate the world. People in Muslim nations who doubt the sincerity of American anti-terror efforts see a wider range of ulterior motives, including helping Israel and targeting unfriendly Muslim governments and groups. 7. But to a pundit like Crothammer, the sincerity of American power is inherent and necessarily unapologetic. 4 months after George W. Bush became president, Crothammer's lengthy essay "The Bush Doctrine" had been effusive in the Weekly Standard. Today, the United States remains the preeminent economic, military, diplomatic, and cultural power on a scale not seen since the fall of the Roman Empire. At the dawn of the 21st century, the task of the new administration is to develop a military and foreign policy appropriate to our position of overwhelming dominance. By position and nature, we are essentially a status quo power. We have no particular desire to remake human nature, to conquer for the extraction of natural resources, or to rule for the simple pleasure of domination. We could not wait to get out of Haiti, and we would get out of Kosovo and Bosnia today if we could. Our principal aim is to maintain the stability and relative tranquility of the current international system by enforcing, maintaining, and extending the current peace. Celebrating such a pose of simultaneous humility and grandeur, Crothammer rejoiced that the George W. Bush administration had embraced the premise that overwhelming American power is good not just for the United States but for the world. 8. Tactical setbacks and propaganda disasters can be jarring, but the assurances of moral virtue and military capability seem to carry the day. Whatever the question or circumstance, American power remains the potential answer, sometimes utilized, sometimes withheld, always an option. War scenarios can get swift traction on a track paved with the assumption that overwhelming American power is good not just for the United States but for the world. And this kind of feel-good talk about an American empire is hardly peculiar to neoconservative pundits. Many other commentators with big media megaphones, across a mainstream political spectrum, took it up during the first few years of the 21st century. A frequent writer for the New York Times Magazine, Michael Ignatieff at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, had this to say in its first edition of 2003, "America's empire is not like empires of times past, built on colonies, conquest, and the white man's burden. We are no longer in the era of the United Fruit Company, when American corporations needed the Marines to secure their investments overseas. The 21st century imperium is a new invention in the annals of political science, an empire light, a global hegemony whose grace notes are free markets, human rights, and democracy, enforced by the most awesome military power the world has ever known. It is the imperialism of a people who remember that their country secured its independence by revolt against an empire, and who like to think of themselves as the friend of freedom everywhere. It is an empire without consciousness of itself as such, constantly shocked that its good intentions arouse resentment abroad." 9. How pleasant and appealing this empire light is apt to sound, with the lilts of free markets, human rights, and democracy, so that any wars involved are very likely to merit full support. Commenting on Ignatieff's assertion, the historian Howard Zinn wrote, "Only someone blind to the history of the United States, its obsessive drive for control of oil, its endless expansion of military bases around the world, its domination of other countries through its enormous economic power, its violations of the human rights of millions of people, whether directly or through proxy governments, could make that statement." 10. While striving to portray a foreign regime as an unambiguous source of evil, the president insists that our side is close to saintly. The White House usually has good reason to be satisfied that U.S. media coverage does not dwell on information running counter to such neat divisions of labor. So, when there's news that American spying operations have undermined possibilities for peace, the shelf life of the story is apt to be fleeting. During 1998, Clinton administration officials and U.S. news media kept insisting that the UN weapons inspectors in Iraq weren't spies and had to be given full access to all sites in the country. For several nights in December 1998, the United States and Britain fired hundreds of cruise missiles at Iraq with the rationale that the regime in Baghdad hadn't cooperated enough with the inspectors. Weeks later, the news broke that some of those inspectors had been conducting espionage. U.S. spied on Iraq under UN cover, officials now say, a front-page New York Times headline announced on January 7, 1999. The article was unequivocal. United States officials said today that American spies had worked undercover on teams of United Nations arms inspectors ferreting out secret Iraqi weapons programs. By being part of the team, the Americans gained a first-hand knowledge of the investigation and a protected presence inside Baghdad. A follow-up Times story pointed out, reports that the United States used the United Nations weapons inspectors in Iraq as cover for spying on Saddam Hussein are dimming any chances that the inspection system will survive. 11. A brief flurry of critical analysis occurred in a few media outlets. That American spies have operations in Iraq should be no surprise, a Hartford Courant editorial said on January 10. That the spies are using the United Nations as a cover is deplorable. While noting Saddam Hussein's numerous complaints that UN inspection teams included American spies were apparently not imaginary, the newspaper mentioned that the espionage operatives planted eavesdropping devices in hopes of monitoring forces that guarded Mr. Hussein as well as searching for hidden arms stockpiles. But such concerns quickly evaporated in U.S. news media, with the Washington press corps engaged in selective attention deficit disorder. Fast forward, the media build-up for an invasion of Iraq benefited from routine omissions of facts about the use of the UN inspection teams for espionage. Such information, forthrightly presented, would have been relevant in news reports during 2002 and early 2003 to explain some of the earlier tensions as well as some current Iraqi concerns. 12 The virtual disappearance of the early 1999 story about U.S. spying via the UN inspections made it easy for President Bush to slip this righteous line into his March 17, 2003, speech just before the invasion. Over the years, UN weapons inspectors have been threatened by Iraqi officials, electronically bugged and systematically deceived. Journalists working for the London-based Observer revealed other threads of a spying tapestry that showed the US government to be persistently engaged in espionage to smooth the way for war. In early March 2003, a few days after that British newspaper revealed a secret memo about US spying on UN Security Council delegations, I asked Daniel Ellsberg to assess the importance of the story. This leak, he replied, is more timely and potentially more important than the Pentagon Papers. The key word was timely. Publication of the top-secret Pentagon Papers in 1971, made possible by Ellsberg's heroic decision to leak those documents, came after the Vietnam War had been underway for many years. But with an invasion of Iraq still in the future, the leak about spying at the United Nations might erode the Bush administration's already slim chances of getting a war resolution through the Security Council. As part of its battle to win votes in favor of war against Iraq, the Observer had reported on March 2, 2003, the U.S. government developed an aggressive surveillance operation, which involves interception of the home and office telephones and the emails of UN delegates. The smoking gun was a memorandum written by a top official at the National Security Agency, the U.S. body which intercepts communications around the world, and circulated to both senior agents in his organization and to a friendly foreign intelligence agency. The Observer added, the leaked memorandum makes clear that the target of the heightened surveillance efforts are the delegations from Angola, Cameroon, Chile, Mexico, Guinea, and Pakistan at the UN headquarters in New York, the so-called Middle Six delegations whose votes are being fought over by the pro-war party, led by the US and Britain, and the party arguing for more time for UN inspections, led by France, China, and Russia. The NSA memo, dated January 31, 2003, outlined the wide scope of the surveillance activities, seeking any information useful to push a war resolution through the Security Council, the whole gamut of information that could give U.S. policymakers an edge in obtaining results favorable to U.S. goals or to head off surprises. The Times of London, noting that the Bush administration finds itself isolated in its zeal for war on Iraq, called the leak of the memo an embarrassing disclosure 13, and the embarrassment was nearly worldwide. From Russia to France to Chile to Japan to Australia, the story was big mainstream news. But not in the United States. Several days after the embarrassing disclosure, not a word about it had appeared in America's supposed paper of record. The New York Times, the single most influential news outlet in the United States, still had not printed anything about the story. How could that be? Well, it's not that we haven't been interested, Times Deputy Foreign Editor Alison Smale said on the evening of March 5, nearly 96 hours after the Observer broke the story. But we could get no confirmation or comment on the memo from U.S. officials. Smale told me, we would normally expect to do our own intelligence reporting. Whatever the rationale, the New York Times opted not to cover the story at all. And the sparse U.S. coverage that did take place mostly downplayed the significance of the Observer's revelations. Point 14. 2. Our leaders will do everything they can to avoid war. While revving up the nation's war machinery, presidents are at pains to proclaim that they despise war. On April 10, 1965, early into a fateful spring that dramatically escalated the U.S. military role in Vietnam, President Johnson told the American people, "We love peace. We hate war. But our course is charted always by the compass of honor." Such peace-loving refrains from top officials in Washington are routine. Vice President George H.W. Bush, during his successful presidential campaign, offered this assurance in mid-August 1988, "I hate war. I love peace. We have peace. And I am not going to let anyone take it away from us." 16 months later, he was ordering the invasion of Panama. When a president stresses that deployment of U.S. troops is defensive, his attack plans are often in high gear. America does not seek conflict, nor do we seek to chart the destiny of other nations, Bush said on August 8, 1990. But America will stand by her friends. The mission of our troops is wholly defensive. 2. Even some customary peace advocates were, at least initially, fooled by the spin. On August 3, 1990, the day after Iraqi troops invaded Kuwait, Jesse Jackson said that Saddam Hussein must know he has pushed us over the line and that his insistence on the occupation of Kuwait and the threat against Saudi Arabia is an extreme act of provocation that would be met with force. 3. By the second week of September, the White House claimed that at least 250,000 Iraqi troops and 1,500 tanks were in Kuwait and poised to keep moving. Much of the initial public rationale for a U.S. military buildup in the Persian Gulf that fall was based on the argument that those Iraqi soldiers represented an imminent threat to invade Saudi Arabia. The claim that additional U.S. troops being sent to the Gulf were on a mission to defend Saudi borders came in handy for numerous media venues. In mid-October, on ABC's Nightline, a former U.S. commander in Vietnam, General William Westmoreland, asserted, "Our troops are there to deter any further aggression by Iraq. They'll be used if Saddam Hussein attacks Saudi Arabia. They're on the battlefield, but they haven't been committed to combat." 4. After purchasing photos of the region from a Soviet commercial satellite agency, the St. Petersburg Times in Florida published a front-page article on January 6, 1991, more than a week before the Gulf War began, reporting that Soviet satellite photos of Kuwait taken 5 weeks after the Iraqi invasion suggest the Bush administration might have exaggerated the scope of Iraq's military threat to Saudi Arabia at the time. Analysis of the photos indicated that the actual Iraqi troop strength in Kuwait was perhaps 25% of the figure that the White House had trumpeted while building its war agenda. However, the St. Petersburg Times reporting on the satellite photos got little play in the national media. Overall, that autumn and winter felt a lot like 1964 to the man who'd given the Pentagon Papers to the press. "I was just appalled," Daniel Ellsberg said. The American newspapers seemed as willing to collaborate in this hoax, this approach to war being carried on covertly, as they had been 25 years earlier, when I was in the Pentagon making plans for the bombing of North Vietnam. 5. In general, the more a president persists with making war, the more he touts his commitment to peace. After the Tonkin Gulf Resolution, the Johnson administration, eager to reassure Congress and the public, filled every year with fervent homilies to peace while heightening the carnage in Vietnam. A few samples. 1964. Our one desire, our one determination is that the people of Southeast Asia be left in peace to work out their own destinies in their own way. 6. President Johnson. 1965. Our commitment to strengthening the peace has not weakened. 7. Vice President Humphrey. 1966. I do not genuinely believe that there's any single person anywhere in the world that wants peace as much as I want it. 8. President Johnson. 1967. There is no quick and easy way to peace. It must and will be built out of the cumulative acts of men and women who dedicate their lives to the service of their fellow men and therefore to the service of God. 9. Vice President Humphrey. 1968. But our goal is peace, and peace at the earliest possible moment. I wish with all of my heart that the expenditures that are necessary to build and to protect our power could all be devoted to the programs of peace. But until world conditions permit, and until peace is assured, America's might and America's bravest sons who wear our nation's uniform must continue to stand guard for all of us as they gallantly do tonight in Vietnam and other places in the world. 10. President Johnson. A change of administrations brings a new wave of pledges for the pursuit of peace. At their inaugurals, I.F. Stone wrote a few days after Richard Nixon moved into the White House, "Presidents make us the dupes of our hopes." 11 flowery phrases from the inauguration were in the air. In his inaugural speech, the incoming president foreshadowed several more years of mass slaughter under the guise of diplomatic efforts to end the war in Vietnam. "I know that peace does not come through wishing for it, that there is no substitute for days and even years of patient and prolonged diplomacy." Stone observed days after Nixon's inauguration, "It's easier to make war when you talk peace." 12. As a practical propagandistic matter, Americans' desires for peace frequently become hostages to war. I pledged in my campaign for the presidency to end the war in a way that we could win the peace, Nixon said a year after he won the election that made him president. I have initiated a plan of action which will enable me to keep that pledge. The more support I can have from the American people, the sooner that pledge can be redeemed. 13. At the White House, policymakers rely on trust in presidential judgment to override any skepticism. That's one of the main reasons that the unauthorized release of the Pentagon Papers caused alarm at the pinnacle of the government, even though the documents covered a span of years that did not include the presidency of the incumbent. Oval Office tapes have revealed that the day after the New York Times began to publish the Pentagon Papers in mid-June 1971, top aide H.R. Haldeman told President Nixon, "To the ordinary guy, all this is a bunch of gobbledygook. But out of the gobbledygook comes a very clear thing: you can't trust the government, you can't believe what they say, and you can't rely on their judgment." And the implicit infallibility of presidents, which has been an accepted thing in America, is badly hurt by this, because it shows that people do things the president wants to do even though it's wrong, and the president can be wrong. 14. Although the gist of that message from the Pentagon Papers was widely heard by Americans in the summer of 1971, many had trouble believing that the present-day president was engaging in similar deceptions. It was as if, for most people, a default assumption of trustworthiness in effect, that was then, this is now conferred special benefits of doubts on the current occupant of the Oval Office. President Nixon strived to maximize trust in his leadership while continuing the war with a shift toward more technological killing. Nixon was increasing deceptively labeled protective reaction strikes against the North to a level that amounted to the resumption of Johnson's bombing, Daniel Ellsberg has written. Starting the day after Christmas 1971, he launched 1,000 U.S. bombers during 5 days of bombing against North Vietnam, in the heaviest raid since 1968. Most Americans in truth had wanted out of the war long before the papers were published. A majority had even come to regard it as immoral. In the face of that majority sentiment, the president had kept the war going by reducing ground troops, while he increased the bombing, and by recurrently convincing the public that he was on the verge of a settlement. He did that again in the next few months, unveiling in January 1972 the secret talks and a deceptively generous offer that he knew was unacceptable to Hanoi 15. In public, using tones that must have reassured millions of Americans, the president spoke with gravity about the war and his heartfelt yearning for peace. In private, top-level discussions were something else. The disconnect went to extremes that most citizens would find unimaginable. On April 25, 1972, for instance, the White House taping system recorded this noontime dialogue among President Nixon, White House Press Secretary Ron Ziegler, and Henry Kissinger. President: how many did we kill in Laos? Ziegler: maybe 10,000. 15. Kissinger: in the Laotian thing, we killed about 10, 15. President: see, the attack in the north that we have in mind. Power plants, whatever's left pole, the docks. And I still think we ought to take the dikes out now. Will that drown people? Kissinger: about 200,000 people. President: no, no, no. I'd rather use the nuclear bomb. Have you got that, Henry? Kissinger: that, I think, would just be too much. President: the nuclear bomb, does that bother you? I just want you to think big, Henry, for Christ's sakes. 16. 9 days later, while conferring with Kissinger, Al Haig, and John Connally, the president said, "I'll see that the United States does not lose. I'm putting it quite bluntly. I'll be quite precise. South Vietnam may lose. But the United States cannot lose. Which means, basically, I have made the decision. Whatever happens to South Vietnam, we are going to cream North Vietnam. For once, we've got to use the maximum power of this country against this shit-ass little country, to win the war. We can't use the word win. But others can." 17. The commander-in-chief is a civilian, but often speaks in wartime as if mere civilians should not hope to be part of the decision-making process. The message to the public, niceties aside, is apt to be rather unsubtle, but out. I have not, and do not, intend to announce the timetable for our program, and there are obvious reasons for this decision which I'm sure you will understand, President Nixon told the nation in a November 1969 speech. As I've indicated on several occasions, the rate of withdrawal will depend on developments. Nixon, of course, reassured the public that he was among the war makers perennially in pursuit of peace and justice everlasting. I have initiated a plan which will end this war in a way that will bring us closer to that great goal to which Woodrow Wilson and every American president in our history has been dedicated, the goal of a just and lasting peace. 18. The same phrase, lasting peace, was in Nixon's second inaugural address. Moments after being sworn in again, Nixon was spinning for the history books and more immediately for public opinion. Because of America's bold initiatives, he said, 1972 will be long remembered as the year of the greatest progress since the end of World War II toward a lasting peace in the world. In late November, 2 months before Nixon spoke those words, Kissinger and Le Duc, the North Vietnamese negotiator, held 4 days of talks, which failed, Los Angeles Times reporter Jacques Leslie was to write in a memoir. They met over a 10-day period in December and failed again. Then the Americans tried another gambit. In return for Thieu's signature on the ceasefire pact, they pounded North Vietnam. They unloosed the biggest bombing campaign in the history of warfare, striking canals, highways, factories, air and seaports, and 3 days before Christmas they leveled a Hanoi hospital. In case the bombing was perceived as unbecoming, they imposed a blackout on all news related to it. 19 Daniel Ellsberg describes the U.S. government's late December bombing spree this way: President Nixon sent B-52s over Hanoi for the first time ever. In the next 11 days and nights with Christmas off, American planes dropped on North Vietnam 20,000 tons of bombs, amounting to the explosive equivalent of the Nagasaki A-bomb 20. In the first hours of 1973, Nixon halted the attacks. Later in January came an agreement between the American and North Vietnamese governments. The document, which the North Vietnamese clearly had been prepared to sign all along, instructed the Vietnamese parties to negotiate a final settlement but offered no incentive to do so, Leslie wrote. Instead, the U.S. was already busy rearming the ARVN, while the North Vietnamese kept their troops in the south as part of the agreement. The accord's major achievement was in providing for the two sides to slug it out alone, while the United States, together with its pals, finally went home. This was Nixon's peace with honor. 21 American media reported that the war was ending at last. 22. On January 20, 1973, just weeks after the massive Christmas-time bombing of North Vietnam's capital, Nixon said in his second inaugural address, "Today, I ask your prayers that in the years ahead I may have God's help in making decisions that are right for America." He laid claim to the mantle of peacemaker. Let us be proud that by our bold, new initiatives, and by our steadfastness for peace with honor, we have made a breakthrough toward creating in the world what the world has not known before: a structure of peace that can last, not merely for our time, but for generations to come. On the first day of May 2003, under a Mission Accomplished banner, President George W. Bush used his elaborate photo op aboard the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln near San Diego to proclaim the end of major hostilities in Iraq. But the occupation proved to be perfectly compatible with a lot more killing of fighters as well as civilians who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. 23. As for peace, the Prussian General Karl von Clausewitz remarked 2 centuries ago, "A conqueror is always a lover of peace." 24 On his own terms, of course. In early 1999, reporting about prospects of a U.S.-led NATO war on Yugoslavia, the American media glided past a key aspect of negotiations taking place at Rambouillet in France. The U.S. government kept insisting on a provision rejected by the Serb president, Slobodan Milosevic, before the bombing began in late March that allowed for NATO troops to occupy all of Yugoslavia. It was the kind of demand that no sovereign nation would accept without a fight. But the major U.S. news outlets were silent about this provision, failing to inform the public about Appendix B of the Rambouillet text, which stated, NATO personnel shall enjoy, together with their vehicles, vessels, aircraft, and equipment, free and unrestricted passage and unimpeded access throughout the FRI including associated airspace and territorial waters. This shall include, but not be limited to, the right of bivouac, maneuver, billet, and utilization of any areas or facilities as required for support, training, and operations. 25. Appendix B also insisted, NATO personnel shall be immune from any form of arrest, investigation, or detention by the authorities in the FRI. NATO is granted the use of airports, roads, rails and ports without payment. The right to use all of the electromagnetic spectrum. 26. Later, after more than 2 months of war, the Washington Post mentioned some of those terms at the end of a June 10 news story, on page 824. The article noted that a provision of the U.S. drafted peace agreement that Belgrade rejected in February as especially unpalatable has been dropped from the new military agreement. The story went on to say that Appendix B would have limited the peacekeeping force to troops from NATO countries and would have allowed the peacekeepers to go wherever they wanted and do whatever they wanted throughout Yugoslavia, not just in Kosovo. The article described it as a little-noticed appendix to that peace plan. The appendix had been little noticed because the Clinton administration, after slipping it into the Rambouillet proposal as a poison pill, had no desire to highlight it. And the U.S. news media, while reporting on the Rambouillet talks as part of extensive pre-war coverage of diplomatic maneuvers and saber-rattling, had not informed the American people that their government was, in effect, insisting on a far-fetched provision, so war would seem like the only wise option after Washington's supposedly good-faith negotiation efforts failed to culminate with an agreement. It would be a mistake to blame only government officials. The big U.S. media outlets did not cover Appendix B before or during the war. Appendix B was no secret. And information about it continued to reach newsrooms, before and after the war began. For instance, on April 16, fully 8 weeks before the Post described the Appendix B provisions as little noticed, my colleagues at the Institute for Public Accuracy put out a news release under the headline "Troubling Questions about Rambouillet," which went to well over 1,000 U.S. reporters, editors, and producers via fax and email. The Clinton administration has repeatedly claimed that bombing is necessary because Milosevic would not agree to negotiations, citing his refusal to accept the Rambouillet text, the news release said. But did Rambouillet represent real negotiations or an ultimatum? The release pointed out, the Rambouillet text of February 23, a month before NATO began bombing, contains provisions that seem to have provided for NATO to occupy the entire Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, not just Kosovo. 27. Why does such crucial information become footnotes to history rather than high-profile news that can inform public debate before a war starts? The habitual American media reliance on official U.S. sources predisposes most coverage to remain in sync with what is coming out of high places in Washington. Time after time, during military and public relations build-ups before a war begins, the press corps keeps relaying the points that the administration wishes to emphasize. What's downplayed or left out, omissions such as the little-noticed matter of Appendix B, can make a profound difference. While the intensive bombing of Yugoslavia proceeded, not all American journalists deferred to the guidance of U.S. officials by ignoring the fine print of Rambouillet. At the annual Overseas Press Club Awards dinner in April 1999, 2 recipients of honors demanded that the event's guest speaker, Special U.S. Envoy Richard Holbrooke, who had personally delivered the ultimatum to Belgrade hours before the bombs started falling, account for the little-known stipulations in the Rambouillet text. Amy Goodman and Jeremy Scahill, progressive journalists with the Pacifica radio-affiliated program Democracy Now!, confronted him with a question that America's mainstream media had failed to ask. But, aided by awards presenter Tom Brokaw, the esteemed diplomat slipped away without answering. Nor did the assembled editors, reporters, and producers support Goodman and Scahill in their quest for a full explanation. In a banquet room filled with hundreds of American journalists, the ambassador was among friends. Their lack of curiosity about the Rambouillet text spoke volumes. 28. Rather than being a means to avoid war, diplomacy is sometimes a way of laying the propaganda groundwork for war. Along that line, Washington's maneuvers at the United Nations have been integral to public relations efforts for domestic and foreign consumption. 29. In practice, one of the key steps towards starting a war is to go through the motions of exploring alternatives to war. Such pantomimes of diplomacy help to make war possible. So Fareed Zakaria, a former managing editor of the elite-flavored journal Foreign Affairs, recommended PR prudence in the quest for a confrontation that could facilitate an invasion of Iraq. Even if the inspections do not produce the perfect crisis, Zakaria wrote in late summer 2002, Washington will still be better off for having tried because it would be seen to have made every effort to avoid war. 30. Policymakers in Washington are often eager to be seen as having tried to avoid war. And to that end, they're often willing to give the United Nations a chance to be relevant. Many pundits are also happy at the prospect that the United Nations might redeem itself for past inadequacies as far as the US government is concerned. In the world of a single, dominant superpower, the UN Security Council becomes even more important, not less, Thomas Friedman wrote on November 13, 2002. The New York Times columnist was greatly enamored of the evident potential of the world body. The Bush team discovered that the best way to legitimize its overwhelming might in a war of choice was not by simply imposing it, but by channeling it through the UN. For many American journalists, recalcitrant allies are sometimes tantamount to betrayers. 3 weeks into 2003, The Washington Post reported on its front page that the French government signaled plans to wage a major diplomatic fight, including possible use of its veto power on the Security Council to prevent a resolution authorizing war on Iraq. The news story informed readers that France and other balking countries had just engaged in a diplomatic version of an ambush, a description attributed to no one. The same article closed with a quote from Secretary of State Colin Powell, "If the United Nations is going to be relevant, it has to take a firm stand." 31. When Colin Powell made his dramatic presentation to the UN Security Council in early February 2003, he fudged, exaggerated, and concocted. 32 Along the way, Powell played fast and loose with translations of phone intercepts to make them seem more incriminating. And, as researchers at the Media Watch Group FAIR pointed out, Powell relied heavily on the disclosure of Iraq's pre-war unconventional weapons programs by defector Hussein Kamel, without noting that Kamel had also said that all those weapons had been destroyed. 33 But the Secretary of State wowed U.S. journalists. 38 and a half years earlier, another high-drama presentation by a U.S. official to the Security Council had come from Ambassador Adlai Stevenson in early August 1964, when he depicted Tonkin Gulf events of recent days in no uncertain terms. Without any shadow of doubt, Stevenson said, the North Vietnamese government had been guilty of planned deliberate military aggression against vessels lawfully present in international waters. 34 Like Powell's stellar performance, Stevenson's presentation, also based on lies, helped to lay the pseudo-diplomatic groundwork for an aggressive U.S. war to come. Powell's televised speech at the United Nations on February 5, 2003, exuded great confidence and authoritative judgment. But he owed much of his touted credibility to the fact that he had long functioned inside a media bubble shielding him from direct challenge. 35 It might puzzle an American to read, in a book later compiled by Britain's Guardian newspaper, that Powell's much ballyhooed speech that day went over like a lead balloon. The presentation was long on assertion and muffled taped phone calls, but short on killer facts, the book said. It fell flat. 36. Fell flat? Well, it did in Britain, where a portion of the mainstream press immediately set about engaging in vigorous journalism that ripped apart many of Powell's assertions within days. But not on the western side of the Atlantic, where Powell's star turn at the United Nations elicited an outpouring of media adulation. In the process of deference to Powell, many liberals were among the swooners. In her Washington Post column the morning after Powell spoke, Mary McGrory proclaimed that he persuaded me. She wrote, "The cumulative effect was stunning." And McGrory, a seasoned and dovish political observer, concluded, "I'm not ready for war yet. But Colin Powell has convinced me that it might be the only way to stop a fiend, and that if we do go, there is reason." 37 In the same edition, Post columnist Richard Cohen shared his insight that Powell was utterly convincing. The evidence he presented to the United Nations, some of it circumstantial, some of it absolutely bone-chilling in its detail, had to prove to anyone that Iraq not only hasn't accounted for its weapons of mass destruction but without a doubt still retains them. Only a fool or possibly a Frenchman could conclude otherwise. 38 inches away, Post readers found Jim Hoagland's column with this lead: "Colin Powell did more than present the world with a convincing and detailed X-ray of Iraq's secret weapons and terrorism programs yesterday. He also exposed the enduring bad faith of several key members of the UN Security Council when it comes to Iraq and its web of lies, in Powell's phrase." Hoagland's closing words sought to banish doubt, to continue to say that the Bush administration has not made its case. "You must now believe that Colin Powell lied in the most serious statement he will ever make, or was taken in by manufactured evidence. I don't believe that. Today, neither should you." 39. On the opposite page, the morning after Powell's momentous UN speech, a Washington Post editorial was figuratively on the same page as the Post columnists. Under the headline "Irrefutable," the newspaper laid down its line for rationality: "After Secretary of State Colin L. Powell's presentation to the United Nations Security Council yesterday, it is hard to imagine how anyone could doubt that Iraq possesses weapons of mass destruction." 40. Also smitten was the editorial board of the most influential U.S. newspaper leaning against the push for war. Hours after Powell finished his UN snow job, the New York Times published an editorial with a mollified tone declaring that he presented the United Nations and a global television audience yesterday with the most powerful case to date that Saddam Hussein stands in defiance of Security Council resolutions and has no intention of revealing or surrendering whatever unconventional weapons he may have. By sending Powell to address the Security Council, the Times claimed, President Bush showed a wise concern for international opinion. And the paper contended that Mr. Powell's presentation was all the more convincing because he dispensed with apocalyptic invocations of a struggle of good and evil and focused on shaping a sober, factual case against Mr. Hussein's regime. 41. What happened in early 2003 occurs time and again. American envoys are shuttling to foreign capitals. Dramatic speeches underscore U.S. efforts to galvanize international support. The White House warns that the United Nations, at this historic juncture, must decide whether to take responsibility or risk irrelevance. Washington stresses that the U.S. government does not need permission to act decisively on behalf of freedom and security. As war appears more likely, media coverage grows more intense. Tearful loved ones say goodbye at ports, army bases, and airports. Poignant interviews with soldiers, pilots, and sailors remind us how young and brave they are. More American flags are on TV screens. Feature stories elaborate on the capabilities of the Pentagon's latest weaponry. The President offers assurances that innocents have nothing to fear from us. While leaders of some other countries express opposition to the probable attack, the White House explains that not going to war is now the worst option. In mid-November 1998, when Saddam Hussein's pledge of full cooperation with UN weapons inspectors led President Bill Clinton to cancel air attacks at the last minute, a strong wave of frustration swept through American news media. Quite a few pundits sounded very disappointed. The pattern was all too familiar. The refrain went yet again: after a tense confrontation, the U.S. government did not let the missiles fly. Many commentators griped about the cost of mobilizing and then not attacking. Each time the United States sent a fleet to the Persian Gulf, the tab for the buildup amounted to another $1 billion or so. What good is repeated deployment of enormous firepower if it isn't used? President Clinton proclaimed that Iraq has backed down 42, but 2 days later, The Washington Post filled its opinion page with caustic reactions from three prominent syndicated columnists across the mainstream political spectrum. Clinton again proved his international impotence, George Will observed from the front lines of his keyboard, warning against restraint. U.S. forces should quickly destroy any site, such as a presidential compound, that inspectors are prevented from examining. Charles Crothammer wrote that Clinton was given an extraordinary opportunity to strike a massive blow against Saddam. He flinched. Crothammer briefly noted that the military's estimate of casualties from an initial strike was 10,000 Iraqi dead, but who cared? Uncle Sam should strive to disarm, disrupt, and destroy Saddam's regime. A relentless air campaign had a good chance of doing that. Richard Cohen was not to be outdone in the bloodthirst department. Both countries backed down, one the world's only superpower, the other a third world country, short of everything but gall, he declared. Something is out of balance here. The Clinton administration waited too long to act. It needed to punch out Iraq's lights, and it did not do so. 43. In the aftermath of that standoff, the media concerns were often framed in macho terms. News coverage focused on a question that led off a front-page New York Times article, "Who blinked?" 44. Many American journalists lamented that Clinton did not entirely stare down Saddam Hussein. With such coverage, news consumers could easily slip into spectator mode, vicarious and detached, while euphemisms were wrapped around playground posturing. Will, Crothammer, Cohen, and other pundits had to cope with their disappointment, but not for too long. After the false start that had subjected the Clinton administration to withering media criticism in November 1998, the year culminated with bombardment of Iraq for several days. When the next president was planning an invasion of Iraq, the publicized arguments included claims that being credible meant going ahead with war. In July 2002, a top Pentagon advisor, James R. Schlesinger, rang the bell. "My view is that given all we have said as a leading world power about the necessity of regime change in Iraq means that our credibility would be badly damaged if that regime change did not take place." 45. Such fixations on credibility are setups for self-justification. Painting himself into a corner with other people's blood, a president makes a virtue out of a disastrous course. 46. During the summer of 2002, elected officials and high-level appointees were resolute. It was no time for the U.S. government to risk taking yes for an answer from Iraq. The administration of the second President Bush moved the goalposts, quickly pounding them into the ground. In early August, before Iraq agreed to let UN weapons inspectors back into the country, a State Department undersecretary swung a heavy mallet. "Let there be no mistake," said John Bolton. "While we also insist on the reintroduction of the weapons inspectors, our policy at the same time insists on regime change in Baghdad, and that policy will not be altered, whether inspectors go in or not." 47. Meanwhile, rationales for launching an attack were floating across op-ed pages. A Wall Street Journal essay by a pair of ex-Justice Department attorneys maintained that the United States would be fully within its rights to attack Iraq and overthrow the regime based on the customary international law doctrine of anticipatory self-defense. 48. Of course, if such claims as anticipatory self-defense were valid reasons for starting a war, then the same excuse could have been used by the Iraqi government to justify an attack on the United States. A cloud briefly fell over the sunny skies for war when the U.S. Congress got an invitation in midsummer. A letter from an Iraqi official said congressional visitors and weapons experts of their choice could visit any site in Iraq alleged to be used for development of chemical, biological or nuclear weapons, USA Today reported, while the New York Times noted that the letter said members of Congress could bring arms experts and should plan to stay 3 weeks. 49. The news had potential to impede the acceleration toward war. But U.S. media treatment matched the bipartisan refusal by leaders in Congress to do anything but scorn the offer. Summing up the diplomatic overture, The front page of the New York Times informed readers that the letter was apparently trying to pit legislators against the Bush administration, a pithy phrase that spurned the invitation as nothing more than mischievous. 50 The first words of USA Today's news coverage called it the latest Iraqi bid to complicate U.S. invasion plans. 51 The last things administration officials wanted were complications before the war could get underway. Congress was a flimsy obstacle that could easily be overcome. The leadership of both parties had quibbles at times but did not question the fundamentals. In August 2002, when the Senate Foreign Relations Committee held hearings about the wisdom of making war on Iraq, the arguments were overwhelmingly about military tactics and realpolitik strategies. Scott Ritter, a former UN weapons inspector with long experience in Iraq, was perceptive when he charged that Chairman Joseph Biden and most of the congressional hierarchy have preordained a conclusion that seeks to remove Saddam Hussein from power regardless of the facts, and are using these hearings to provide political cover for a massive military attack on Iraq. 52 Naturally, given his attitude, Ritter was excluded from the witness list. To date, he said, the Bush administration has been unable or unwilling to back up its rhetoric concerning the Iraqi threat with any substantive facts. 53 Among those testifying at the Senate committee's hearing on Iraq was Richard Butler, the head of the UN weapons inspection program in Iraq several years earlier. At the Senate hearing, Butler suggested that perhaps the Russian government could be induced to tell Baghdad, "You will do serious arms control or you're toast." 54 Like numerous other notables treated with great deference by the National Press Corps, Butler tried to seem suave and clever as he talked of launching a high-tech attack. In Britain, some of the press was less welcoming of the war to come and more candid about key circumstances leading up to it. On August 4, in The Observer, Foreign Affairs editor Peter Beaumont wrote, "The question now appears to be not whether there will be a war, but when. The answer is that in war, as other matters, timing is all. For President George W. Bush, that timing will be dictated by the demands of a domestic political agenda." The late summer was just a mild prelude to an autumn PR onslaught. As the White House Chief of Staff, Andrew Card, confided in a rare burst of public candor, "You don't introduce new products in August." 55 As usual, during the pre-war agenda setting, reliance on official sources dominated news coverage. Centers of power in the executive branch were overwhelming. The Tyndall Report, a media research outfit, crunched the numbers for ABC, CBS, and NBC, the three largest broadcast networks, between September 2002 and February 2003. During that 6-month period, just before the war began, more than 90% of the 414 stories about Iraq had originated at the State Department, the Pentagon, or the White House. 56 Media appearances were apt to be deceiving. Objections to launching a war seemed to loom large during the late summer and fall of 2002. Weeks or months later, the bulk of the establishment's objectors would collapse into silence or voice support. Few of the most widely publicized skeptics were willing to stand up to presidential insistence. Caveats from the likes of loyal Republicans Dick Armey, Chuck Hagel, and Brent Scowcroft, along with Senator Dianne Feinstein and many other Democrats, were inclined to disintegrate. Likewise, history gave the president ample reasons to believe that most hand-wringing punditry would turn into applause at the first launch of missiles. In fact, many of the arguments marshaled in the mainstream media against a precipitous attack on Iraq already accepted the need for the U.S. government to impose massive violence on that country. Whether the venues were Capitol Hill or media outlets, most of the criticism was largely concerned with style, timing, and tactics. And quite a bit of the flack came from prower commentators who wanted the president to get his militaristic act together. The editor of The Atlantic magazine, Michael Kelly, used his August 21, 2002, column in the Washington Post to lament the president's refusal to wage a coherent campaign to win public and, let's force the issue, congressional approval for the war. While President Bush huddled with hawks at the top of the pecking order at his ranch in Crawford, Texas, war enthusiasts went on the offensive across the nation's media landscape. Their efforts added to a sustained volume of news coverage as the midterm congressional elections neared. The more that Iraq dominated front pages, magazine covers, news broadcasts, and cable channels, the less space there was for such matters as the nation's overall economic woes, the intensifying retirement worries of many Americans, the Wall Street scandals, and specific stories about entanglements that linked Bush or Dick Cheney with malodorous corporate firms including Enron, Harkin, and Halliburton. Bush's advisors had every reason to want a similar pattern through Election Day. 57. Old hands in prior administrations weighed in. Some made cautionary statements. But a typical assist came just after Labor Day from George Shultz, who wrote a long piece in the Washington Post that was as emphatic as it was deceptive, beginning with a flourish to indicate that continued absence of war would be a tragedy of Shakespearean dimensions. Are we to be the Hamlet of nations, debating endlessly over when and how to act? From there, the former Secretary of State was off to the polemical races. Saddam Hussein has relentlessly amassed weapons of mass destruction and continues their development, Shultz wrote. He asserted, a strong foundation exists for immediate military action against Hussein and for a multilateral effort to rebuild Iraq after he is gone. The failure to take military action against Hussein after his flagrant violation in 1998 has given him nearly 4 years to continue unencumbered in his development and accumulation of weapons of mass destruction. Military force against Hussein is both necessary and authorized to rid Iraq of weapons of mass destruction. The evidence is clear that Hussein continues to amass weapons of mass destruction. By now, the risks of inaction clearly outweigh the risks of action. If there is a rattlesnake in the yard, you don't wait for it to strike before you take action in self-defense. The danger is immediate. The making of weapons of mass destruction grows increasingly difficult to counter with each passing day. And Shultz insisted, no longer can anyone plausibly claim that Iraq's weapons of mass destruction can be eliminated by an inspection program. 58. In late autumn, large teams of UN weapons inspectors returned to Iraq, where they scoured the country for several months. The White House went through the motions of supporting the effort while simultaneously denigrating its ultimate utility. Many news outlets frequently made it known that the inspection regimen was bound to fail. The media wisdom was that surely Saddam Hussein possessed large arsenals of mass destruction. 59 When Saddam Hussein denied having weapons of mass destruction, the response was derisive. If you believe that, a Wall Street Journal editorial declared, you are probably a Swedish weapons inspector. 60 Like many other journalists, Christopher Hitchens grew very impatient with the inspections, they were delaying the necessary war. Those who are calling for more time in this process, he wrote, should be aware that they are calling for more time for Saddam's people to complete their humiliation and subversion of the inspectors. 61. 31 years earlier, as a Vietnam veteran, John Kerry had denounced the war in Southeast Asia. But on October 9, 2002, it was no surprise when Senator Kerry announced that he would vote for the Iraq War resolution. Kerry included this rhetorical question in his oratory on the Senate floor: why is Saddam Hussein attempting to develop nuclear weapons when most nations don't even try? And, Kerry stressed, according to intelligence, Iraq has chemical and biological weapons. To help set the stage for his Senate war vote, Kerry appeared for an hour on MSNBC's Hardball program, live from the Citadel. An audience of young cadets provided a backdrop as the graying senator burnished his warrior persona. Soldiers who love each other and really fight for each other as much as for anything else. I think that's what we want to make certain is what happens if and when we go into Iraq, Kerry said. I'm prepared to go. I think people understand that Saddam Hussein is a danger. But you want to go maximizing your capacity for victory, not beginning with deficits. That's one of the lessons of Vietnam. 62 Among politicians and journalists, the lessons often seemed ambiguous, contradictory, pliable, indeed, manipulable. In practice, the overlap of agreement was that wars were far better won than lost. 63. In March 2003, days before the invasion of Iraq began, President Bush went on television from the White House and offered an explanation for why Americans need not feel the slightest drop of blood on their hands. Should Saddam Hussein choose confrontation, the American people can know that every measure has been taken to avoid war, he said, and every measure will be taken to win it. 64. 3. Our leaders would never tell us outright lies. During an early stage of the Vietnam War buildup, Daniel Ellsberg worked as special assistant to John T. McNaughton, a key Pentagon official on Vietnam policies. I often watched McNaughton with reporters, because he called me into his office whenever he had to give an interview, Ellsberg was to recall. As a new employee, Ellsberg watched and marveled. John was great at this. As he got into areas where he had to be especially untruthful or elusive, his Pekin, Illinois, accent got broader till he sounded like someone discussing corn at a country fair or standing at the rail of a riverboat. You looked for hayseed in his cuffs. He simply didn't mind looking and sounding like a hick in the interests of dissimulation. My future boss in Vietnam, Edward Lansdale, had the same willingness to appear simple-minded when he wanted to be opaque, as he did with most outsiders. In both cases it was very effective. Reporters would tell me how open my boss was, compared with others they ran into, this after I had listened to an hour of whoppers. It became clear to me that journalists had no idea, no clue, even the best of them, just how often and how egregiously they were lied to. 1. In late February 2002, news broke that the mission of the Pentagon's oddly named Office of Strategic Influence included trying to deceive the international media. After nearly a week of negative coverage, President Bush proclaimed zero tolerance for lies from U.S. officials. "We'll tell the American people the truth," he vowed. The next day, the controversial office became history when a somber Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld announced, "It is being closed down." He took the opportunity to offer assurances that the Defense Department would not ever try to deceive journalists. "This is something the Pentagon has not done, is not doing and would not condone." 3. And so the Office of Strategic Influence went from obscurity to infamy to oblivion during a spin cycle that lasted just 7 days. The bad publicity was embarrassing, but the inky cloud had a silver lining. The scuttling of the project was an occasion to explicitly affirm the trustworthy character of Washington's official sources on military matters. I'm absolutely convinced that in no way would top officials of the administration ever have approved lying to the media, said a retired Air Force general, Donald Shepard, wearing his media hat as a CNN military analyst. 4 With considerably more candor, Newsday columnist Ellis Hennigan wrote, "But don't worry, Rumsfeld's people were whispering yesterday around the Pentagon. They'll keep on spreading whatever stories they think they have to foreigners especially. Call it the free flow of misinformation. Who needs a formal office for that?" 5. Some of the media attacks on the Office of Strategic Influence actually reinforced the notion that the U.S. government had no rational motive for hiding truth, since its real endeavors could proudly stand the light of day. It was an easy misconception that would hardly displease the propagandists who concocted the Office of Strategic Influence in the first place. None of them should have minded the message near the end of a tough New York Times column, headlined "Office of Strategic Mendacity," with Maureen Dowd applying an oily salve to PR wounds she'd just inflicted. "Our cause is just," she concluded. So why not just tell the truth? 6 With the Office of Strategic Influence declared to be null and void, the public relations dividends were quickly noticeable. The Chicago Tribune quoted Lucy Dalglish, executive director of the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press, generously praising officials at the Pentagon. "This is good news for the public. Now we can have more confidence that what they're telling us is true." 7. But such confidence was misplaced. During the year that followed, the Pentagon put out a profuse supply of bogus stories based on intelligence about Iraq's weapons of mass destruction and purported links to al-Qaeda with the goal of promoting an invasion of Iraq. Lieutenant Colonel Karen Kwiatkowski saw the disinformation process unfold, working at the Pentagon's Near East and South Asia Bureau and observing the Defense Secretary's beloved Office of Special Plans, which provided talking points to top-level administration officials. "You could find bits and pieces of fact throughout," she later told documentary filmmakers. "But framed, articulated, crafted to convince someone of of things that weren't true. She looked back ruefully. I worked in a place where they concentrated on preparing this storyline and selling it to everyone that they could possibly sell it to. Anyone would be ill-advised to assume truthfulness of Pentagon pronouncements or to trust that officials weren't cloaking essential facts with the simple strategy of withholding information. As a Pentagon official remarked to a Newsday reporter at the time of the Gulf War, "We lie by not telling you things." 9. Our leaders never lie to us unless you mean lying by omission, lying with statistics, lying via unsupported claims, or lying with purposeful obfuscation, misleading statements, and successions of little white lies. Citizens make decisions based on information from presidents, pundits, and their colleagues in government and the news media. Often these esteemed public figures claim to have special knowledge. Our trust may be essential to their plans, but it is unwarranted. 95 days before the invasion of Iraq began, I sat in the ornate Baghdad office of the Deputy Prime Minister as he talked about the UN weapons inspectors in his country. "They are doing their jobs freely, without any interruption," Tariq Aziz said. And still the warmongering language in Washington is keeping on. The White House, according to Aziz, had written the latest UN Security Council resolution in a way to be certainly refused. But, he added pointedly, "We surprised them by saying, 'Okay, we can live with it. We'll be patient enough to live with it and prove to you and to the world that your allegations about weapons of mass destruction are not true.'" 10. That night in mid-December 2002, Tariq Aziz, dressed in a well-cut business suit, witty and fluent in English, seemed to epitomize the urbanity of evil. 11 As a prominent servant of a murderous despot, he lied often. 12 But not that time. On March 17, 2003, in a major address to the American people just days before the invasion began, President George W. Bush declared, "Intelligence gathered by this and other governments leaves no doubt that the Iraq regime continues to possess and conceal some of the most lethal weapons ever devised." Bush was able to make the claim stick with most Americans at the time because of media coverage that had accepted leaked U.S. intelligence reports as credible even though extensive contrary information was readily available at the time. 13 Any intelligence failure was matched by a contemporaneous media failure. 14 After devoting thousands of network hours and oceans of ink to stories about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, major U.S. news outlets did little but yawn when Newsweek published an exclusive report on the subject in late February 2003, a piece headlined "The Defectors' Secrets." It was hard to imagine how any journalist on the pre-war beat could read the article's lead without doing a double take. Hussein Kamel, the highest-ranking Iraqi official ever to defect from Saddam Hussein's inner circle, told CIA and British intelligence officers and UN inspectors in the summer of 1995 that after the Gulf War, Iraq destroyed all its chemical and biological weapons stocks and the missiles to deliver them. The article was written by Newsweek national security correspondent John Barry, who had been with the magazine since 1985. After following the Iraq weapons story for a dozen years, he drew on in-depth knowledge in stark contrast to journalists who simply relayed the pronouncements coming out of Washington and the United Nations. "I think the whole issue of Iraq's weaponry has become steadily more impacted and complicated over the years," Barry told me in an interview 2 days after his article appeared. "People often had trouble making sense out of the twists and turns of the arguments. And," Barry added, "what was being reported as fact provided by the US government or the UN in many cases amounted to mere supposition." 15. Barry's potentially explosive story noted that Kamel was Saddam Hussein's son-in-law and had direct knowledge of what he claimed, for 10 years he had run Iraq's nuclear, chemical, biological, and missile programs. Making use of written documentation that Newsweek had verified as authentic, the article reported, Kamel's revelations about the destruction of Iraq's WMD stocks were hushed up by the UN inspectors, sources say, for 2 reasons. Saddam did not know how much Kamel had revealed, and the inspectors hoped to bluff Saddam into disclosing still more. And Iraq has never shown the documentation to support Kamel's story. Still, the defector's tale raises questions about whether the WMD stockpiles attributed to Iraq still exist. 16. The Newsweek story came off the press on Sunday, February 23. The next day, a would-be authoritative source, the Central Intelligence Agency, explained that it just wasn't so. It is incorrect, bogus, wrong, untrue, declared CIA spokesman Bill Harlow. For good measure, Reuters quoted an unnamed British government source eager to contradict Newsweek's documented account of what Camel had said. "We've checked back and he didn't say this," the source contended. "He said just the opposite, that the WMD program was alive and kicking 17 under the unwritten rules of American media coverage. Such denials tend to end the matter, especially when the President and Congress have already decided that war is necessary." It wasn't as if Camel ranked as a nobody in media circles. Journalists and U.S. officials were fond of recounting that Saddam Hussein made sure he was quickly killed after the defector returned to Iraq following 6 months of voluntary exile. Until now, Camel has best been known for exposing Iraq's deceptions about how far its pre-Gulf War biological weapons programs had advanced, media analyst Seth Ackerman pointed out. He added that Newsweek's story is particularly noteworthy because hawks in the Bush administration have frequently referred to the Camel episode as evidence that UN inspectors are incapable of disarming Iraq on their own. 18. Ackerman cited a speech Dick Cheney had made in August 2002, when the vice president said that what occurred with Camel should serve as a reminder to all that we often learned more as the result of defections than we learned from the inspection regime itself. 19. Accounts of Camel's debriefing as a defector and his subsequent demise often serve to illustrate the dishonesty and brutality of Iraq's government. But when other information emerged about what he had to say, the fellow suddenly became much less newsworthy. American journalists assumed that Iraqi officials were lying about weapons of mass destruction and also assumed that officials such as George W. Bush, Donald Rumsfeld, and especially Colin Powell were being truthful. 20. Overall, the news media helped to create a great market for war. And an author who soared in that bullish marketplace was Kenneth Pollock, the former CIA analyst whose 2002 book The Threatening Storm, The Case for Invading Iraq was a media-driven smash. A frequent presence on national television, Pollock eagerly promoted a book and a war at the same time. He called for a massive invasion of Iraq. 21. Later, after the invasion occurred, Pollock was to write a long essay with a somewhat regretful tone, declaring in the Atlantic magazine's first issue of 2004, "What we have learned about Iraq's WMD program since the fall of Baghdad leads me to conclude that the case for war with Iraq was considerably weaker than I believed beforehand. I had been convinced that Iraq was only years away from having a nuclear weapon, probably only 4 or 5 years. That estimate was clearly off, possibly by quite a bit." On May 26, 2004, long after publishing front-page articles about Iraqi WMDs that boosted the momentum toward an invasion of Iraq, the New York Times printed a 14-paragraph from the editor's note that finally acknowledged there was something wrong with the coverage. But the unusual new article, appearing under the headline "The Times and Iraq," indicated that top editors at the newspaper were still refusing to face up to its pivotal role in the pre-war era. The Times' semi-apology was more self-justifying than self-critical. Assessing a page 1 December 2001 article that promulgated a bogus tale about biological, chemical, and nuclear weapons facilities in Iraq, the editor's note said that in this case it looks as if we, along with the administration, were taken in. The same tone echoed through an internal memo to the Times newsroom from the paper's executive editor, Bill Keller, on the same day. The purpose of the note is to acknowledge that we, like many of our competitors and many officials in Washington, were misled on a number of stories by Iraqi informants dealing in misinformation. 22. But the Times editors and Bush administration officials had chosen to trumpet what they were told by certain dubious sources. For the readers of the Times, disinformation on behalf of a war agenda was served up on the front page, time after time, in the guise of journalism. Unnamed in the Times editor's note was star reporter Judith Miller, who wrote or co-wrote 4 of the 6 articles singled out as flawed. Keller's internal memo explained that the editor's public article is not an attempt to find a scapegoat or to blame reporters for not knowing then what we know now. 23 The phrasing was seriously evasive. A comment from the media watchdog organization FAIR pointed out, if Keller thinks the problem with Judith Miller's reporting was her lack of clairvoyance rather than her failure to exercise basic journalistic skepticism, then it's clear that he didn't learn much from this fiasco. He describes the publication of the editor's note as a point of journalistic pride, as if a publication should be proud of acknowledging egregious errors that other people have been pointing out for more than a year. 24. Miller had routinely avoided letting her readers know that she was relying on the Pentagon's pet Iraqi exile, Ahmed Chalabi. 25 The belated semi-mea culpa article by the Times editors, while failing to provide any forthright explanation of Chalabi's role as a chronic source for Miller's pre-war stories, appeared a week after the U.S. government turned definitively and publicly against its ally Chalabi, giving the nod for a raid on his Baghdad headquarters and widely leaking the accusation that he'd passed classified information to the Iranian government. Only then did the top New York Times editors turn definitively and publicly against key stories spun by the Chalabi-Miller duo. Yet ample evidence had been readily available for years that Chalabi was a stellar con man and confabulator. 26. More revealing than they evidently intended, the editor's article repeatedly lumped together two institutions, the New York Times and the U.S. government, as though they were somehow in comparable situations during the lead-up to the war. The excuses for both were sounding remarkably similar. So the Times editors insinuated that they, along with top officials in Washington, were victims rather than perpetrators. Administration officials now acknowledge that they sometimes fell for misinformation from these exile sources. So did many news organizations, in particular, this one. 27 While the From the Editor's article took a step toward setting the record straight, it did so while sidestepping responsibility. A terrible truth went unacknowledged by the New York Times: the most influential newspaper in America did not fall for misinformation as much as eagerly jump for it. The paper helped the administration tell lies. And no amount of self-examination, genuine or otherwise, could make up for the carnage in Iraq that the Times facilitated. 4. This guy is a modern-day Hitler. Evil that warrants the large-scale killing of war needs a face. But that face cannot belong to some amorphous mass of an enemy population. In fact, it's a ritual for the president to offer assurances that civilians who may be caught in the crossfire are not among the Pentagon's targets. The bullseye must be painted on someone who links the nascent war to an indisputably justified one of the past. For this purpose, Hitler's name has been pressed into service, intermittently, for decades. Pointed mentions of Nazi Germany and the Holocaust open floodgates of emotion, connecting a present-day foe with a regime that slaughtered millions of people near the fulcrum of the 20th century. What helps to do the trick is the message that while horrors of the past cannot be changed, they can be prevented in the near future. At a press conference on July 28, 1965, when President Lyndon B. Johnson spoke about the need to escalate the Vietnam War, he used a historical analogy. "We did not choose to be the guardians at the gate, but there is no one else," he said. Nor would surrender in Vietnam bring peace, because we learned from Hitler at Munich that success only feeds the appetite of aggression. The battle would be renewed in one country and then another country, bringing with it perhaps even larger and crueler conflict, as we have learned from the lessons of history. And Johnson declared, "We just cannot now dishonor our word." 1. A beauty of the Munich analogy, as several of LBJ's successors found, was that it could seem irrefutable on its own terms. The comparison might be very useful for likening a certain government to a Hitlerian menace. Since the Vietnam era, various leaders, most famously Manuel Noriega, Slobodan Milosevic, and Saddam Hussein, have been promoted as sufficiently evil to necessitate U.S. military action. Singling out a particular villain is vital to laying the rhetorical groundwork for war. To demonize, and that's just about a prerequisite for war, requires picking and choosing. With dozens of governments engaging in torture and political repression every day, sometimes accompanied by systematic military atrocities, targeting a specific regime is a matter of White House policy priorities. During the 1980s, those priorities involved so much hostility toward the leftist Sandinista government in Nicaragua that the momentum of Washington's rhetoric carried it to absurd comparisons with the Third Reich. At a World Affairs Council session in Boston on February 15, 1984, Secretary of State George Shultz said, "I've had good friends who experienced Germany in the 1930s go there and come back and say, I've visited many communist countries, but Nicaragua doesn't feel like that. It feels like Nazi Germany." 2 weeks later, Boston University President John Silber, a member of the Bipartisan Commission on Central America appointed by President Ronald Reagan, likened Nicaragua's overt violence to Nazi Germany, without a mention that the U.S. government was subsidizing most of the violence in Nicaragua with aid to the Contra-Guerrilla Army. 2. When Iraq's invasion of Kuwait on August 2, 1990, abruptly soured the cordial relations between Washington and Baghdad, the White House suddenly propagated analogies between the Ba'athist and Nazi regimes. A half-century ago, our nation and the world paid dearly for appeasing an aggressor who should, and could, have been stopped, President George H.W. Bush said. "We are not going to make the same mistake again." Some commentators warned against the facile comparison. Syndicated columnist William Pfaff, based in Paris, wrote in mid-August that Saddam Hussein is not Hitler, and to describe him as Hitler feeds hysteria and confusion but for war planners in Washington, some hysteria and confusion were already proving to be quite helpful. Polls showed 3/4 of the American public in support of the large U.S. military deployment already underway to the Middle East. 5 And, as a news story noted when September began, support for President Bush climbed from 58% to 76% in the 3 weeks after Iraq seized the small oil-rich country of Kuwait. 6 The Saddam as Hitler motif rapidly became a familiar pattern on the media wallpaper. When he wasn't going after Congress, President Bush had a few choice words for Saddam Hussein, CBS newsman Charles Osgood intoned. In a speech yesterday, Mr. Bush characterized the Iraqi leader's behavior as Hitler revisited. 7. With the November congressional elections nearing, the president was hardly inclined to give the Adolf Hussein theme a rest. "I'm reading a book and it's a book of history, great, big, thick history about World War II, he told a Republican fundraising breakfast in Vermont. And there's a parallel between what Hitler did to Poland and what Saddam Hussein has done to Kuwait. Hitler rolled his tanks and troops into Poland." Bush added, "And do you know what followed the troops? It was the Death's Head Regiment. Do you know what the Death's Head regiments of the SS were? They were the ones that went in and lined up the kids that were passing out leaflets. Do you know what happened in Kuwait the other day? 2 young kids, mid-teens, passing out leaflets. Iraqi soldiers came, got their parents out and watched as they killed them." 8. During that campaign swing, the president described Hussein as a little Hitler. 9 Meanwhile, the same analogy came from retired General William Westmoreland, former commander of U.S. forces in Vietnam, who spoke up as a guest on ABC's Nightline program. "You know, here in the 1990s, Saddam Hussein is the Hitler of the Middle East. And if we're going to give him a free rein and not stand up to him and not have the troops available to resist him, the Middle East is going to be in turmoil." 10. All in all, the LexisNexis media database shows, major American news outlets printed and aired comparisons between Saddam and Hitler at an average rate of several times each day during the 5.5 months that led up to the Gulf War in mid-January 1991. But Saddam Hussein had long been a horrendous dictator, before, during, and after the Iran-Iraq War, which spanned most of the 1980s. Washington tilted toward Baghdad with tangible assistance in that conflict. Year after year, Saddam remained on good terms with the U.S. government, while negative press notices were sparse in the United States. When the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait drastically changed Washington's view of Hussein, the mainstream American media had an epiphany about his unnerving resemblance to Hitler. 3 years after the new republic called for boosting U.S. military aid to Saddam in 1987, the influential magazine altered a cover photo of the Iraqi dictator to make his mustache look more like Hitler's. 11 Overnight, the doors in Washington had slammed shut for Saddam. As the Washington Post columnist Mary McGrory put it, Iraq enjoyed special trade status up to the moment it invaded Kuwait, and Saddam Hussein began to remind Bush of Hitler. 12. Some congressional Republicans and certain normally hawkish pundits voiced opposition to the spring 1999 bombing of Yugoslavia, perhaps in part because it was being spearheaded by a loathed Democrat in the White House. But they could do little to impede the kind of war momentum that they were accustomed to enhancing and applauding. When the air war began, the usual media forms of bombing euphoria kicked in, along with further extensive publicity about the suffering of ethnic Albanians in Kosovo. Clinton administration officials and many journalists had cranked up appreciable spin machinery over the winter. Slobodan Milosevic was the closest thing to Hitler Europe has confronted in the last half-century, wrote liberal Boston Globe columnist David Nahan 3 weeks into 1999. Nahan was among many pundits drawn to the nobility of the upcoming war. Media database searches attest to how well top Clinton administration officials and like-minded advocates stayed on message about similarities between Hitler and Milosevic. Hundreds of times, major U.S. media pieces addressed the matter, often in the form of news stories that reported such comparisons by officials without offering a critical counter-view. Some commentators disputed the analogy, but the widespread media likening of Milosevic's tyranny to Hitler's seemed to burnish the evil of the Serbian president into the public mind. Overlaid on such narratives was a storyline that presented war as an extraordinarily selfless option for NATO, with the United States leading the way. Yet the Kosovo conflict was riddled with complexities. Back in 1993, the insightful NPR correspondent Sylvia Poggioli had written about dynamics of news coverage of warfare in the Balkans. Policy in Western capitals or lack of it has increasingly been based on news reports, and from my experience I have seen that many times the media have been better at pulling emotional strings than at analyzing facts. The use of good guy and bad guy stereotypes often obscured the complex origins of the conflict. 14 During the 1990s, regimes based in Belgrade, Zagreb, and Sarajevo could point to horrible massacres perpetrated by each other. Every side insisted that its own barbaric actions did not really occur or were justified in response to earlier monstrous offenses. The tendency to justify atrocities by pointing to those committed by the opposing side will merely ensure that the pattern of reciprocal massacre remains unbroken, BBC correspondent Misha Glenny observed in his book The Fall of Yugoslavia. 15. The decade's huge quantities of U.S. media coverage about the Balkans included scant mention of what happened in August 1995 when the Croatian government with a bright green light from the White House sent in troops to inflict grisly ethnic cleansing on large numbers of Serbs living in the Krajina region. The president of Croatia, Franjo Tuđman, ordered the assault. Dubbed Operation Storm, it quickly drove at least 150,000 Serbian people from their homes in the Krajina. Meanwhile, the American news media, taking a cue from the Oval Office, just shrugged. The entire offensive was undertaken by the authorities in Zagreb with the support of the United States government, Glenny wrote. President Clinton himself welcomed Operation Storm, suggesting that it may open the way to a solution of the Yugoslav conflict. The rest of the international community was visibly shocked by America's encouragement of Croatia. 16. But the U.S. news media weren't shocked. After all, the White House said the slaughter and expulsion of Serbs from the Krajina was okay, nothing to be alarmed about, no big deal. At the time, Carl Bildt, who was a mediator for the European Union and a former Swedish Prime Minister, made a statement that years later was chilling to read. If we accept that it is all right for Tuđman to cleanse Croatia of its Serbs, then how on earth can we object if Yeltsin cleanses Chechnya or if one day Milosevic sends his army to clean out the Albanians from Kosovo? 17. In early 1999 the White House script writers cast Milosevic as the Führer and Serbs as brown shirts, period. The day before he ordered the start of the bombing, President Clinton gave a speech likening Slobodan to Adolf and drawing the kind of analogy that U.S. presidents bent on war have been unable to resist in modern times. And so I want to talk to you about Kosovo today, but just remember this: it's about our values. What if someone had listened to Winston Churchill and stood up to Adolf Hitler earlier? 18. The Washington Post reported that the president compared Milosevic explicitly to Hitler. Hours into the missile strikes, Clinton included such language as dictator and genocide in the heart of Europe to describe the Serbian nationalists' deeds. As the Post observed, Clinton and his senior advisors harked repeatedly back to images of World War II and Nazism to give moral weight to the bombing. 19. The heavy political freight ran parallel with profuse media accolades about Allied bombing that would prevent a smaller version of the Holocaust from playing out. When the bombing of Yugoslavia got underway, the Clinton administration initially played catch-up to attain the usual favorable wartime media treatment. Big boosts came from a blitz of TV appearances by the Secretaries of State and Defense in the hours and days after the bombing began. Marlin Fitzwater, who had spoken for the White House during the Gulf War 8 years earlier, drew on his spin cycle expertise and adjudged the new PR moves to be effective in the short term. Yet he found fault with the agenda building for the latest war. The problem is they didn't start the communications until the bombs started falling, Fitzwater remarked, sounding a bit like a retired pro doing color commentary about the performances of the players on the field. That's not enough time to convince the nation of a course of action. But it's helpful because it convinces people to give the government the benefit of the doubt. 20. Looking back with pride, the loquacious Fitzwater recalled a slick public relations campaign he'd helped to shape. He reminisced that a few days before the Gulf War started, ABC did a kitchen table interview with some people in Kansas, and every answer at that table reflected one of the reasons we had given for going in. Among the precepts Fitzwater mentioned was the idea that war is easier for people to understand if there's a face to the enemy. In chronological order, he ticked off the names of Hitler, Ho Chi Minh, Saddam Hussein, Milosevic. 21. Doubts and controversies about rationales for the war on Yugoslavia were largely moot once the war train left the station. The analogies that President Clinton offered last week to rally public support do not stand up under close inspection, Washington Post columnist Jim Hoagland wrote after the first few days of bombing. Failure to repulse Slobodan Milosevic in Kosovo would parallel appeasement at Munich, the prelude to World War II and to the Holocaust, Clinton argued. But Kosovo is not the Holocaust or Munich. Serb dictator Milosevic is no Hitler on the march. Hoagland added, this is a local conflict over self-determination and a crumbling dictatorship. 22. Meanwhile, a Newsday editorial took issue with the key analogy that had served as a very big PR flagstone on the garden path to war. Comparing Milosevic to Hitler is a rhetorical stretch. Milosevic is a brutal tyrant and a rabid nationalist intent on consolidating his hold on power, but he has no territorial ambitions beyond what's left of Yugoslavia. And Milosevic's ferocity against Kosovars is motivated as much by his need to put down an internal insurrection as it is by ethnic hatred. 23. But from the vantage point of powerful offices near the banks of the Potomac, a faraway local conflict over self-determination was apt to seem like an abstraction. Another Hitler, in contrast, was a hefty concept, sellable in TV moments. While the bombing continued in the early spring, so did the Milosevic-Hitler comparisons. The administration in Washington squandered no opportunity to lock onto Milosevic as the new incontrovertible enemy and pull the polemical trigger. Only a couple of months earlier, Secretary of State Madeleine Albright had described Milosevic as a leader who wants to, at some stage, re-enter the international community. 24. But as April 1999 began, the Associated Press noted the extreme image makeover. Now she portrays him as cruel and evil, and caring of nothing except staying in power. And now the verbal targeting was carefully personalized, where once she criticized the Serbs, them, or Belgrade authorities for intransigence, she and other senior officials speak as if the whole conflict were about NATO vs. Milosevic. Vice President Al Gore called him one of these Junior League Hitler types, even as officials have stopped just short of calling Milosevic's actions genocide. 25. Numerous members of Congress provided echoes. 26. And many pundits found the user-friendly comparisons with Nazism still too enticing to resist. America is a strong country because it is good, Christopher Matthews wrote. We cannot be a good country if we stand aside and let the Serbians commit genocide. We've got a leader in Serbia who wants to cleanse his country of what Hitler called the underpeople. With him it was Jews and gypsies and homosexuals. With Slobodan Milosevic, it's now ethnic Albanians. 27. Ironically, by then some Serbs were referring to the President of the United States as Bill Hitler. 28. After 2 weeks of intense NATO bombardment, with U.S. planes in the lead, a woman in Belgrade named Jovana Sultanovic told an American reporter, "Nobody thinks about Milosevic. He is the last thing on our mind. We are aware that Milosevic is not good. We don't want to say he is good, but he doesn't throw bombs on us." 29. Chicago Tribune columnist Clarence Page described an evening seminar he just attended at the White House, with Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel expressing support for the current war. Much was said about how the catastrophe in Kosovo illustrates the perils of indifference. Too little was said about the perils of action, specifically the actions taken by President Clinton and NATO that have made bad matters worse. 30. Deadly attacks by Serbs against ethnic Albanians in Kosovo had actually spiked upward massively and predictably when the U.S./NATO bombing began, so had the surge of desperate refugees. After 4 weeks of cheering on the bombing, Boston Globe columnist Nahan felt compelled to acknowledge the point, though he trotted out the time-worn Hitler analogy to try to deflect blame away from those who had launched the present-day war. "What has to be conceded," he wrote, "is that the NATO planners made a colossal blunder in underestimating Milosevic's willingness to employ the scorched earth tactics of Hitler and Stalin." By a Reuters estimate, some 960,000 Kosovars have fled or been driven from Kosovo in the last year, 590,000 since the bombing began. The fact that more than half of the refugees had so quickly fled after the U.S.-led bombing began did not seem to faze Nahan much, even as he informed readers, "A refugee crisis of a scale not seen in Europe since the Nazi era complicates NATO's strategy." 31. Analysis in the mainstream U.S. press included some sober reflections. Chicago Tribune readers could find Page's astute comment, "Nothing excuses Milosevic's bloody tyranny, but he is not the same sort of tyrant as Hitler. We make a mistake if we try to demonize Milosevic too much. Unlike Hitler, who wanted to wipe out the Jews, Milosevic's forced removal of ethnic Albanians has different roots. It grew, in part, out of his overreaction to the KLA's attacks against Serbs and even some fellow ethnic Albanians who were believed to be insufficiently committed to the KLA's cause." 32. A month later, with the bombing in its 8th week, The Washington Post published a similar assessment by staffer Michael Dobbs, who had recently reported from the Balkans. He wrote, "While the Milosevic as Hitler analogy favored by Clinton and Albright makes for good rhetoric, it makes a mockery of history. It is certainly true that Milosevic's policies helped destroy the former Yugoslavia. And it's also true that tens of thousands of people have been killed as a result of the wars unleashed by Milosevic in Croatia, Bosnia, and now Kosovo. At the same time, however, any comparison between the rump, Serb-led Yugoslavia and Nazi Germany is laughable. Yugoslavia is so weak militarily and economically that it could never pose a serious threat to its neighbors except, as in the present case, as a source of refugees and political instability. There is all the difference in the world between an expansionist totalitarian power like Hitler's Germany and a bankrupt police state like Milosevic's Yugoslavia." 33. But when summer began, the American media's thematic last word on Milosevic and the necessity of the 78-day bombing campaign was much closer to this pronouncement in a New York Daily News editorial, "With his blessing, Serb soldiers have drenched Kosovo with the blood of tens of thousands of Albanians and sent perhaps 1 million more fleeing in panic. Not since Hitler and Stalin has Europe witnessed such massive barbarism." 34. When the second Bush administration returned Saddam Hussein to the center stage of U.S. foreign policy, it was time to reprise countless stories about his evilness, while again eliding the cozy relationship that Hussein had long enjoyed with Washington. 35. The Iraqi dictator had not ordered an attack on another country since 1990, and his military capabilities had obviously diminished, but comparing him to Hitler fit like an old shoe. One of many politicians eager to keep putting it on was moderate Republican Christopher Shays, who repeatedly invoked memories of the Third Reich to justify an invasion of Iraq. Days before Congress passed the war resolution in October 2002, Shays went on MSNBC and used the Hitler analogy as part of a slick repertoire about Saddam. The burden of proof rests on those to prove that he hasn't continued his programs of mass destruction, Shays said. That's where the burden of proof is. I've been in no classified briefing that said he has stopped his program. In every instance, he's moving ahead with it. And it's not one bomb. It's many. And we're talking about the only thing he's basically waiting for and trying to acquire is the enriched uranium or plutonium, the nuclear-grade material to make a bomb. It is about the size of a softball. You can touch it and it's not detectable. We will not allow Saddam Hussein to have nuclear weapons. A minute later, Shays executed another smooth shuffle. We're not talking about a criminal act that we have to prove in court. We're talking about the logic of events. Someone said to me, prove that he will use his nuclear weapons. To me, that's like saying, prove Hitler's Germany was going to go into Poland. We knew he went into Czechoslovakia. We knew he went into Austria. We knew he was building up his armament. We knew what he was about. We could never have proved he was going into Poland. 36 An all-purpose formulation, when nothing need be proven, then no war need be justified, ahead of time or later on. 37. After more than 2 decades of representing a San Francisco area district in Congress, Tom Lantos was the ranking Democrat on the House International Relations Committee by the time an invasion of Iraq was on the near horizon. He was not to be outdone at conflating Ba'athist Iraq with the Third Reich, as though Saddam's forces were somehow comparable to Germany's Wehrmacht. In early October 2002, Lantos pulled out all the stops on Capitol Hill as he proclaimed, had Hitler's regime been taken out in a timely fashion, the 51 million innocent people who lost their lives during the Second World War would have been able to finish their normal life cycles. Mr. Chairman, if we appease Saddam Hussein, we will stand humiliated before both humanity and history. 38. Although spared such humiliation, avid supporters of the Iraq invasion were soon struggling to respond to a plethora of belated revelations and difficulties with the occupation. At that point, references to Hitler and other historic mass murderers still came in very handy. After a brief stint as the head of the U.S. government's civilian operations in Iraq during early days of the occupation, Jay Garner was ready when challenged while appearing before a House subcommittee in Washington. In response to criticisms about the administration's handling of the Iraq War, Garner compared Saddam to Adolf Hitler and Cambodian leader Pol Pot, reported United Press International. He related his own experience seeing children's bodies being pulled from the mass graves of Saddam's killing fields. This sort of response has become central to the Bush administration's messages in reply to criticism following the invasion of Iraq and still unanswered questions about the state of Saddam's alleged weapons programs. 39. During the same week as Jay Garner's testimony about bodies being exhumed from mass graves of Saddam's killing fields, subscribers to the New York Review of Books were considering a new essay by Norman Mailer that served as a de facto retort. Acknowledging that the most painful single ingredient at the moment is, of course, the discovery of the graves, Mailer did not stop there. He went on, we have relieved the world of a monster who killed untold numbers, meganumbers, of victims. Nowhere is any emphasis put upon the fact that many of the bodies were of the Shiites of southern Iraq who have been decimated repeatedly in the last 12 years for daring to rebel against Saddam in the immediate aftermath of the Gulf War. Of course, we were the ones who encouraged them to revolt in the first place, and then failed to help them. Why? There may have been an ongoing argument in the first Bush administration which was finally won by those who believed that a Shiite victory over Saddam could result in a host of Iraqi imams who might make common cause with the Iranian Ayatollahs, Shiites joining with Shiites. Today, from the point of view of the remaining Iraqi Shiites, it would be hard for us to prove to them that they were not the victims of a double cross. So they may look upon the graves that we congratulate ourselves for having liberated as sepulchral voices calling out from their tombs asking us to take a share of the blame. Which, of course, we will not. Digging deeper into history, Mailer continued, yes, our guilt for a great part of those bodies remains a large subtext, and Saddam was creating mass graves all through the 1970s and 1980s. He killed communists en masse in the 1970s, which didn't bother us a bit. Then he slaughtered tens of thousands of Iraqis during the war with Iran, a time when we supported him. A horde of those newly discovered graves go back to that period. Of course, real killers never look back. 45. This is about human rights. A persuasive argument for going to war is often a clarion call for action on behalf of human rights. The specter of continued political imprisonment, torture, and killings may come to seem unacceptable, especially when we learn some of the details and a remedy appears to be at hand. If American leaders tell us that human rights abuses and atrocities must cease, there may be acknowledgement that war will cause hardship, pain, and death, but at the end of the day, peace will come and freedom can flourish. That's the pitch from the White House, anyway. But behind the tableau of official principles are realities that rarely get onto the public stage. Away from the media spotlight and unmentioned by policy promoters in Washington, some terrible human rights violations get scant criticism or even receive behind-the-scenes support from the U.S. government. Seen in narrow light, the president's posture for war is apt to appear noble, yet from a wider view, it is difficult to miss the hypocrisy and manipulation. Many governments engage in serious violations of human rights. But the Pentagon only bombs a few of them. High-minded rhetoric can be reassuring. Yet when Washington gets down to policy, some torture is deplorable, some is ignorable, and some is fundable. Generally, top U.S. officials are careful to downplay or bypass entirely the horrendous deeds of allies. Inside the Beltway and in U.S. mass media, Kurdish people killed by Saddam Hussein's regime were of great human significance, but in contrast, viewed through the same media window, the Kurdish people killed across the border by the Turkish government merited no appreciable concern. You can search in vain for a record of Washington condemning its ally Turkey while, in the 1990s, Turks drove millions of Kurdish people from their homes, destroyed thousands of villages, killed many thousands of Kurds, and inflicted horrific torture. 1. To take another example, the invasion of Iraq was praised for closing down Hussein's torture chambers. Meanwhile, billions of dollars in aid continued to flow from Washington to the government in Cairo, still operating torture chambers for political prisoners. One might think that an appropriate way to oppose torture would be to stop financing it. During the first several years of the 21st century, the disconnects between Washington's idealistic language and its actual actions became even more extreme. Annual reports from human rights groups cataloged superpower hypocrisy run amok. In 2003, Amnesty International condemned the American and British governments for engaging in a war on terror that was actually emboldening many regimes to engage in horrible abuses of human rights. Amnesty International's Secretary General, Irene Khan, said that what would have been unacceptable on September 10, 2001, is now becoming almost the norm, with Washington promoting a new doctrine of human rights a la carte. In 2004, the Amnesty International annual report described the invasion of Iraq, and other actions taken under the rubric of the war on terrorism, as part of a U.S. global agenda bankrupt of vision and bereft of principle. Secretary General Khan led off the report with a statement that stressed the damaging activities of the U.S. government, sacrificing human rights in the name of security at home, turning a blind eye to abuses abroad, and using preemptive military force where and when it chooses have neither increased security nor ensured liberty. 3. Whether or not the exact phrase is used, human rights can often be found at the core of Washington's most common rationales for initiating and continuing wars directly or indirectly. And so it was with Jimmy Carter, a president known for embracing human rights. The world itself is now dominated by a new spirit, Carter said at his inauguration. People more numerous and more politically aware are craving and now demanding their place in the sun, not just for the benefit of their own physical condition, but for basic human rights. The new president's verbal emphasis on human rights was soothing, and not without substance. The Carter administration sometimes exerted pressure on regimes to release political prisoners and halt abuses. But Carter's uplifting words contrasted with U.S. policies from Central America to Asia. 13 months before Carter spoke of basic human rights at his inauguration, the Indonesian military had invaded East Timor and began a methodical slaughter of civilians. Carter used his new power as president to boost U.S. military aid to the Jakarta regime. By 1977, Indonesia had actually begun to exhaust its military supplies in this war against a country of 700,000 people, Noam Chomsky has recounted, so the Carter administration took some time off from its pieties and self-acclaim about its devotion to human rights, the soul of our foreign policy, to arrange a large-scale increase in the flow of arms to Indonesia, in the certain knowledge that they would be used to consummate a massacre that was approaching genocidal proportions. For the death toll in East Timor rose to an estimated 200,000 people by the end of 1979. Carter's effusive talk about human rights greased the path for aiding and abetting the carnage in East Timor. Denial persisted long after the fact. Neither he nor the U.S. news media seemed willing to acknowledge the American government's role. Avoidance of uncomfortable accuracy was echoed by the New York Times. A third of a century after the tyrannical Suharto had grabbed control of Indonesia in a coup that led to the murder of at least several 100,000 people, the Times repeatedly put the best face possible on Suharto as pro-democracy forces challenged his grip on power in spring 1998. According to the newspaper, Suharto was a profoundly spiritual man and a reforming autocrat. The Times offered this rationale for the mass murderer: it was not simply personal ambition that led Mr. Suharto to clamp down so hard for so long, it was a fear, shared by many in this country of 210 million people, of chaos. 6. During the time of Suharto's downfall, dozens of New York Times articles teetered around inconvenient history. The front page referred to mass killings of 32 years ago, when Mr. Suharto took power from the country's founding president, Sukarno. At that time, as many as 500,000 people died in an anti-communist purge. 7. The next day, another prominent Times story recalled that hundreds of thousands were killed in the turmoil of the last political transition, as Mr. Suharto presided over a hunt for leftists around the country and consolidated his power. 8. Actually, the CIA and other accessories of American foreign policy played key roles in the killing spree that took the lives of 500,000 Indonesians during the turmoil of the mid-1960s. Along the way, the U.S. government supplied a list of 5,000 leftists to Indonesia's military, fingering them for assassination. Washington also supported Suharto throughout his subsequent crimes, including the systematic atrocities in East Timor. During his presidency, Carter proclaimed human rights to be the soul of our foreign policy. 9. And many journalists promoted that image. Despotic allies from Ferdinand Marcos of the Philippines to the Shah of Iran received support from President Carter. In Nicaragua, contrary to myth, Carter backed dictator Anastasio Somoza almost until the end of his reign. Bloodshed in Guatemala scarcely missed a beat during the Carter years. Despite highly publicized symbolic moves to the contrary, military aid to the Guatemalan government was scarcely reduced, and the Pentagon kept its supportive relationship with the military in Guatemala as Mayan Indians and dissidents were tortured and murdered en masse. And in El Salvador, the Carter administration played a key role. Early in 1980, Archbishop Oscar Romero pleaded with President Carter not to send military aid to the brutally repressive Salvadoran government. The assassination of Romero happened in March of that year on orders of Roberto D'Aubuisson, a United States-trained military officer. Carter persisted with military and political support to the regime in El Salvador, where throughout the 1980s the government assassinated students, clergy, peasants, and union organizers. Most military commanders were involved in atrocities, and most were trained by the U.S. government. The gruesome war went on until 1991, when the United Nations helped negotiate a truce between the Salvadoran regime and the country's FMLN revolutionary movement. The UN Truth Commission later documented the murders of more than 60,000 civilians by the Salvadoran government and its paramilitary allies. In effect, the long war that brought about those deaths in El Salvador was aided by a pattern of U.S. media coverage, which conformed more with Washington's narratives than with reports from human rights experts and journalists in the field. In January 1982, New York Times journalist Ray Bonner reported on a massacre of hundreds of children, women, and men in El Mozote carried out by the elite Salvadoran U.S. trained at Les Saddle Battalion. After Washington denied there had been a massacre and the Reagan administration launched a smear campaign against Bonner, the Times pulled him out of El Salvador. A Wall Street Journal editorial denounced the unduly hard-hitting journalism by slurring the offensively diligent reporter. The editorial complained that in Bonner's reporting communist sources were given greater credence than either the U.S. government or the government it was supporting. A decade later, the UN Truth Commission totally vindicated Bonner's reports after it excavated mass graves. 11 But the damage had been done back in the early 1980s, when the removal of Bonner by Times executives sent a powerful message to mainstream U.S. journalists who stayed behind in El Salvador. Reporting difficult facts in conflict with Washington could harm careers. In February 1988, New York Times correspondent James Lemoyne wrote a vivid account of an El Salvador atrocity: the public execution of 2 peasants by FMLN guerrillas. But the event never occurred. It had been invented by a Salvadoran army propaganda officer and placed in a right-wing San Salvador newspaper, which Lemoyne read and reported as fact. It took 6 months of petitioning before the Times would even acknowledge the error. 12. Throughout the 1980s, news reports in U.S. media regularly used euphemisms to describe El Salvador. The government was referred to as a democracy or a fledgling democracy. Military leaders who assassinated priests were termed moderates. Reporters spoke of a civil war that claimed 70,000 lives when they knew from briefings at the San Salvador Archdiocese Human Rights Office that more than 90% of the dead were not battle casualties but civilians killed by government forces and allied death squads. In deference to Washington, news accounts referred to human rights abuses on both sides when evidence showed them running about 30-1 toward the U.S. supported government. 13. Offering assurances that actual U.S. policy in Nicaragua was not actual U.S. policy there, President Ronald Reagan said on April 27, 1983, "But let us be clear as to the American attitude toward the government of Nicaragua. We do not seek its overthrow." The next winter, speaking about Nicaraguan elections, Secretary of State George Shultz was taking a high democratic tone. "The important thing is that if there is to be an electoral process, it be observed not only at the moment when people vote, but in all the preliminary aspects that make an election meaningful." 14. Shultz did not apply similar precepts that same year, or later, to elections promoted by the U.S. government in neighboring Guatemala and El Salvador. But then again, in the latter 2 cases, the Reagan administration was supporting brutally repressive regimes where electoral democracy did not exist. On a Sunday in the spring of 1996, a ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery unveiled a small memorial for 21 American soldiers who died in secret combat during the 1980s. Back then, the American public remained unaware that U.S. troops were fighting guerrillas in the countryside of El Salvador, where a total of several thousand American servicemen, 55 at a time, played key combat roles such as calling in deadly air strikes. For most media, the ceremony at Arlington was a time-warp curiosity. Even the better coverage was severely flawed. On CBS, 60 Minutes aired a segment that lauded the honor of the U.S. soldiers who'd been deprived of combat ribbons and ignored the Salvadoran people deprived of their lives. 15. One of the intrepid journalists who managed to uncover Central American realities, Robert Perry, worked for the Associated Press and Newsweek as the 1980s unfolded. He recalled that editors and bureau chiefs in Washington were far too easily seduced by slick government propagandists, too willing to accept the smear campaigns directed against honest reporters. Truth is the first casualty of war, but it need not be a fatality. If the American people knew that their tax dollars were being used to arm brutal armies which were butchering political dissidents, killing children, and raping young girls, then support for the Reagan-Bush policies would have evaporated. But, Perry added, with a few notable exceptions, the Washington news media went merrily along with the lies. 16. Often the smooth evasions are lubricated socially. I don't believe that whom I was or wasn't friends with interfered with our reporting at any of our publications, Washington Post/Newsweek owner Katharine Graham wrote in her autobiography. 17. However, Perry, recalling his work as a Washington correspondent for Newsweek during the last 3 years of the 1980s, shed some light on the shadows of Graham's reassurances. In sharp contrast to the claims in her book, Perry witnessed self-censorship because of the coziness between Post/Newsweek executives and senior national security figures. Among his examples, on one occasion in 1987, I was told that my story about the CIA funneling anti-Sandinista money through Nicaragua's Catholic Church had been watered down because the story needed to be run past Mrs. Graham, and Henry Kissinger was her house guest that weekend. Apparently, there was fear among the top editors that the story as written might cause some consternation. Overall, according to Perry, the Post/Newsweek company is protective of the national security establishment. 19. The American public tends to remain in the dark about such matters, though sometimes exposure results in acute embarrassment at the White House. The arms for hostages Iran-Contra scandal that erupted during President Reagan's second term received much more media attention for the Iran and hostage aspects than the Contra arms implications. Reagan and his supporters emphasized how much he cared about hostages in Lebanon and his hope that Iranian officials might help free them. The reason we had to have a covert operation, Reagan said on November 28, 1987, is we believed that the people who wanted to talk to us, their lives would be forfeited if the Ayatollah ever found out they were doing this. Relatively little focus went to the fact that the effort was helping CIA-backed Contras to terrorize Nicaraguans, murdering thousands of them in the process. The war that raged in Nicaragua was facilitated by journalists and officials in Washington who gave short shrift to the intentional killing of civilians. Even when mentioned, atrocities by the Contras financed with largesse from U.S. taxpayers were generally downplayed. In November 1987, a front-page photo of a Contra soldier with an adoring child accompanied a 50-paragraph New York Times article that hyped the popularity of the Contra guerrillas. Buried near the end of the article was a passing reference to a just-released America's Watch report stating that the Contras systematically engage in violent abuses, so prevalent that these may be said to be their principal means of waging war. 20. The Contra abuses included murdering hundreds of children. President Reagan conferred the laudatory buzz phrase "freedom fighters" on the Nicaraguan Contras and on other favored insurgent armies, no matter how cruel the actions or repressive the guiding ideology. 21. The freedom fighters of Afghanistan would tell us as well that the threat of aggression has not receded from the world, Reagan said. 22. As the decade went on, U.S. aid to the Mujahideen forces in Afghanistan trained the ranks of such freedom fighters as Osama bin Laden. The general consensus is that we shouldn't lose the peace by walking away from a significant foreign policy success, an unnamed official in President George H.W. Bush's administration told the Associated Press in June 1991, commenting on plans to keep sending covert U.S. aid to Angolan guerrillas in 1992 despite a new pact to end Angola's 16-year civil war. 23. Ostensibly reassuring, the statement of commitment from Washington that we shouldn't lose the peace actually meant more war. For people in Angola, already the world's artificial limb capital due to a profusion of landmines, the success trumpeted by the White House became even more macabre. Central to Washington's strategy to make sure it didn't lose the peace was the ongoing pipeline of substantial aid to the guerrilla army known as UNITA, long backed by the U.S. government. 15 months after the benevolent-sounding statement quoted by AP, the UNITA guerrillas lost an internationally supervised election to Angola's ruling party. UNITA immediately launched a new military offensive. Within a year and a half following the election, 500,000 more Angolans had died, the British magazine New Statesman reported in March 1994, inexorably, Month after month since the elections in September 1992, UNITA's reign of terror has worsened, outstripping in horror the familiar scenes of starvation and factional or ethnic killing in Somalia, Liberia, Sudan, or Burundi. Yet this is a war the international community had the power to prevent. 24. With high praise that echoed through American news coverage, President Reagan and President George H.W. Bush had lionized UNITA leader Jonas Savimbi as a freedom fighter. From the Oval Office, sustaining the Angolan war was a piece of cake. It received a tiny fraction of the U.S. media attention devoted to Bosnia. There was much coverage of Sarajevo's ordeal, for instance, but virtually none about the horrible sieges of Angolan cities such as Quito, Huambo, and Malange. While the number of deaths in Angola was much larger and American culpability was direct. The U.S. government was the latest in a series of powers fueling UNITA's insurgency. First the Portuguese colonists, then the South Africans in pursuit of regional dominance, then the U.S. in the name of anti-communism created and nourished Savimbi and his UNITA, journalist Victoria Britton wrote in the New Statesman. With U.S. encouragement, the United Nations had cooperated in appeasing Savimbi during the previous 2 years. Britain concluded, Angola has been destroyed by UNITA leader Jonas Savimbi's determination to take by force the power successive United States administrations promised him, but which the Angolan people denied him in the polls. Officials in Washington had made no secret of their zeal to support UNITA. But as spring 1994 began, nearly 3 years after the Bush administration boasted of its significant foreign policy success, the continuation of horrors in Angola caused Britain to write, every year since the mid-1980s, I have interviewed dozens of displaced peasants who described attacks on their villages by UNITA, kidnapping of young men and boys, looting, beatings, and killings, while in hospital beds the rows of mutilated women bore witness to the mining of their fields. Defectors from UNITA told more chilling stories of mass rallies at the headquarters in Jomba where women were burned alive as witches. These were not stories the outside world wanted to hear about UNITA, whose leader was regularly received at the White House. 25. In October 1990, during the lead-up to the Gulf War, a Democratic congressman from Northern California, Tom Lantos, teamed up with an Illinois Republican to stage an informal hearing with enormous impact. It was a propaganda exercise for the national media, and it succeeded wildly in mobilizing U.S. support for the war, media analyst John Stauber recalls. The audacity was notable. Tom Lantos knew that the lying 15-year-old girl who claimed to have seen Iraqi soldiers kill 15 newborns by tossing them from their hospital incubators was in fact the daughter of the Kuwaiti ambassador to the U.S., a member of the royal family. Lantos kept her identity secret, and this PR scam became the defining event that convinced the U.S. Congress to support the war. 26. President George H.W. Bush embraced the incubator tale as a valuable part of the agenda-building repertoire. At one midterm campaign stop in late October, he said that they had kids in incubators, and they were thrown out of the incubators so that Kuwait could be systematically dismantled. 27 overall, syndicated columnist Mary McGrory pointed out later, the president mentioned the 22 babies thrown on the floor like firewood 6 times. He spoke of the unspeakable in Massachusetts, in Hawaii, in Des Moines, in Dallas, and in Dhahran. 28. As the St. Louis Post-Dispatch reported, 7 senators mentioned the horror story when they voted to authorize war against Iraq. 29. The snow job was so deftly executed that even Amnesty International initially backed up the story. At any rate, John Healy, executive director of Amnesty International USA, took vehement exception to the president's use of the Amnesty report, McGrory wrote. Amnesty, he said, had provided Washington with innumerable reports about Iraqi atrocities, about torture, executions, and rapes for 12 years. Nobody paid the slightest attention. McGrory observed, there is no question that the Kuwaitis were treated abominably by the invading Iraqi forces. The atrocities are too well documented to be doubted. But when agents for human rights groups finally got to Kuwait after the war, Middle East Watch, a human rights group, said the incubator story was totally false, and Amnesty backed off its certification, saying it found no proof. 30. Often, the same officials responsible for deplorable past deeds are called in to provide analysis of present ones. To a large extent, the news media facilitate future wars by failing to confront some history. Without a hint of intended irony, the NewsHour on PBS concluded its program on September 9, 2003, with a warm interview of Henry Kissinger and then a segment about a renowned propagandist for the Nazi war machine. Kissinger talked about his latest book. Then a professor of German history talked about Leni Riefenstahl, the path-breaking documentary filmmaker who had just died at age 101. The conversation was cozy with Kissinger, the man who served as the preeminent architect of U.S. foreign policy during the last half-dozen years of the Vietnam War. Tossed his way by host Jim Lehrer, the questions ranged from softball to beach ball. And when the session ended, Lehrer went beyond politeness. "Dr. Kissinger, good to see you. Thank you for being with us. Good luck on your book." But once in a while, a mainstream news outlet summons the gumption necessary to explore grim truth about the powerful in our midst. That's what happened in February 2001 when NewsHour correspondent Elizabeth Farnsworth interviewed Kissinger about his direct contact with General Augusto Pinochet, the Chilean dictator who came to power in a military coup on September 11, 1973. Kissinger was President Nixon's national security advisor at the time. Nearly 3 years after that coup which overthrew the elected socialist president, Salvador Allende, Kissinger huddled with General Pinochet in Chile. By then, Kissinger was in his third year as Secretary of State. By then, thousands of political prisoners had died, and many more had been tortured, at the hands of the Pinochet regime. At the 1976 meeting, a declassified memo says, Kissinger told Pinochet, "We are sympathetic with what you are trying to do here." Farnsworth confronted Kissinger about the memo's contents during the 2001 interview. She asked him point blank about the discussion with Pinochet, "Why did you not say to him, 'You're violating human rights. You're killing people. Stop it'?" Kissinger replied, "First of all, human rights were not an international issue at the time, the way they have become since. That was not what diplomats and secretaries of state and presidents were saying generally to anybody in those days." He added that at the June 1976 meeting with Pinochet, "I spent half my time telling him that he should improve his human rights performance in any number of ways." But the American envoy's concern was tactical. As Farnsworth noted in her reporting, Kissinger did bring up human rights violations, saying they were making it difficult for him to get aid for Chile from Congress 31. During the last quarter of a century, Kissinger became quite wealthy as an international consultant and member of numerous boards at huge corporations, including media firms. Along the way, he accumulated many friends in high media places. When Washington Post company owner Katharine Graham wrote her autobiography, she praised Kissinger as a dear friend and all-around wonderful person. 32. As it happened, the NewsHour interview with Kissinger on September 9, 2003, came just 2 days before the 30th anniversary of the coup in Chile. Although declassified documents show that Kissinger was deeply involved in making that coup possible, Lehrer's hospitality was such that the anchor did not mention it. Minutes later, during another NewsHour interview, historian Claudia Kunz was aptly pointing out that Riefenstahl saw herself as a documentary maker, not as a propagandist. But what she understood so much before anyone else is that the best propaganda is invisible. It looks like a documentary. Then you realize all you're seeing is glory, beauty, and triumph, and you don't see the darker side. 6. This is not at all about oil or corporate profits. On August 15, 1990, 2 weeks after the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, President George H.W. Bush expressed great concern about oil as the Pentagon moved to deploy troops and weaponry to the Persian Gulf. Of course, the confrontation was about our own national security interests along with ensuring peace and stability, but there was something more at stake. We are also talking about maintaining access to energy resources that are key not just to the functioning of this country, but to the entire world, the president said. Our jobs, our way of life, our own freedom and the freedom of friendly countries around the world would all suffer if control of the world's great oil reserves fell into the hands of Saddam Hussein, he declared. 1 But by autumn the official story had shifted. Confronted by protesters while speaking at a fundraiser in Des Moines, the president had this rejoinder: "You know, some people never get the word. The fight isn't about oil. The fight is about naked aggression that will not stand." Addressing a Republican crowd in Vermont a week later, Bush flatly said that it isn't oil that we're concerned about. It is aggression. And this aggression is not going to stand. 3. Papering over corporate interests with humanitarian ones is standard media operating procedure for presidents and their administrations, along with many pundits. On the last day of November 2003, with U.S. troops occupying Iraq, New York Times columnist Thomas Friedman gushed that this war is the most important liberal, revolutionary U.S. democracy-building project since the Marshall Plan. He lauded the war as one of the noblest things this country has ever attempted abroad. Friedman did not mention the estimated 112 billion barrels of oil under the sand in Iraq. Selling weaponry and a vast array of supplies to the Pentagon is central to the gargantuan military contractor business. And ongoing transfers of arms to other countries also enrich many corporations. Those profitable achievements provide the wherewithal to help sustain wars on several continents. Globally, the United States leads the world in international sales of weapons. The Congressional Research Service reported that U.S. arms sales topped $14.5 billion during 2003, with the United States alone cashing in on 56.7% of all weapons sales worldwide. While the global total for weapons deals dropped from the previous year, the United States increased its amount by about $1 billion. And arms merchants certainly did not forget the neediest. For the year, the U.S. arms sales included $6.2 billion in contracts with developing countries, where societies could least afford big expenditures for weapons. 4. When the government of a developing nation is in sync with Washington's priorities, what it has to offer includes a lot more than buying weapons or agreeing to deals for extraction of natural resources on terms beneficial to U.S. interests. After war ushers in a regime to Uncle Sam's liking, a country is much more apt to provide a lucrative market for American products, whether Big Macs, Disney movies, household appliances, or earth-moving equipment, along with loans and other financial transactions. Along the way, as in Iraq after the 2003 invasion, the big reconstruction contracts awarded by Washington are heavily weighted toward politically connected American firms. The public arguments in favor of war do not usually include zeal to serve corporate interests. But once in a blue moon, politicians opt to openly illuminate such motives, as when during congressional debate in January 1991, a few days before the Gulf War began, Senator Warren Rudman grounded the prevailing lofty arguments with a factor more crude. "Can anyone reasonably assert," he asked, "that it would serve our interests to mortgage the production and pricing levels of nearly one-half of the world's proven oil reserve to the whims of an ambitious tyrant? I think not." 5. A dozen years later, weeks before the invasion of Iraq, liberal Washington Post columnist Richard Cohen launched a barrage of invective against a member of Congress who had dared to identify oil as the strongest incentive for the impending war. Cohen claimed to be shocked. The first word of his column was liar. From there, he peppered his piece with references to Representative Dennis Kucinich as an indomitable demagogue and a fool who was repeating a lie. 6. But Cohen would have done well to reread a front page of his own newspaper. 5 months earlier, on September 15, 2002, a page 1 Post story carried the headline: "In Iraqi war scenario, oil is key issue, U.S. drillers eye huge petroleum pool." In the article, Ahmed Chalabi, the exile leader of the U.S.-backed Iraqi National Congress, said that he favored the creation of a United States-led consortium to develop oil fields in a post-Saddam Iraq. American companies will have a big shot at Iraqi oil. The same Post article quoted former CIA Director James Woolsey, a Chalabi supporter who, according to a Legal Times story, had been on the payroll of Chalabi's group. Woolsey said, France and Russia have oil companies and interests in Iraq. They should be told that if they are of assistance in moving Iraq toward decent government, we'll do the best we can to ensure that the new government and American companies work closely with them. If they throw in their lot with Saddam, it will be difficult to the point of impossible to persuade the new Iraqi government to work with them. As business pages had often indicated, it was actually quite reasonable to identify oil as very important in U.S. policy toward Iraq. But in political news coverage, and among all but a few mainstream pundits, such talk was in general disrepute. On Wall Street, financial analysts were inclined to be much more candid than politicians or political reporters. Think of Iraq as a military base with a very large oil reserve underneath, said Fadl, an expert on the oil industry for Oppenheimer and Company. He added, "You can't ask for better than that." After more than a quarter century of tracking the oil business, Guide commented, "Think of Iraq as virgin territory. It is the superstar of the future. That's why Iraq becomes the most sought-after real estate on the face of the earth." 7 Toronto Star columnist and author, Linda McQuaig, cited internal documents that the Bush administration had used for policy formulation. In spring 2001, high-ranking Bush officials and oil firm execs pored over a map showing details of exploration blocks and other intricacies of Iraq's oil fields. Meeting in secret, the Energy Task Force chaired by Vice President Dick Cheney had also examined a chart that featured information about 63 oil companies from 30 nations under the heading Foreign Suitors for Iraqi Oil Fields. The documents, McQuaig wrote, suggest that those who took part in the Cheney Task Force, including senior oil company executives, were very interested in Iraq's oil and specifically in the danger of it falling into the hands of eager foreign oil companies, rather than into the rightful hands of eager U.S. oil companies. As the documents show, prior to the U.S. invasion, foreign oil companies were nicely positioned for future involvement in Iraq, while the major U.S. oil companies, after years of U.S. Iraqi hostilities, were largely out of the picture. Of course, for oil corporations based in the United States, that picture would change drastically after the invasion. 8. While evaded or downplayed in standard political journalism, the inseparability of major corporate interests and foreign affairs is taken for granted by policy players. 9 Perhaps there is some symbolism in the career path of Margaret Tutwiler, a longtime State Department spokeswoman who in December 2003 took the post of Undersecretary of State for Public Affairs. Tutwiler stayed in that role, dubbed America's Chief of Public Relations by the New York Times, for only half a year before joining the private sector at the New York Stock Exchange, where her title became Executive Vice President for Communications and Government Relations. 10. American journalists don't hesitate to probe the nefarious goals of a Washington-designated enemy leader, as when a Newsweek cover story featured Milosevic, the face of evil, his mind and motives. 11 In sharp contrast, reporting on overall corporate motivations of U.S. policy tends to be evasive. Profiteering by specific firms may become controversial, but the more generic conflicts of interest are evidently too routine to raise journalistic eyebrows. In an essay near the close of the 1990s, National Public Radio correspondent Silvia Poggioli noted that the countries of the Balkans as well as Eastern and Central Europe had been under close Western scrutiny during the decade. Yet, she pointed out, too often their most zealous monitors have been free market missionaries whose democracy-building yardstick is limited to privatization of industry and the creation of a consumer society. 12 Frequently touted in glowing terms, high on Washington's global agenda is the aim of making the world safe for lucrative corporate investment. But when an administration presents its current war as an exercise in altruism, supporters may bristle at any charge that motivations include geopolitical positioning, future use of far-flung military bases, gaining markets, economic leverage, or advantageous access to natural resources such as oil. While pointing to possibly selfish motives of other nations, the mainstream U.S. press shies away from putting too fine a point on evidence that a war greatly benefits special interests in the United States. Such circumspect coverage occurs in the context of media outlets dominated by large corporations. Steady consolidation of ownership and the hefty clout of advertising combine to limit the range of information and debate in news media. Ongoing pressures, economic, ideological, and governmental, constrain the work of mainline journalists, whose efforts routinely suffer from self-censorship, a very big problem in societies with press freedoms. Circus dogs jump when the trainer cracks his whip, but the really well-trained dog is the one that turns his somersault when there is no whip, George Orwell observed. 13 Media critic Herbert Schiller described dynamics that apply to the bulk of news coverage. In truth, the strength of the control process rests in its apparent absence. The desired systemic result is achieved ordinarily by a loose though effective institutional process. Schiller went on to cite the education of journalists and other media professionals, built-in penalties and rewards for doing what is expected, norms presented as objective rules, and the occasional but telling direct intrusion from above. The main lever is the internalization of values. 14 Self-censorship has long been one of journalism's most insidious and least discussed hazards. And when journalists defer to the prevalent spin on matters of war and peace, they participate in a process that eases the country into one war after another. The financial benefits of war extend well beyond what usually comes to mind when we think of military contracts. Destructive effects of warfare open up myriad opportunities to make a killing. So it was not a particularly conspicuous story in mid-March 2004 when the San Francisco Chronicle's business section reported some good financial news for the household of a U.S. Senator. Perini Corp., a Massachusetts construction company partially owned by the investment firm of California Senator Dianne Feinstein's husband, landed a $500 million contract Friday to repair southern Iraq's electricity grid. Feinstein's husband, Richard Bloom, controls about 24% of Perini shares through his investment firm, Bloom Capital Partners. 15 The bonanza for the Feinstein-Bloom duo was part of the latest bounty from a cornucopia of big deals coming out of the war for American firms. The U.S. officials divvying up the contracts brushed aside well-founded complaints that Iraqis were ready, willing, and able to do such reconstruction projects at a fraction of the cost to U.S. taxpayers. Feinstein's spouse was into something big in financial terms. Democrats made election year hay about the fact that Halliburton, a company that Dick Cheney ran shortly before becoming vice president, was cashing in on U.S. government reconstruction contracts in Iraq. But the net for profit-taking in the invasion aftermath was cast wide. Perini is one of several American firms mobilized to restore Iraq's electricity under a series of contracts issued by the Pentagon this week, the Chronicle noted. On Friday, Washington Group International won a $500 million contract to restore power in northern Iraq. The Pentagon is selecting firms to perform $5 billion of reconstruction work, including repairs to damaged hospitals, courthouses, and water systems. 16. Of course, those hospitals, courthouses, and water systems had been damaged largely because of the war. After being paid big bucks to help implement the destruction, various portions of the American corporate sector were also paid handsomely to assist with repairs and to help keep the military operations rolling. 17. When annual reports came off the press in 2004, quite a few reflected mega profits in hand and on the horizon. As usual, corporate beneficiaries of warfare ranged widely in size. Orbit International Corp., a small business making high-tech products for use by the Navy, Air Force, Army, and Marines, had increased its net sales by nearly $2.4 million during the previous 2 years, to about $17.10 million, and the war future was bright. Looking ahead, CEO Dennis Sunshine reported, Orbit's electronics and power unit segments expect to continue to benefit from the expanding military/defense and homeland security marketplace. 18 In its yearly report to federal regulators, the firm acknowledged, "We are heavily dependent upon military spending as a source of revenues and income. Accordingly, any substantial future reductions in overall military spending by the U.S. government could have a material adverse effect on our sales and earnings." 19. A much larger corporation, Engineered Support Systems Incorporated, had quadrupled its net revenues between 1999 and 2003, when they reached $572.7 million. In early 2004, the company proclaimed itself to be rapidly approaching revenues of $1 billion and beyond. The growth was impressive. Fueled by a steady stream of strategic acquisitions, the firm reported, it has emerged as a leading designer, manufacturer, and supplier of integrated military electronics, support equipment and technical and logistics services for all branches of America's armed forces and certain foreign militaries, homeland security forces and selected government and intelligence agencies. For the title of its 2003 annual report, the company chose on active duty. A statement signed by the corporation's top officers declared, "As we have always said, rapid deployment of our armed forces drives our business. That has never been more true than today, with our military personnel actively engaged in Iraq and Afghanistan and stationed in dozens of countries around the globe." 21 And, company president Jerry Pothoff assured investors, "Our long-term success doesn't necessarily depend on America being at war or being engaged in large-scale operations such as those currently underway in Iraq and Afghanistan. Our nation's military is deployed in over 130 countries, so our products and personnel are deployed, as well. As long as America remains the world's policeman, our products and services will help them complete their missions." 22. With revenues of just over $26.2 billion in 2003, the gigantic Northrop Grumman put out an annual report on the year with a decidedly upbeat tone, asserting that our nation's recent conflicts in Afghanistan and Iraq have borne out Northrop Grumman's strategic vision of the changing nature of warfare. With the bases of many neighboring foreign countries closed to us, it was largely sea basing provided by the Navy and air strikes from distant land bases that allowed us to project force globally without, in President Bush's words, asking for a permission slip. 23 The corporation reported, in terms of the portfolio, Northrop Grumman is situated in the sweet spot of U.S. defense and national security spending. We believe the depth and breadth of our programs and leading-edge technologies, and their strategic alignment with the transformation of our military in the 21st century, give us the best-positioned portfolio in our industry. 24. War, how sweet it can be. The CEO of Engineered Support Systems, Jerry Daniels, used the same saccharine jargon in his firm's annual report to describe its enviable position. "We're really in a sweet spot within the defense market," he exulted. "Today, our armed forces are increasingly being pushed out of large, permanent overseas bases, forced to conduct military operations both from the continental United States and from alternate temporary bases around the world. In addition, the military is outsourcing more and more of its non-warfighting services to civilian contractors like engineered support. Both of these trends are working to our advantage." 25. These are not isolated slices of the corporate sector or just unusual winnings from a particular war. New York Times reporter Chris Hedges, in his Q&A format book What Every Person Should Know About War, wrote that in just 1 year the Defense Department spent $170.8 billion with military contractors such as Boeing and Lockheed Martin. One way or another, the red, white and blue war machine cuts a lot of paychecks. With 627,000 civilians directly on the U.S. military's payroll, the defense industry employs another 3 million. Military business lobbying groups spend upward of $1 million per week, in addition to election campaign contributions. Hedges posed this question: does the military industry help make defense spending decisions? His answer: yes. 26. After September 11, 2001, Russia's president found that the White House was flashing a green light for the Kremlin to pursue the grisly war in Chechnya. Under the War on Terrorism heading, Vladimir Putin and George W. Bush proceeded to engage in a mutual winkathon about conflicts they were pleased to portray as anti-terror imperatives. Not surprisingly, since 9/11 President Putin has struggled to pry the Chechen secessionist movement from history, regional policy analyst Rafi Khachaturian pointed out 2 years later. Ignoring its nationalist origins, he has argued that Chechen violence is a link in the same chain of acts by international terrorists who targeted the United States. And Washington has so far given him a pass on this. True, some militants in Chechnya such as the late, infamous Khattab have established ties with global Islamist terror networks. But the crisis in Chechnya ultimately remains local. 27. Among the U.S. troop deployments that would have been more difficult before September 11 was the stationing of GIs in Georgia, a country with a compelling strategic location and not just for providing air bases to use in future U.S. military operations. The Bush administration proclaimed Georgia to be in urgent need of reinforcements against terrorism. But, as Kachadurian observed, given the nature of the training, it's more likely they were deployed to help secure Georgia as a link in Washington's coveted east-west energy corridor for shuttling oil and gas from the Caspian Sea to world markets. Overall, in the Caucasus and Central Asia, Washington's primary interests are energy and security, the familiar story of oil and war, but will that bring much needed stability and democracy? 28 On the ground, in daily life, events grimly answer such questions. For American policymakers and national security journalists, the problems are apt to remain somewhat abstract, while people in the region endure the human costs of war and political suppression. In October 2003, facing large-scale street protests, Azerbaijan's ill dictator Haydar Aliyev turned the reins of power over to his son Ilham. A bogus election, complete with arrests and physical attacks on opponents, provided thin window dressing along the way. The repression machine is firing all its cylinders, said a leader of the opposition. 29 Swiftly after the close of the election, Deputy Secretary of State Richard Armitage called the new dictator, Ilham Aliyev, to congratulate him on a strong performance at the polls. 30. As it happened, Armitage was a founding member of the board for the U.S. Azerbaijan Chamber of Commerce. And, with extensive oil reserves in Azerbaijan, there was plenty more commerce to be anticipated. The political warmth from Armitage toward Azerbaijan's ruling elites was extended in tandem with military help. 7. They are the aggressors, not us. Judgments at Nuremberg and precepts of international law forbid launching aggressive war. We must make clear to the Germans that the wrong for which their fallen leaders are on trial is not that they lost the war, but that they started it, said Supreme Court Justice Robert L. Jackson, representing the U.S. government at the International Conference on Military Trials, when World War II finally ended. He added that no grievances or policies will justify resort to aggressive war. It is utterly renounced and condemned as an instrument of policy. 1. A fierce advocate of international law, Senator Wayne Morse had no patience for double standards. In 1964 he told a national TV audience, "I don't know why we think, just because we're mighty, that we have the right to try to substitute might for right. And that's the American policy in Southeast Asia, just as unsound when we do it as when Russia does it." 2. Morse was crying out in Washington's wilderness as escalation of the Vietnam War accelerated. Sometimes the White House praises international law while violating it, as in the case of the Johnson administration and Vietnam. There are those who complain of the loss of sovereignty involved in membership in the United Nations, or in the Organization of American States, or in NATO, or in signing any international treaty, Vice President Hubert Humphrey said while the Vietnam War raged. But without the rule of law, the rule of the jungle prevails. 3. A recurring media motif is to dwell on painful aspects of wielding power, such as the reported anguish of shouldering a heavy burden that requires making life-or-death decisions as commander-in-chief. Presidents have encouraged such media coverage, which sometimes cues the public to extend more empathy toward the man who gives the orders to drop bombs than toward the people underneath those bombs. The exercise of power in this century has meant for all of us in the United States not arrogance but agony, President Lyndon Johnson said in 1966. We have used our power not willingly and recklessly ever, but always reluctantly and with restraint, for the inversion of victimizer and victim is common in wartime media coverage. Even while repeatedly unleashing Pentagon firepower, Presidents have been fond of portraying themselves as victims of aggression by a foe all too willing to exploit American moderation. After years of bombing Vietnam with massive ferocity, President Johnson sounded a warning in early 1968 as he told fellow Americans, and the other side must not take advantage of our restraint as they have in the past. This nation simply cannot accept anything less without jeopardizing the lives of our men and of our allies. 5. While inflicting extreme military violence, presidents are inclined to depict extreme passivity as the only other option, raising the specter of gargantuan Uncle Sam tied down by Lilliputians of the world. If when the chips are down, the world's most powerful nation, acts like a pitiful, helpless giant, President Richard Nixon contended on April 30, 1970, as he announced the U.S. invasion of Cambodia, the forces of totalitarianism and anarchy will threaten free nations and free institutions throughout the world. The frequent message, the alternative to war is disastrous surrender. My fellow Americans, Nixon said on November 3, 1969, I am sure you can recognize from what I have said that we really only have two choices open to us if we want to end this war. After that speech, which made an appeal to a great silent majority, the president's popularity rating spiked up 12 points. 6. Statements about adhering to international principles are sometimes effusive when the U.S. government can laud its legalisms and wage war. 2. Our commitment to international law and to international organizations has been demonstrated anew, Republican Senator Richard G. Lugar boasted on January 17, 1991, with the Gulf War just underway. Such self-praise for the U.S. government is bipartisan. Months later, in the afterglow of war, Democratic Senator Bill Bradley voiced satisfaction. International law provides the basis for action when one country invades another. 7 But the burlesque quality of such dedication to international law was inadvertently satirized shortly thereafter by powerful Senator Jesse Helms when he stated, the Israeli possession of Judea and Samaria has stronger claim to validity under international law and historical precedent than that of any Arab state. As a Baptist, I feel very strongly about that. 8. In November 2002, while the Pentagon geared up for the invasion of Iraq, more than 300 law professors in the United States signed a statement pointing out that the international rule of law is not a soft luxury to be discarded whenever leaders find it convenient or popular to resort to savage violence. 6 months later, with U.S. forces occupying Iraq, the Secretary General of Amnesty International charged, the United States continues to pick and choose which bits of its obligations under international law it will use, and when it will use them. 10. Paradoxically, the kinds of arguments made to oppose a war on the grounds of its unwinnability are likely to help fuel that war and the next ones. With the underpinnings of war prerogatives unchallenged, a logical response is that wars must be fought more effectively to assure a clear victory. That's what I.F. Stone was driving at when he wrote, a few years into the Vietnam War, in mid-February 1968, it is time to stand back and look at where we are going. And to take a good look at ourselves. A first observation is that we can easily overestimate our national conscience. A major part of the protest against the war springs simply from the fact that we are losing it. If it were not for the heavy cost, politicians like the Kennedys and organizations like the ADA would still be as complacent about the war as they were a few years ago. 11. Stone made another point that several decades later could have served as an apt critique of outraged claims from pundits and politicians who described the aggressive U.S. war on Iraq as unprecedented. For all the poppycock about the Vietnamese War clashing with our past traditions, Stone wrote, we have long been an imperialistic people. The Truman Doctrine and the Johnson Doctrine are only extensions of the Monroe Doctrine, new embodiments of that manifest destiny to which our expansionists appealed in a less cautious day. Bolivar once said that we plagued Latin America in the name of liberty, today we do it to a growing sector of the world. Everywhere we talk liberty and social reform, but we end up by allying ourselves with native oligarchies and military cliques just as we have done in Vietnam. In the showdown, we reach for the gun. 12. but the conventional media wisdom says that Uncle Sam's gun is not the first to leave its holster. In 1999, summing up, Newsweek flatly reported that America has not started a war in the century 13 and the baseline of U.S. military intervention is actually reinforced as acceptable when critics of a new war claim that the current militaristic transgression is extraordinary and out of sync with the normality of the nation's foreign policy. Such revision of history affirms garden-variety wars of intervention. When Howard Dean was a candidate for the 2004 Democratic presidential nomination while trumpeting opposition to the invasion of Iraq, his campaign issued a statement that faulted an opponent for backing a Bush-Cheney policy where, for the first time in American history, we commit to war before exhausting our efforts to commit to peace. 14 In response, the author of a widely read book on U.S. history, Howard Zinn, commented, "Instances of the U.S. government spurning peace efforts and going to war include the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the First Gulf War, the bombing of Afghanistan." 15. Reaching for the gun is routinely seen as a benevolent or at least necessary activity for the present day. In a front-page New York Times analysis piece a year after the invasion of Iraq, under the headline "A Solemn Call for Toughness in a Time of Peril," the only quote from a source outside of the Bush administration came near the end, from historian Richard Norton Smith. "A majority of Americans want to believe that what we have done in Iraq is admirable, necessary, and in the long run good for us and the peace of the world. But they need reminding, they need credible advocacy, and they need reassurance that those in charge have a game plan." 16 The following week, a Times editorial expressed confidence in the fortitude of average citizens, who are able to accept the cost of war whenever they are confident that the cause is right. 17. But no matter what most Americans wanted to believe or were able to accept, the Iraq War had entered its second year without indications that public opinion would curtail the U.S. role in the bloodshed anytime soon. Skewed by the exact wording of the questions cooked up, opinion poll results could be sliced and diced many different ways. In late April 2004, even while some polling indicated that most people in the United States would favor the idea of sending more U.S. troops to augment the 135,000 already in Iraq, an editor of the New Republic was citing poll data that showed a record 65% believe the level of American casualties in Iraq is unacceptable. 18 Meanwhile, the hazed clarity offered by a Time magazine cover story was encapsulated in a bromide near the close. The Times/CNN poll last week showed only 24% of Americans now view the military campaign in Iraq to be unsuccessful. On the other hand, more than half say the U.S. should maintain or increase the number of troops in Iraq. The relative public equanimity gives the Bush administration precious time to try to get things right. 19 In the months that followed, the poll numbers would shift to become more negative toward the Iraq War. Yet there was a kind of near inevitability in the air, hardly unprecedented, assuming that as a practical matter the war would need to go on quite a bit longer. The distant mirror of Vietnam could provide a grim reflection. During a CBS News broadcast in the spring of 1967, while the president was preparing to partially approve General William Westmoreland's request for deployment of additional troops to Vietnam, correspondent Mike Wallace reported that one high-ranking official who reflects the feeling in top circles in Saigon said he thought the enemy was willing to take 1 million casualties, which at the current ratio would mean 200,000 U.S. casualties, with at least 25,000 killed, and that figure may be conservative. Continuing his on-air report, Wallace recounted the conversation. "Will the American people accept those losses? I wondered. Do they have any choice?" was his rejoinder. "Then the real war out here is just beginning?" I asked. The official nodded his head in assent. 20. From the standpoint of media and politics, launching the war was not very difficult and stopping it was extremely difficult. Like a runaway vehicle, a war's momentum can overcome any number of obstacles. As it happened, Mike Wallace's chilling report from Saigon went on the air just 3 days before a gathering of Americans, estimated at up to 300,000 or more, marched against the war through streets of New York City. That was the spring when Martin Luther King Jr., joining with the peace protests, declared, I never intend to adjust myself to the madness of militarism. 21 But even though active opposition grew to involve millions of Americans during the late 1960s, the U.S. war in Southeast Asia persisted for several more years. 3 decades after that war ended, its instructive meaning was up for grabs across the U.S. political spectrum as the Iraq War accelerated. 8. If this war is wrong, Congress will stop it? It's a classic pattern. Some in Congress raise concerns. On the record, hearings include cautionary testimony. Impassioned oratory and debates ensue on Capitol Hill, with at least a few senators and representatives fretting aloud about a possible quagmire and whether sufficient planning has gone into an exit strategy. In both chambers there are calls for the White House to consult with the congressional leadership, which the president promises to do. A resolution in favor of war is introduced, debated, and passed, amid assurances that the Congress has not approved a blank check and can count on consultation in the future. Supporters of going to war cite the public record while more vaguely referring to the ominous significance of classified intelligence briefings. In such times of national crisis, many say that support for the president is essential, that the American people expect no less. The Gulf of Tonkin resolution gave President Johnson authority to take all necessary measures to repel any armed attack against the forces of the United States and to prevent further aggression. It was to be followed by several other resolutions from Capitol Hill in the next decades that also stopped short of a declaration of war yet relinquished congressional responsibilities by deferring to presidential power to make war as the man in the Oval Office saw fit. It all seemed very clear. American planes hit North Vietnam after 2D attack on our destroyers, move taken to halt new aggression, said a Washington Post headline on August 5, 1964. That same day, the front page of the New York Times reported, President Johnson has ordered retaliatory action against gunboats and certain supporting facilities in North Vietnam after renewed attacks against American destroyers in the Gulf of Tonkin. But there was no second attack by North Vietnam, no renewed attacks against American destroyers. By reporting official claims as absolute truths, American journalism opened the floodgates for the Vietnam War. The official story was that North Vietnamese torpedo boats launched an unprovoked attack against a U.S. destroyer on routine patrol in the Gulf of Tonkin on August 2 and that North Vietnamese PT boats followed up with a deliberate attack on a pair of U.S. ships 2 days later. But the truth was very different. Rather than being on a routine patrol August 2, the U.S. destroyer Maddox was actually engaged in aggressive intelligence-gathering maneuvers in sync with coordinated attacks. The day before, 2 attacks on North Vietnam had taken place, wrote scholar Daniel C. Hallen. Those assaults were part of a campaign of increasing military pressure on the North that the United States had been pursuing since early 1964. 1. On the night of August 4, the Pentagon stated that a second attack by North Vietnamese PT boats had occurred earlier that day in the Tonkin Gulf, a report cited by President Johnson as he went on national TV that evening to announce a momentous escalation in the war, airstrikes against North Vietnam. But Johnson ordered U.S. bombers to retaliate for a North Vietnamese torpedo attack that never happened. Prior to the U.S. airstrikes, top officials in Washington had reason to doubt that any August 4 attack by North Vietnam had occurred. Cables from the U.S. Task Force commander in the Gulf of Tonkin, Captain John J. Herrick, referred to freak weather effects, almost total darkness, and an overeager sonarman who was hearing ship's own propeller beat. Herrick advised against jumping to conclusions. Review of action makes many reported contacts and torpedoes fired appear doubtful. Suggest complete evaluation before any further action. 2. One of the Navy pilots flying overhead that night was Squadron Commander James Stockdale. I had the best seat in the house to watch that event, he recalled many years later, and our destroyers were just shooting at phantom targets. There were no PT boats there. 3. But Johnson's speech of August 4, 1964, won accolades from editorial writers. The New York Times proclaimed that the president went to the American people last night with the somber facts, while the Los Angeles Times urged Americans to face the fact that the communists, by their attack on American vessels in international waters, have themselves escalated the hostilities. The Washington Post featured a prominent news analysis, headlined "Firm Stand is Warning to Hanoi." That August 5 article recited the White House line in a journalistic voice: "The United States turned loose its military might on North Vietnam last night to prevent the communist leaders in Hanoi and Peking from making the mistaken decision that they could attack American ships with impunity." But the initial United States decision was for limited action, a sort of tit-for-tat retaliation, and not a decision to escalate the war in Southeast Asia. 4. However, as Hallen has pointed out, it certainly was not the case that the first air strike against North Vietnam was merely a tit-for-tat retaliation. The administration had been moving throughout 1964 toward a fundamental change in American policy. The covert operations begun in February were part of a systematic program of increasingly escalating pressure on North Vietnam. Hallen observed that journalists had a great deal of information available which contradicted the official account. It simply wasn't used. 5. Ironically, the obscured story of attacks on North Vietnam by South Vietnamese gunboats was itself a cover story. Those attacks had been, in Daniel Ellsberg's words, entirely U.S. operations. 6. On August 6, 2 days after the second purported incident in the Gulf of Tonkin, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara testified at a joint closed session of the Foreign Relations and Armed Services Committees of the Senate. McNamara claimed that the two U.S. vessels, the Maddox and the Turner Joy, returned the fire that had been directed at them in the form of torpedoes and automatic weapons fire. Flanked by General Earl Wheeler, he spun out the tale. When Senator Frank Lusk asked how many of the torpedoes were set in motion and what small arms were used, this exchange followed. McNamara: "It is difficult to estimate. This was a very dark night. The attack was carried out during the night, the hours of darkness. It was a premeditated attack, a pre-planned attack. It was described as an ambush in the reports from the commanders, but because it was night it is very difficult to estimate the total amount of fire." Senator Lusk: "The shots were again initiated by the North Vietnamese." McNamara: "Yes. General Wheeler: That's correct." 7. At the Joint Committee's session that day, a gadfly in the ointment was Senator Wayne Morse of Oregon. Early that morning, a Pentagon officer telephoned a startling tip to Morse, journalist Stanley Carnoro 2 decades later. The officer, whose identity Morse would never divulge, revealed that the Maddox had indeed been involved in the covert South Vietnamese raids against North Vietnam. 8. But when Senator Morse raised the issue, Defense Secretary McNamara responded by lying: "Our Navy played absolutely no part in, was not associated with, was not aware of, any South Vietnamese actions, if there were any. I say this flatly. This is a fact." 9. For the Johnson administration, the rigorously deceptive behind-closed-doors testimony was part of a dissembling approach that cinched a congressional resolution for war. The blitz was multi-pronged, with no aspect more important than manipulative use of television, radio, and major print outlets. Setting the pace for administration officials with a relentless media drumbeat, Johnson did not hesitate to follow up the first news accounts of Tonkin Gulf attacks with quick and facile rhetoric of the injured mighty party. He told a national TV audience, "This new act of aggression, aimed directly at our own forces, again brings home to all of us in the United States the importance of the struggle for peace and security in Southeast Asia." 10. Media reliance on official sources facilitated the Vietnam War, as it would many other wars in the next 4 decades. Such reliance was the professional norm and a shoddy rendition of journalism. As media researcher Hallen points out, the assumptions and routines of what is often known as objective journalism made it exceedingly easy for officials to manipulate day-to-day news content. There was little editorializing in the columns of major American newspapers at the time of the Tonkin Gulf incident. Most of the reporting, in the best tradition of objective journalism, just gave the facts. But they were not just any facts. They were official facts, facts about what the president said and what officials here believe. The effect of objectivity was not to free the news of political influence, but to open wide the channel through which official influence flowed. 11. Confident of near unanimous passage, the White House pushed ahead for a congressional vote on August 7. In the absence of independent journalism or congressional skepticism, the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, the closest thing there ever was to a declaration of war against North Vietnam, sailed through Congress. Two courageous senators, Morse of Oregon and Ernest Gruening of Alaska, provided the only no votes. During his fall campaign for a full presidential term, Johnson was intent on easing any concerns that he might be leading the country into war with Vietnam. "We are not about to send American boys 9,000 or 10,000 miles away from home to do what Asian boys ought to be doing for themselves," he said on October 21, 1964.12. The next spring he ordered a drastic escalation of the war. Between 1964 and 1965, the U.S. troop levels in South Vietnam went from 23,000 to 185,000.13. The people in charge of military bureaucracies, I.F. Stone noted a few years after the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, play incidents up or down like an organist depending on whether they want to make or avoid war. Faked or exaggerated, the Tonkin incidents were used for a war build-up the White House and Pentagon wanted. 14 more than 2 decades later, during the Gulf War, former war correspondent Sidney Schanberg warned journalists not to forget our unquestioning chorus of agreeability when Lyndon Johnson bamboozled us with his fabrication of the Gulf of Tonkin incident. Schanberg blamed not only the press but also the apparent amnesia of the wider American public. And he remarked, "We Americans are the ultimate innocents. We are forever desperate to believe that this time the government is telling us the truth." 15. In July 1998 I asked a number of Washington Post staffers whether the newspaper ever retracted its Gulf of Tonkin reporting. Finally, the trail led to someone with a definitive answer. "I can assure you that there was never any retraction," said Murray Marder, a reporter who wrote much of the Washington Post's political coverage of Tonkin Gulf events in August 1964. He added, "If you were making a retraction, you'd have to make a retraction of virtually everyone's entire coverage of the Vietnam War." Marder remembered the story that the South Vietnamese Navy had been shelling North Vietnamese coastal islands just prior to the reported attacks by North Vietnam on U.S. ships in the Tonkin Gulf. But the propaganda machinery was in high gear. Before I could do anything as a reporter, the Washington Post had endorsed the Gulf of Tonkin resolution. The news coverage of events in the Tonkin Gulf was all driven by the White House, recalled Marder, who was a Post reporter from 1946 to 1985. It was an operation, a deliberate manipulation of public opinion. None of us knew, of course, that there had been drafted, months before, a resolution to justify American direct entry into the war, which became the Gulf of Tonkin resolution. He told me, if the American press had been doing its job and the Congress had been doing its job, we would never have been involved in the Vietnam War. Daniel Ellsberg recounts that after a few years of working on Vietnam policies as a U.S. government insider, he realized something crucial, that the president's ability to escalate, his entire strategy throughout the war, had depended on secrecy and lying and thus on his ability to deter unauthorized disclosures, truth-telling by officials. 16. Appearing on the CBS program Face the Nation in 1964, Wayne Morse objected when journalist Peter Lisagor told him, "Senator, the Constitution gives to the President of the United States the sole responsibility for the conduct of foreign policy." Senator Morse responded sharply. "Couldn't be more wrong," he broke in. "You couldn't make a more unsound legal statement than the one you have just made. This is the promulgation of an old fallacy that foreign policy belongs to the President of the United States. That's nonsense." When Lisagor prodded him, Morse did not miss a beat. "It belongs to the American people. And I am pleading that the American people be given the facts about foreign policy." The questioner persisted, "You know, Senator, that the American people cannot formulate and execute foreign policy." Morse became positively indignant. "Why do you say that? I have complete faith in the ability of the American people to follow the facts if you'll give them. And my charge against my government is, we're not giving the American people the facts. 17. It is a commonplace that you can't keep secrets in Washington or in a democracy, that no matter how sensitive the secret, you're likely to read it the next day in the New York Times. These truisms are flatly false, Daniel Ellsberg wrote in 2002. They are in fact cover stories, ways of flattering and misleading journalists and their readers, part of the process of keeping secrets well. The overwhelming majority of secrets do not leak to the American public. This is true even when the information withheld is well known to an enemy and when it is clearly essential to the functioning of the congressional war power and to any democratic control of foreign policy. The reality unknown to the public and to most members of Congress and the press is that secrets that would be of the greatest import to many of them can be kept from them reliably for decades by the executive branch, even though they are known to thousands of insiders. 18. When war backers want Congress to defer to presidential enthusiasm for sending troops into action, the repertoire of justification often includes references to the ultimate information and judgment residing in the White House. A week before the Gulf War began, the avowedly moderate Senator Warren Rudman was serving as a loyal Republican. The president's personal relationships with the leaders of the Allied states are unparalleled, he said. Having masterfully forged a fragile multinational coalition, he is the one who can best gauge its cohesion and durability. 19 On the same day, Senator Jesse Helms used the time-worn argument of national interest, saying that the president has dispatched over 400,000 American military personnel to the Persian Gulf to protect the national interest. We must support the president in the course he has laid out. 20. Playing follow the leader, many a member of Congress simply abdicates responsibility to the White House. Consider this statement by Democratic Senator Joseph Biden on January 24, 1991, a week into the Gulf War. Therefore, I believe, since I do not have any moral objection to what we are doing, I just thought it was less wise to do it this way than the way I preferred to do it, that it is my obligation to do all that I can to support the president and support the fighting women and men in the field. He is the commander-in-chief. We gave him the authority. We gave him the constitutional equivalent of a declaration of war. As the commander-in-chief, he is required to exercise that responsibility as he sees fit. I am not a military expert, and it would be presumptuous of me to suggest how that war, now that it is underway, should be conducted, and I will not. I will follow his lead and judgment on that. In late May 1999, the President of the United States openly violated the War Powers Act and the national media yawned. The War Powers Law, enacted in 1973, requires congressional approval if the U.S. military is to engage in hostilities for more than 60 days. As that deadline passed on May 25, 1999, while large-scale bombing of Yugoslavia continued, some members of the House spoke up. Today, the president is in violation of the law, California Republican Tom Campbell said. That is clear. And Ohio Democrat Dennis Kucinich added, the war continues unauthorized, without the consent of the governed. But sophisticated journalists in the nation's capital just shrugged. To them and to the Clinton administration the law was irrelevant and immaterial, a dead letter undeserving of serious attention. In a dark time of push-button warfare, with more and more eyes getting adjusted to shadowy maneuvers, it was possible to discern a pattern of contempt for basic democratic principles. Forget all that high-sounding stuff in the civics textbooks. Unable to get Congress to vote for the ongoing air war, the president insisted on continuing to bomb Yugoslav cities and towns, destroying bridges and hospitals, electrical generators and water systems. Boasting of the Pentagon's might, he pursued a pax technocratica with remote control assurance. Attorney Walter J. Rockler, a former prosecutor at the Nuremberg war crimes trials more than half a century earlier, was outraged. On May 23, in an essay for the Chicago Tribune that cut against the prevalent media grain, he denounced our murderously destructive bombing campaign in Yugoslavia. He challenged what was being done in the name of Americans. The notion that humanitarian violations can be redressed with random destruction and killing by advanced technological means is inherently suspect. This is mere pretext for our arrogant assertion of dominance and power in defiance of international law. We make the non-negotiable demands and rules, and implement them by military force. With enormous help from mass media, the White House is routinely able to marginalize Congress and the public on matters of war and peace. In effect, reporters and pundits depict top U.S. officials as beleaguered experts whose jobs are difficult enough without intrusive pressures from commoners. The American people have served mostly as spectators while peace and war hang in the balance. 3 days after September 11, with a lone dissenting vote from Representative Barbara Lee, Congress passed a resolution that stated, "The President is authorized to use all necessary and appropriate force against those nations, organizations, or persons he determined planned, authorized, or aided the terrorist attacks that occurred on September 11, 2001, or harbored such organizations or persons." 21 The attack on Afghanistan began a few weeks later. Noting that the scope was global, the time frame infinite, Lee explained later, Congress was not voting to declare war, it was voting to give almost unlimited authority to the President to pursue the perpetrators of September 11 and any of their supporters anywhere. I could not support such a broad, open-ended grant of war-making power. 22 But every other member of Congress went along with the blank check for war, an incomparably easier vote to cast. Of course, hundreds of them reserved the right to complain later that they had been grievously misled. During the lead-up to the Iraq invasion, diplomatic feints were very important for media consumption and for political cover on Capitol Hill. Quite a few Democrats, reluctant to vote for the war resolution but even more reluctant not to, hung their hats on the spurious pretense that the Bush administration would use the mid-October 2002 congressional resolution as a bargaining chip at the diplomatic table. Instead, George W. Bush's team simply pocketed the chip and went on their way to war. With scant credibility, after the war was turning out badly under the political lights, some Democrats claimed that they'd meant for Bush to use Congress's resolution for diplomatic leverage instead of as a green light to go ahead with the invasion. The President's ability to decide when and where to use America's military power is now absolute, Michael Kinsley observed as the invasion of Iraq ended in triumph. Congress cannot stop him. That's not what the Constitution says, and it's not what the War Powers Act says, but that's how it works in practice. 23. 9. If this war is wrong, the media will tell us. After 8 years in the White House, Dwight D. Eisenhower delivered his farewell address on January 17, 1961. The former general warned of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry. He added that we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. Several decades after President Eisenhower spoke, that complex is extremely profitable. The United States military's regular budget, well over $1 billion per day, includes a wide array of line items providing large income streams for weapons contractors and a plethora of other companies heavily reliant on sales of goods and services to the Defense Department. Politicians are often swayed by the economic clout of the military business, the political power of its allies, and the vehement reach of its advocates in news media, a sector increasingly dominated by a few huge corporations. One way or another, a military-industrial complex now extends to much of corporate media. In the process, firms with military ties routinely advertise in news outlets. Often, media magnates and people on the boards of large media-related corporations enjoy close links, financial and social, with the military industry and Washington's foreign policy establishment. Sometimes a media-owning corporation is itself a significant weapons merchant. In 1991, when my colleague Martin A. Lee and I looked into the stake that one major media-invested company had in the latest war, what we found was sobering. NBC's owner, General Electric, designed, manufactured, or supplied parts or maintenance for nearly every major weapons system used by the United States during the Gulf War, including the Patriot and Tomahawk cruise missiles, the stealth bomber, the B-52 bomber, the AWACS plane, and the Navstar spy satellite system. In other words, when correspondents and paid consultants on NBC television praised the performance of U.S. weapons, they were extolling equipment made by GE, the corporation that pays their salaries. During just 1 year, 1989, General Electric had received close to $2 billion in military contracts related to systems that ended up being utilized for the Gulf War. 15 years later, the company still had a big stake in military spending. In 2004, when the Pentagon released its list of top military contractors for the latest fiscal year, General Electric ranked 8th, with $2.8 billion in contracts. 2. The descent into war is greatly smoothed by deferrals of tough news coverage. Napoleon recognized the dynamic 2 centuries ago when he asserted that it wasn't necessary to censor the news, it was sufficient to delay the news until it no longer mattered. During the first half of 1992, a year and more after the Gulf War, the ABC show Nightline and other major U.S. news outlets got around to reporting on the Bush administration's role in building up Saddam Hussein's financial and military power. In contrast, a relatively small media outlet, The Village Voice, had published the essence of that story, Gulfgate, how the U.S. secretly armed Iraq back in December 1990, a month before the Gulf War began. 3. Given the extent of shared sensibilities and financial synergies within what amounts to a huge military-industrial media complex, it shouldn't be surprising that whether in the prelude to the Gulf War of 1991 or the Iraq invasion of 2003, the USA's biggest media institutions did little to illuminate how Washington and business interests had combined to strengthen and arm Saddam Hussein during many of his worst crimes. In the 1980s and afterward, the United States underwrote 24 American corporations so they could sell to Saddam Hussein weapons of mass destruction, which he used against Iran, at that time the prime Middle Eastern enemy of the United States. Ben Bagdikian wrote in The New Media Monopoly, the 2004 edition of his landmark book on the news business. Hussein used U.S. supplied poison gas against Iranians and Kurds while the United States looked the other way. This was the same Saddam Hussein who then, as in 2000, was a tyrant subjecting dissenters in his regime to unspeakable tortures and committing genocide against his Kurdish minorities. For in corporate Medialand, history could be supremely relevant when it focused on Hussein's torture and genocide, but the historic assistance he got from the U.S. government and American firms was apt to be off the subject and beside the point. 5. No matter what limits the White House seeks to impose on media reporting and access to troops in wartime, the judgments made by American reporters and editors ultimately do far more to filter the news coverage and views that reach the public. Vietnam was the first war in which reporters were routinely accredited to accompany military forces yet not subject to censorship. Daniel Hallen has noted. 6. The authorities in Washington figured they could expect correspondents not to wander too far in terms of content. The integration of the media into the political establishment was assumed to be secure enough that the last major vestige of direct government control, military censorship in wartime, could be lifted. 7. Some reporters exercised a significant degree of independence. And, Hallen concluded, this did matter. In 1963, when American policy in Vietnam began to fall apart, the media began to send back an image that conflicted sharply with the picture of progress officials were trying to paint. It would happen again many times before the war was over. But those reporters also went to Southeast Asia schooled in a set of journalistic practices which, among other things, ensured that the news would reflect, if not always the views of those at the very top of the American political hierarchy, at least the perspectives of American officialdom generally. 8. The absence of government censorship did not mean the absence of restrictions on the flow of information that might have damaged public support for American policy in Vietnam. 9. Hallen identified 2 key factors at work in sustaining the system of control that kept the media in line with the war effort. 10. What he described as the routines of journalism, and the ideological assumptions journalists shared with officials, as part of the political mainstream in the early to middle 1960s. 11. Despite all the changes in news media since then, a filtration process remains crucial. Strong economic pressures are especially significant and combine with powerful forces for conformity at times of nationalistic fervor and military action. Even if journalists, editors, and producers are not super patriots, they know that appearing unpatriotic does not play well with many readers, viewers, and sponsors, media analyst Michael X. Deli-Carpini has commented. Fear of alienating the public and sponsors, especially in wartime, serves as a real, often unstated tether, keeping the press tied to accepted wisdom. 12 Journalists in American newsrooms don't have to worry about being taken out and shot. The constraining fears are apt to revolve around peer approval, financial security, and professional advancement. The attitudes of reporters covering U.S. foreign policy officials are generally similar to the attitudes of those officials. Most journalists who get plum foreign assignments already accept the assumptions of empire, according to longtime foreign correspondent Reese Ehrlich. He added, "I didn't meet a single foreign reporter in Iraq who disagreed with the notion that the US and Britain have the right to overthrow the Iraqi government by force. They disagreed only about timing, whether the action should be unilateral, and whether a long-term occupation is practical." 13 After decades of freelancing for major U.S. news organizations, Ehrlich offered this blunt conclusion: money, prestige, career options, ideological predilections combined with the downsides of filing stories unpopular with the government all cast their influence on foreign correspondents. You don't win a Pulitzer for challenging the basic assumptions of empire. 14. Far from restraining the reliance on war as an instrument of foreign policy, the widespread media support for corporate globalization boosts the view that the U.S. government must strive to bring about favorable conditions in international affairs. The connections between military might and global commercial market share are not shouted from Washington's rooftops, but the links are solid. With matter-of-fact approval, Thomas Friedman wrote in his 1999 book The Lexus and the Olive Tree, "The hidden hand of the market will never work without a hidden fist." McDonald's cannot flourish without McDonnell Douglas, the designer of the U.S. Air Force F-15. And the hidden fist that keeps the world safe for Silicon Valley's technologies to flourish is called the U.S. Army, Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps. 15. In the aftermath of the December 1989 Panama attack, Washington Post reporter Patrick E. Tyler wrote that it was an invasion that almost everybody acknowledges was poorly covered by the news media because reporters were barred from accompanying the troops. 48 hours after the assault began, Newsday had reported, during the first day of the invasion, the impression was that the media pool, which arrived a few hours after the heaviest fighting had abated, was being held captive. Said John Stacks, chief of correspondence for Time magazine, echoing complaints made by others. "They might as well have been in Washington, except that the weather's different," he said. 17 days later the Boston Globe published a dispatch from Panama City that reported, unlike the 1983 U.S. military intervention in Grenada, this one is open to coverage by American journalists. But they have discovered that this newfound freedom, for the most part, has been illusory. The U.S. government, after acquiescing to demands that it open Panama to coverage, has made it all but impossible for journalists to do their jobs during much of the last week. The article, by staff reporter Walter V. Robinson, said that more than 100 members of the news media opted to take a military flight home, many of them without ever filing a story. From the invasion's second day until its fourth, armed guards had prevented reporters from leaving the U.S. military installations where they had been confined, in many cases without food and in nearly all cases without a place to sleep other than on concrete or linoleum floors. In many instances, the result was a lack of information that has been reflected in the coverage of the U.S. intervention. 18 This was a polite journalistic way of saying that the U.S. government had done a great job of manipulating the flow of information. Overall, while some reporters expressed displeasure with the limits, few journalists or news organizations did any more than gripe about them. The restrictive media pool system for the invasion of Panama amounted to a dry run for the much larger Gulf War. In January 1991, the Pentagon imposed strict curbs on journalistic access to the Gulf War. American military activities in the region were mostly off-limits to reporters. Defense Department censors cleared photos, video footage, and battlefield dispatches. Reporters were only allowed to travel in pools accompanied by U.S. military escorts. A New York Times correspondent, Malcolm Brown, complained that the pool system is turning journalists into essentially unpaid employees of the Department of Defense. 19 The president of CBS News, Eric W. Ober, was caustic. The new guidelines guarantee PAC journalism, the worst form of reporting, and allow the military to orchestrate and control the news before it reaches the American people. 20 But such objections amounted to little more than grumbles as major American news outlets handled the Gulf War to the evident satisfaction of the White House and the Pentagon. Patrick J. Sloyan, who covered the war as a Newsday correspondent, has recalled that once the air bombardment got underway, the media was fed carefully selected footage by Schwarzkopf in Saudi Arabia and Powell in Washington, D.C. Most of it was downright misleading. And Sloyan described limitations imposed on reporters on the battlefield during the war. Under rules developed by Cheney and Powell, journalists were not allowed to move without military escorts. All interviews had to be monitored by military public affairs escorts. Every line of copy, every still photograph, every strip of film had to be approved, censored before being filed. And these rules were ruthlessly enforced. 21 But, then as now, the most pernicious restrictions remain self-imposed. Whatever the journalistic grievances, workday concepts of professionalism have included parroting Pentagon speak. By the time of the Gulf War, retired colonels, generals, and admirals had become mainstays in network TV studios during wartime. Language such as collateral damage flowed effortlessly between journalists and military men, who shared perspectives on the occasionally mentioned and rarely seen civilians killed by U.S. firepower. At the outset of the Gulf War, NBC's Tom Brokaw echoed the White House and a frequent chorus from U.S. journalists by telling viewers, "We must point out again and again that it is Saddam Hussein who put these innocents in harm's way." 22 When those innocents got a mention, the U.S. government was often depicted as anxious to avoid hurting them. A couple of days into the war, Ted Koppel told ABC viewers that great effort is taken, sometimes at great personal cost to American pilots, that civilian targets are not hit. 23 2 weeks later, Brokaw was offering assurances that the U.S. has fought this war at arm's length with long-range missiles, high-tech weapons, to keep casualties down. 24 With such nifty phrasing, no matter how many civilians might die as a result of American bombardment, the U.S. government and by implication, its taxpayers could always deny the slightest responsibility. And a frequent U.S. media message was that Saddam Hussein would use civilian casualties for propaganda purposes, as though that diminished the importance of those deaths. With the Gulf War in its fourth week, Bruce Morton of CBS provided this news analysis: if Saddam Hussein can turn the world against the effort, convince the world that women and children are the targets of the air campaign, then he will have won a battle, his only one so far. 25 In American television land, when Iraqi civilians weren't being discounted or dismissed as Saddam's propaganda fodder, they were liable to be rendered non-persons by omission. On a day that 2,000 bombing runs occurred over Baghdad, anchor Ted Koppel reported, aside from the Scud missile that landed in Tel Aviv earlier, it's been a quiet night in the Middle East. 26 News coverage of the Gulf War in U.S. media was sufficiently laudatory to the war makers in Washington that a former Assistant Secretary of State, Hodding Carter, remarked, "If I were the government, I'd be paying the press for the kind of coverage it is getting right now." 27 A former media strategy ace for President Reagan put a finer point on the matter. "If you were going to hire a public relations firm to do the media relations for an international event," said Michael Deaver, "it couldn't be done any better than this is being done." 28 When the Media Watch Group Fair conducted a survey of network news sources during the Gulf War's first 2 weeks, the most frequent repeat analyst was ABC's Anthony Cordesman. Not surprisingly, the former high-ranking official at the Defense Department and National Security Council gave the war makers high marks for being trustworthy. "I think the Pentagon is giving it to you absolutely straight," Cordesman said. 29 The standard media coverage boosted the war. Usually missing from the news was analysis from a perspective critical of U.S. policy, Fair reported. The media's rule of thumb seemed to be that to support the war was to be objective, while to be anti-war was to carry a bias. Eased along by that media rule of thumb was the sanitized language of Pentagon speak as media speak. Again and again, the mantra of surgical strikes against military targets was repeated by journalists, even though Pentagon briefers acknowledged that they were aiming at civilian roads, bridges, and public utilities vital to the survival of the civilian population. 30. As the Gulf War came to an end, people watching CBS saw Dan Rather close an interview with the 1st Marine Division commander by shaking his hand and exclaiming, "Again, General, congratulations on a job wonderfully done." 31. Chris Hedges covered the Gulf War for the New York Times. More than a decade later, he wrote in a book, "The notion that the press was used in the war is incorrect. The press wanted to be used. It saw itself as part of the war effort." 32. Truth-seeking independence was far from the media agenda. The press was as eager to be of service to the state during the war as most everyone else. Such docility on the part of the press made it easier to do what governments do in wartime, indeed what governments do much of the time, and that is lie. 33. Variations in news coverage did not change the overwhelming sameness of outlook. I boycotted the pool system, but my reports did not puncture the myth or question the grand crusade to free Kuwait. I allowed soldiers to grumble. I shed a little light on the lies spread to make the war look like a coalition, but I did not challenge in any real way the patriotism and jingoism that enthused the crowds back home. We all used the same phrases. We all looked at Iraq through the same lens. 34. In late April 1999, with the bombing of Yugoslavia in its 5th week, many prominent American journalists gathered at a posh Manhattan hotel for the annual awards dinner of the prestigious Overseas Press Club. They heard a very complimentary speech by Richard Holbrooke, one of the key U.S. diplomats behind recent policies in the Balkans. The kind of coverage we're seeing from the New York Times, the Washington Post, NBC, CBS, ABC, CNN, and the news magazines lately on Kosovo, he told the assembled media professionals, has been extraordinary and exemplary. 35. Holbrooke had good reasons to praise the nation's leading journalists. That spring, when the Kosovo crisis exploded into a United States-led air war, news organizations functioned more like a fourth branch of government than a fourth estate. The pattern was familiar. Instead of challenging Orwellian techniques, media outlets did much to foist them on the public. Journalists relied on official sources with non-stop interviews, behind-the-scenes backgrounders, televised briefings, and grainy bomb site videos. Newspeak routinely sanitized NATO's bombardment of populated areas. Correspondents went through linguistic contortions that preserved favorite fictions of Washington policymakers. NATO began its 2nd month of bombing against Yugoslavia today with new strikes against military targets that disrupted civilian electrical and water supplies. The first words of the lead article on the New York Times front page the last Sunday in April 1999 accepted and propagated a remarkable concept, widely promoted by U.S. officials. The bombing disrupted civilian electricity and water, yet the targets were military. 36. Never mind that such destruction of infrastructure would predictably lead to outbreaks of disease and civilian deaths. On the newspaper's op-ed page, columnist Thomas Friedman made explicit his enthusiasm for destroying civilian necessities. It should be lights out in Belgrade. Every power grid, water pipe, bridge, road, and war-related factory has to be targeted. 37. American TV networks didn't hesitate to show footage of U.S. bombers and missiles in flight, but rarely showed what really happened to people at the receiving end. Echoing Pentagon hype about the wondrous performances of Uncle Sam's weaponry, U.S. journalists did not often provide unflinching accounts of the results in human terms. Reporter Robert Fisk of London's Independent managed to do so, deep inside the tangle of cement and plastic and iron, in what had once been the makeup room next to the broadcasting studio of Serb television, was all that was left of a young woman, burnt alive when NATO's missile exploded in the radio control room. Within 6 hours, the Secretary of State for International Development, Claire Short, declared the place a legitimate target. It wasn't an argument worth debating with the wounded one of them, a young technician who could only be extracted from the hundreds of tons of concrete in which he was encased by amputating both his legs. By dusk last night, 10 crushed bodies, 2 of them women, had been tugged from beneath the concrete, another man had died in hospital, and 15 other technicians and secretaries still lay buried. 38. In the spring of 1999, as usual, selected images and skewed facts on television made it easier for Americans to accept or even applaud the exploding bombs funded by their tax dollars and dropped in their names. The citizens of the NATO alliance cannot see the Serbs that their aircraft have killed, the Financial Times noted. 39 On American television, the warfare appeared to be wondrous and fairly bloodless. As for recent history, the TV networks rendered it murky, the Financial Times observed. Distortion of important background by Western broadcasters, whether intentional or not, has also helped NATO's cause. The newspaper added, the stated aims of NATO's bombing campaign have also been mudded, by both heads of government and the Western media. A common phrase heard on the lips of correspondents of CNN, is forcing Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic to return to the negotiating table. Yet Madeleine Albright, U.S. Secretary of State, and Robin Cook, British Foreign Minister, made it clear after the breakdown of peace talks, that the autonomy deal offered by the West and signed by the Kosovo Albanians was no longer negotiable. There was in reality no table to return to. 40. Ever since the start of NATO's bombing blitz, the regime in Belgrade had maintained control of Serbia's press, and American journalists scornfully reported on the propaganda role of Yugoslavian news media. Yet the U.S. mainstream media's reflexive deference to official sources and outlooks produced an overwhelming flood of sanitized coverage. As a popular euphemism for the continuous bombing, air campaign was a phrase that hardly conveyed what happened when bombs exploded in populated areas. On April 5, when TV networks convened experts to discuss the war on Yugoslavia, viewers could see hawkish Senator John McCain at 9 p.m. on CNN's Larry King Live, at 10 p.m. on Fox News Channel, at 11 p.m. on PBS's Charlie Rose Show, and at 11:30 p.m. on ABC's Nightline with Ted Koppel. Researchers at FAIR quipped that the senator's whereabouts between 10:30 and 11 p.m. could not be determined. When Thomas Friedman reflected on the first dozen days of what he called NATO's surgical bombing, he engaged in easy punditry. Let's see what 12 weeks of less than surgical bombing does, he wrote. 41 Sleek B-2 stealth bombers and F-117A jets kept appearing in file footage on TV networks. Journalists talked with keen anticipation about Apache A-64 attack helicopters on the way. Military analysts told of the great things such aircraft could do. 42 Reverence for the latest weaponry was acute. 43 Mostly, the American television coverage of the Iraq invasion was akin to scripted reality TV, starting with careful screening of participants. CNN was so worried about staying within proper bounds that it cleared on-air talent with the Defense Department, as CNN executive Eason Jordan later acknowledged. I went to the Pentagon myself several times before the war started and met with important people there and said, for instance at CNN, here are the generals we're thinking of retaining to advise us on the air and off about the war, and we got a big thumbs up on all of them. That was important. 44. During the war that followed, the embedding of about 700 reporters in spring 2003 was hailed as a breakthrough. Those war correspondents stayed close to the troops invading Iraq, and news reports conveyed some vivid front-line visuals along with compelling personal immediacy. But with the context usually confined to the warrior's frame of reference, a kind of reciprocal bonding quickly set in. I'm with the U.S. 7th Cavalry along the northern Kuwaiti border, CNN's embedded Walter Rogers told viewers during a typical report. We are in what the Army calls its attack position. We have not yet crossed into Iraq at this point. At that point, we will tell you, when we do, of course, that we will cross the line of departure. What we are in is essentially a formation, much the way you would have seen with the U.S. Cavalry in the 19th century American frontier. The Bradley tanks, the Bradley fighting vehicles are behind me. Beyond that perimeter, we've got dozens more Bradleys and MIA-1 main battle tanks. 45. With American troops moving into action, CNN's Aaron Brown emphasized that he and his colleagues wish them nothing but safety. 46. He did not express any such wish for the Iraqi people in harm's way. The launch of a war is always accompanied by tremendous media excitement, especially on television. A strong adrenaline rush pervades the coverage. Even formerly reserved journalists tend to embrace the spectacle, providing a proud military narrative familiar to Americans, who have seen countless movies and TV shows conveying such storylines. War preparations may have proceeded amid public controversy, but White House strategists are keenly aware that a powerful wave of support our troops sentiment will kick in for news coverage as soon as the war starts. Serving as bookends for U.S.-led wars in the 1990s, a pair of studies by FAIR marked the more narrow discourse once the U.S. military went on the attack. Whether the year was 91 or 99, whether the country under the U.S. warplanes was Iraq or Yugoslavia, major U.S. media outlets facilitated Washington's efforts to whip up support for the new war. During the first 2 weeks of the Gulf War, voices of domestic opposition were all but excluded from the nightly news programs on TV networks. In total, FAIR found, only 1.5% of the sources were identified as American anti-war demonstrators. Out of 878 sources cited on the newscasts, just one was a leader of a U.S. peace organization. 47 8 years later, the pattern was similar. In the spring of 1999, FAIR studied coverage during the first 2 weeks of the bombing of Yugoslavia and found a strong imbalance toward supporters of NATO airstrikes. Examining the transcripts of two influential TV programs, ABC's Nightline and the PBS NewsHour with Jim Lehrer, FAIR documented that only 8% of the 291 sources were critics of NATO's bombing. 45% of sources were current or former U.S. government officials, NATO representatives, or NATO troops. On Nightline, the study found, no U.S. sources other than Serbian Americans were given airtime to voice opposition. 48. Summarizing FAIR's research over a 15-year period, sociologist Michael Dalney underscored the news media's chronic over-reliance on official sources, and he also emphasized that opponents of war are underrepresented compared to the percentage of citizens opposed to military conflict. 49. Those patterns were on display in spring 2003 with the Iraq invasion, when FAIR conducted a study of the 1,617 on-camera sources who appeared on the evening newscasts of 6 U.S. television networks during the first 3 weeks of the war. Nearly two-thirds of all sources, 64%, were pro-war, while 71% of U.S. guests favored the war. Anti-war voices were 10% of all sources, but just 6% of non-Iraqi sources and only 3% of U.S. sources. Thus viewers were more than 6 times as likely to see a pro-war source as one who was anti-war. Counting only U.S. guests, the ratio increases to 25 to 1. 50. Less than 1% of the U.S. sources were anti-war on CBS Evening News during the Iraq War's first 3 weeks. Meanwhile, as FAIR's researchers commented wryly, public television's PBS NewsHour with Jim Lehrer also had a relatively low percentage of U.S. anti-war voices, perhaps because the show less frequently features on-the-street interviews, to which critics of the war were usually relegated. 51. During the invasion, the major network studios were virtually off-limits to vehement American opponents of the war. As usual, the enthusiasm for war was extreme on Fox News Channel. After a pre-invasion makeover, the fashion was similar at MSNBC. At the other end of the narrow cable news spectrum, CNN cranked up its own pro-war fervor. Those perspectives deserved to be heard. But on the large TV networks, such voices were so dominant that they amounted to a virtual monopoly in the marketplace of ideas. On March 24, 1999, about an hour before the first missiles struck Yugoslavia, viewers heard a Fox News Channel anchor make an understandable slip: "Let's bring in our Pentagon spokesman." Excuse me, our Pentagon correspondent. Soon all the networks were filled with footage of U.S. planes taking off from bases in Italy and England. And across television screens, a parade of former military officers began. A retired Marine Corps general named Richard Neal transformed into a CNN military analyst, bedazzled an anchor with lingo such as neutralize, take out, and collateral damage. 53 Many analysts hailed the combat debut of the B-2 stealth bomber. It was PAR for the media course when NewsHour with Jim Lehrer correspondent Margaret Warner introduced a panel. We get 4 perspectives now on NATO's mission and options from 4 retired military leaders. 54. When the first missiles explode into public view, even many broadcast channels join in the non-stop coverage. There are live feeds from far away, camera shots of targeted areas, and special effects with extra sizzle because they're real acts of war, in real time. At that point, journalists seem to be conveying that the moments for doubts and divisive debate have passed, at least for now, as the Pentagon conducts war on behalf of us all. Frequent long briefings from Washington combine with similar news conferences from overseas, with so many high-ranking medaled men in uniform behind podiums and in front of TV studio cameras, distinctions between military officers and reporters blur. Journalists become part of the rooting section for the home team of America. Retired generals were well represented in network studios when the bombing of Afghanistan started the second week of October 2001. On CNN, former NATO Supreme Commander Wesley Clark teamed up with Major General Don Shepard to explain military strategies. They were sharing their insights as employees of AOL Time Warner. 55 Far away, missiles were flying and bombs were exploding, but on television, a sense of equilibrium prevailed, the tones calm, the correspondents self-composed. News bulletins crawled across the bottom of the screen, along with invitations to learn more, such as take a 3D look at U.S. military aircraft at CNN.com. At Pentagon briefings, the language of Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld projected a war without end. In this battle against terrorism, there is no silver bullet. In keeping with assurances of surgical airstrikes, Rumsfeld echoed the metaphor, terrorism is a cancer on the human condition. 56. As the Iraq invasion began, NBC's star anchor Tom Brokaw seemed unembarrassed as he engaged in boosterism. Speaking on air with a military analyst, Brokaw said, "Admiral McGinn, one of the things that we don't want to do is to destroy the infrastructure of Iraq, because in a few days we're going to own that country." 57 In early April, on the same network, in the midst of the invasion carnage, Katie Couric said on NBC's Today Show, "Well, Commander Thompson, thanks for talking with us at this very early hour out there. And I just want you to know, I think Navy SEALs rock." 58. In the wake of September 11, 2001, the White House repeatedly sent news executives and working journalists an unsubtle message: exercise too much independence and you'll risk accusations of giving aid and comfort to the terrorist enemy. While breaking new ground in news management, the Bush administration indicated from the outset that it envisioned a war without end. Television networks in particular seemed to be running scared. 59. With the overwhelming bulk of news organizations already inclined to serve as amplification systems for Washington in times of crisis, the White House found itself in a strong position to retool and oil the machinery of domestic propaganda after September 11. When confronted with claims about coded messages that Osama bin Laden and his henchmen might be sending via taped statements as though other means, such as the Internet, did not exist, TV network executives fell right into line. Tapes of al-Qaeda leaders provided a useful wedge for the administration to hammer away at the wisdom of self-censorship. Network executives from ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, and CNN were deferential in an October 10 conference call with Condoleezza Rice. The conversation was very collegial, White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer told journalists. 60 The result was an agreement, the New York Times reported, to abridge any future videotaped statements from Osama bin Laden or his followers to remove language the government considers inflammatory. It was, the Times added, the first time in memory that the networks had agreed to a joint arrangement to limit their prospective news coverage. 61 News Corp magnate Rupert Murdoch, speaking for Fox, promised, "We'll do whatever is our patriotic duty." 62 CNN, owned by the world's largest media conglomerate, AOL Time Warner, was eager to present itself as a team player. In deciding what to air, CNN will consider guidance from appropriate authorities. 63. Guidance from appropriate authorities is exactly what the president's strategists had in mind, brandishing a club without quite needing to swing it. As longtime White House reporter Helen Thomas noted in a column, to most people, a request to the television networks from the White House in wartime carries with it the weight of a government command. The major networks obviously saw it that way. 64. The country's TV news behemoth snapped to attention and saluted the commander-in-chief. "I think they gave away a precedent, in effect," said James Naughton, president of the Poynter Institute for Media Studies. "And now it's going to be hard for them not to do whatever else the government asks." 65. Ostensibly concerned about coded messages, administration spinmeisters were after much more sweeping leverage over all types of mainstream media. 66. The compliant network execs explained that the coded messages matter was only a secondary consideration, the New York Times recounted. They said Ms. Rice mainly argued that the tapes enabled Mr. bin Laden to vent propaganda intended to incite hatred and potentially kill more Americans. 67. There was, of course, no need to curtail the broadcasting of propaganda that might incite hatred and potentially kill more Afghans. TV and radio executives were acutely aware that the Federal Communications Commission, more corporate-friendly than ever, would frown on independent behavior in the industry. The FCC chair, Michael Powell, was more conservative than his father, the Secretary of State. With media conglomerates seeking even more deregulation to assist with mergers and boost market share, there were powerful incentives to go along with any request or preference from the Bush administration about limiting war coverage. Just before the bombing of Afghanistan got underway on October 7, 2001, The Washington Post reported that U.S. intelligence officials had informed members of Congress that the al-Qaeda network was very likely to strike again soon in the United States. It was hardly startling news. Attorney General John Ashcroft had already said as much on television, but alarm bells went off at the White House, and CIA Director George Tenet swung into action to wave the Post away from further unauthorized reporting. 68. Tenet had been forced to persuade the newspaper not to publish even more sensitive material, according to the New York Times. 69. The next day, the Times quoted the Post's executive editor, Leonard Downey Jr., who said that a handful of times during the month since September 11 administration officials called the Post and raised concerns that a specific story, or more often that certain facts in a certain story, would compromise national security. Those calls were fruitful, Downey said. In some instances we have kept out of stories certain facts that we agreed could be detrimental to national security and not instrumental to our readers, such as methods of intelligence collection. 70. But it was the content of collected intelligence and other secrets that the officials often seemed most anxious to keep under wraps. A frequent explanation was that details of U.S. troop movements had to be tightly controlled. But the administration was eager to withhold information that, if made public, could undermine Washington's power position. Gauging the overall effects of the U.S. government's media-related initiatives, the Committee to Protect Journalists made this assessment in its annual report about 2001. The actions taken by the Bush administration seemed to embolden repressive governments around the world to crack down on their own domestic media. In Russia, a presidential advisor said President Vladimir Putin planned to study U.S. limitations on reporting about terrorists in order to develop rules for Russian media. 71. When civilian casualties gradually increased during the first days of bombing Afghanistan, the U.S. government took action not by curtailing the carnage but by foreclosing public access to detailed photos that otherwise would have been available from space. The Pentagon has spent millions of dollars to prevent Western media from seeing highly accurate civilian satellite pictures of the effects of bombing in Afghanistan, the London-based Guardian reported. At issue were photos from the Econos satellite, taking pictures at such high resolution that it would be possible to see bodies lying on the ground after last week's bombing attacks. When the Defense Department moved to prevent media access to such pictures, it did not invoke provisions of American law allowing shutter control over U.S. launched civilian satellites in wartime. Instead, The Guardian reported, the Pentagon bought exclusive rights to all Econos satellite pictures of Afghanistan off Space Imaging, the company which runs the satellite. The agreement was made retrospectively to the start of the bombing raids. Because photos of the human toll in Afghanistan from the air war would not have shown the position of U.S. forces or compromised U.S. military security, The Guardian explained, the ban could have been challenged by news media as being a breach of the First Amendment 72. In autumn 2001, buying up all of the satellite's pictures proved to be a much more effective way to thwart media access than seeking a legal ban would have been. The Pentagon was determined to guard against embarrassing visual disclosures such as the satellite photos that the St. Petersburg Times had obtained a decade earlier. Those photos, casting doubt on presidential claims that Iraqi troops were positioned to invade Saudi Arabia, hadn't gotten enough media attention to cause major problems for the administration. But why take the chance? The press corps mostly served as a conduit for the government's news flow, complete with grainy video supplied by the U.S. military to illustrate bombing of Afghanistan. But journalists pushed for more interaction with top officials. A week and a half into the air war, Pentagon correspondents got an affirmative response to requests for formal spoon-feeding at day-in, day-out news conferences. Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld was understandably upbeat. Let's hear it for the essential daily briefing, however hollow and empty it might be, he said. We'll do it 73. Many observers were suspicious that the Pentagon engaged in an aggressive form of news management with a devastating November 13 missile attack on the Al Jazeera bureau in Kabul. In a post-mortem assessment months later, the Committee to Protect Journalists was skeptical of the official explanations. The U.S. military described the building as a known al-Qaeda facility without providing any evidence, the CPJ report said. Despite the fact that the facility had housed the Al Jazeera office for nearly 2 years and had several satellite dishes mounted on its roof, the U.S. military claimed it had no indications the building was used as Al Jazeera's Kabul Bureau 74. With its antipathy toward Al Jazeera's reporting well established, the U.S. government seemed to be dispatching the news in a deadly sense, an impression later reinforced during the invasion and occupation of Iraq when, on several occasions, journalists with Al Jazeera and other troublesome Arab correspondents were killed by U.S. fire. For a long time, policymakers in Washington had been hostile to Al Jazeera. The satellite TV network's coverage of the Iraq War, widely seen in the Arab world, was quite a contrast to the coverage on American television. As Time magazine observed, on U.S. TV it means press conferences with soldiers who have hand and foot injuries and interviews with POWs' families, but little blood. On Arab and Muslim TV it means dead bodies and mourning. 75. Among all the assessments of U.S. news coverage of the Vietnam War, none has stood the test of time better than the 1986 book The Uncensored War, The Media and Vietnam by communications professor Daniel Hallen, a meticulous researcher. 76 interviewed in early November 2003, with the Iraq occupation in the midst of turning into a large-scale war against a growing insurgency, Hallen compared media treatment of the two wars and saw similar patterns. As you begin to get a breakdown of consensus, especially among political elites in Washington, then the media begin asking more questions, he said. In the case of Iraq, the Democrats were mostly silent for a long time on this war, and when things began to bog down, they started asking questions. There were divisions within the Bush administration, and then the media starts playing a more independent role. 77. To a notable degree, reporters seem to await signals from politicians and high-level appointees to widen the range of discourse. They need confirmation that this issue is part of the mainstream political discussion in the U.S., Hallen commented. Journalists are very keyed into what their sources are talking about. Political reporters define newsworthiness in part by what's going to affect American politics in the sense of who gets elected the next time around. But it isn't absolutely only elites. I think it also makes a difference that polls show the public divided, and that there are problems of morale among soldiers in Iraq. But the first thing that the journalists look to is, what are the elites debating in Washington? That's what really sets the news agenda. It's the self-conception of media in our society that they are this watchdog. But frequently they depart from it, and they depart from it most of all in the case of war. 78. In late April 2003, a few weeks after Saddam's statues began to fall in Baghdad, MSNBC correspondent Ashley Banfield caused a stir when she spoke on a college campus in Kansas. There are horrors that were completely left out of this war, she said. So was this journalism or was this coverage? There is a grand difference between journalism and coverage, and getting access does not mean you're getting the story, it just means you're getting one more arm or leg of the story. And that's what we got, and it was a glorious, wonderful picture that had a lot of people watching and a lot of advertisers excited about cable news. But it wasn't journalism, because I'm not so sure that we in America are hesitant to do this again, to fight another war, because it looked like a glorious and courageous and so successful terrific endeavor, and we got rid of a horrible leader, we got rid of a dictator, we got rid of a monster, but we didn't see what it took to do that. 79. 4 days later, responding to a flap over Banfield's remarks, a spokeswoman for NBC management admonished the fleetingly errant reporter in the course of issuing an apology. She and we both agreed that she didn't intend to demean the work of her colleagues, and she will choose her words more carefully in the future. 80. The Banfield in Kansas episode sounded familiar. In a wartime frenzy, TV correspondents blend in with the prevailing media scenery. Later, a few briefly uttered words of regret, although next time around they revert to more or less the same pattern of cheerleading the current war. When Dan Rather told BBC television that American journalists were intimidated after September 11, he said, "There was a time in South Africa that people would put flaming tires around people's necks if they dissented. And in some ways the fear is that you will be necklaced here, you will have a flaming tire of lack of patriotism put around your neck." Now it is that fear that keeps journalists from asking the toughest of the tough questions. Rather was speaking on May 16, 2002. He called what was going on a form of self-censorship and added that I do not accept myself from this criticism. Rather described some of the internal process. It starts with a feeling of patriotism within oneself. It carries through with a certain knowledge that the country as a whole and for all the right reasons felt and continues to feel the surge of patriotism within themselves. And one finds oneself saying, I know the right question, but you know what? This is not exactly the right time to ask it. 81. During that BBC interview, Rather was outspoken, limiting access, limiting information to cover the backsides of those who are in charge of the war, is extremely dangerous and cannot and should not be accepted. And I am sorry to say that, up to and including the moment of this interview, that overwhelmingly it has been accepted by the American people. And the current administration revels in that, they relish that, and they take refuge in that. 82. But the following spring Dan Rather fully joined in the overall media boosterism during his coverage of the Iraq invasion. And days after Baghdad fell, Rather went on the CNN program Larry King Live and emphasized his professional allegiance. Look, I'm an American, Rather said. I never tried to kid anybody that I'm some internationalist or something. And when my country is at war, I want my country to win, whatever the definition of win may be. Now, I can't and don't argue that that is coverage without a prejudice. About that I am prejudiced. 83. 10. Media coverage brings war into our living rooms. Many people like to think that television conveys the horrors of war. That assumption may be comforting, but it's absurd. Watching TV resembles experiencing war in much the same way that watching a marathon is like running one. Television sets don't explode, and walls don't fall, viewers don't bleed, aren't crushed, and won't be killed on the spot. A key reality of the war experience: tremendous fear is absent from the viewing experience. Shots are not fired at us, they're edited for us, a process that filters out the footage and statements that producers consider to be too grisly or otherwise disturbing. It's a popular illusion, the idea that today's media coverage of war tells it like it is, but we don't really get more than the images approved by careful editors. Planners in Washington can't very well call the next war operation enormous death and suffering. The PR job ahead involves making the war seem to be as much as possible like the uplifting name given to it. Point 1. Though they rose to much more public prominence with the advent of cable television, operation names were popular with the Pentagon during the Vietnam War. Later, a war lasting just weeks might have a single name for its entirety. But the long war in Vietnam included an uncounted number of names for military ventures. 2 words sum up the beginnings of our military campaign to subdue the Mekong Delta. One is futility and the other brutality, the independent journalist I.F. Stone wrote. The first invasion, launched with a tremendous air and naval bombardment, and an equally sensational splurge of publicity, was Operation Dockhouse V. It has just fizzled out. Any time the Pentagon runs out of the glamorous names it gives these operations, we'd suggest a code name suited to this combination of monstrous power with dim intelligence. Why not Operation Dinosaur? 2. But the war was officially going well at the time, January 1967, and few journalists had much use for such critical perspectives. The invasion of Grenada in 1983 got the brand name Operation Urgent Fury. The 1986 bombing of Libya was Operation El Dorado Canyon. The invasion of Panama in 1989 went forward under the name Operation Just Cause. Scarcely a year later came Desert Shield, the defensive setup for Desert Storm, aka the Gulf War. At the end of the decade, the bombing of Yugoslavia was Operation Allied Force. For the attack on Afghanistan in October 2001, the Bush administration provided the tag Operation Infinite Justice, but after learning that Muslims found it offensive for claiming to supplant Allah's role, the war's promoters in Washington rebranded it Operation Enduring Freedom. Operation Iraqi Freedom was not far behind. War planners rely on huge gaps between the horrendous realities of warfare and the news reporting about it. Even when carnage was at its height in Vietnam, correspondent Michael Hare later wrote, the U.S. media never found a way to report meaningfully about death, which of course was really what it was all about. The most repulsive, transparent gropes for sanctity in the midst of the killing received serious treatment in the papers and on the air. The jargon of progress got blown into your head like bullets, and by the time you waded through all the Washington stories and all the Saigon stories, all the other war stories and the corruption stories and the stories about brisk new gains in ARVN effectiveness, the suffering was somehow unimpressive. And after enough years of that, so many that it seemed to have been going on forever, you got to a point where you could sit there in the evening and listen to the man say that American casualties for the week had reached a 6-week low, only 80 GIs had died in combat, and you'd feel like you'd just gotten a bargain. 3. A persistent myth is that television was responsible for bringing discontent with the Vietnam War into American homes and fomenting anti-war sentiment. An effect of the mythology has been to pressure journalists not to overstep their perceived bounds in coverage of subsequent wars. But during the 1960s and in later decades, TV news has played a much larger role in promoting and accepting wars than in challenging them. Even the apex of supposedly critical television reporting on Vietnam was hardly a catalyst for aversion to the war. Citing 3 systematic studies of network television coverage of Vietnam, researcher Daniel Hallen summarized the findings. All reject the idea that the living room war meant graphic portrayals of violence on a daily basis, or that television was consistently negative toward U.S. policy or led public opinion in turning against the war. 4. In autumn 1973, several months after the final withdrawal of U.S. combat troops from Vietnam, TV Guide published a major series of investigative articles by journalist Edward J. Epstein. He reviewed kinescopes and transcripts from ABC, CBS, and NBC, the only American television networks to speak of during that period, over an 11-year time span beginning in 1962. It is generally assumed that the constant exposure of this war on television was instrumental in shaping public opinion, Epstein noted. It has become almost a truism, and the standard rhetoric of television executives, to say that television, by showing the terrible truth of war, caused the disillusionment of Americans with the war. 5. But Epstein pointed out that after half a dozen years of TV coverage in the early and mid-1960s, most Americans still supported the war. The Gallup Trend poll, for example, indicates that until mid-1967 the number of Americans who agreed with the decision to send American ground troops to Vietnam actually increased, despite television's coverage. In fact, almost every major poll taken through 1967 showed widespread support for American involvement in the war. 6. When Newsweek commissioned a Harris poll to zero in on how television affected public opinion about the war, 64% replied that the TV coverage had actually increased their support for the war, compared to just 26% who indicated that it had boosted their opposition. In Newsweek's words, TV had encouraged a decisive majority of viewers to support the war. 7. Epstein debunked the assumption that the Vietnam War was covered, and exposed, with the same vigilance and skepticism in the critical years of commitment as it has been in the last stages of protest and withdrawal. 8. Well-known exceptions were quite different from the routine TV news fare. Almost every discussion of television's early coverage of the war touches on what has been rightly called, by CBS News executive William Small, the single most famous bit of reporting in South Vietnam: the burning of the huts at Cam Ne. On August 5, 1965, the CBS Evening News carried a dramatic film story, narrated by Morley Safer, which showed U.S. Marines using their cigarette lighters to set fire to Vietnamese thatched huts in the village of Cam Ne. The report immediately became a cause célèbre. The fact that this particular journalistic endeavor is now celebrated by virtually everyone who writes on the subject does not, however, mean that it exemplified the coverage of the war during this period. On the contrary, in examining network newscasts and scripts from 1962 to 1968, I could find few other comparable instances of indiscriminate American destruction or brutality, even though hundreds of South Vietnamese villages were destroyed and evacuated in relocation programs during this period. 9. Epstein mentioned that other extensive research had ended up with very similar results. The same conclusion was reached also by Professor Lawrence Litchie of the University of Wisconsin, who systematically analyzed network kinescopes of this period. Professor Litchie concludes that instances, such as Cam Ne, shown on television of American brutality toward the South Vietnamese could be counted on one hand. 10. Attentive news watchers might see disquieting information in the press about the escalating war in Vietnam. From early on, some disturbing coverage did occur. But the overall reporting, political analysis, and commentaries were overwhelmingly tilted in favor of the war, so the context of troubling stories fed assumptions that whatever suffering occurred was the price that had to be paid. Yet careful readers were bound to run across snippets like these once in a while. American pilots are given a square marked on a map and told to hit every hamlet within the area. The pilots know they sometimes are bombing women and children. Washington Post, March 13, 1965. A United States military spokesman outlined today for the first time some of the combat rules set down for American Marines fighting in South Vietnam. Marines do not burn houses or villages unless those houses or villages are fortified, he said. When a reporter remarked that a great majority of the villages in Vietnam were fortified to some degree, the spokesman looked up from the text and said, "I know it." New York Times, August 5, 1965. In Bien Hoa Province south of Saigon on August 15, United States aircraft accidentally bombed a Buddhist pagoda and a Catholic church. It was the third time their pagoda had been bombed in 1965. A temple of the Cao Dai religious sect in the same area has been bombed twice this year. In another Delta province there is a woman who has both arms burned off by napalm and her eyelids so badly burned that she cannot close them. When it is time for her to sleep, her family puts a blanket over her head. The woman had 2 of her children killed in the air strike that maimed her. Few Americans appreciate what their nation is doing to South Vietnam with air power. This is strategic bombing in a friendly allied country. Innocent civilians are dying every day in South Vietnam. New York Times, September 5, 196,511. A United Press International dispatch that summer, with a Chan Sun dateline, included this passage: "I got me a VC, man. I got at least 2 of them bastards." The exultant cry followed a 10-second burst of automatic weapons fire yesterday, and the dull crump of a grenade exploding underground. The Marines ordered a Vietnamese corporal to go down into the grenade-blasted hole to pull out their victims. The victims were 3 children between 11 and 14, 2 boys and a girl. Their bodies were riddled with bullets. "Oh, my God," a young Marine exclaimed. "They're all kids." 12. If such reportage is difficult to read now, presumably it wasn't easier for people reading it at breakfast tables in 1965. For that matter, every U.S. war since then has sparked at least a small amount of American news coverage of horrific results. But the vast bulk of war reporting is flattened by pallid words, circumscribed images, and, quite routinely, implicit and explicit justifications for the war. Media insistence on downplaying the horrors of a war helps to promote it. Yet we should acknowledge that depicting war's anguish may do little or nothing to prevent more of the same. Such depictions can actually fuel enthusiasm for war. Photographs of an atrocity may give rise to opposing responses, Susan Sontag has observed. A call for peace, a cry for revenge, or simply the bemused awareness, continually restocked by photographic information, that terrible things happen. 13. Visual images may be among the most powerful messages we receive about war, but those graphic messages still leave it to us to assign them meaning. And we, in turn, assess meaning not so much because of what's in front of our eyes as what's behind them, our assumptions and attitudes influenced and shaped, probably more than we would prefer to admit, by cues from political leaders, pundits, and reporters who function as role models with their reactions, including what they say and don't say. Recalling the initial coverage of the Vietnam War, NBC correspondent Floyd Kalber commented, "To the degree that we in the media paid any attention at all to that small, dirty war in those years, we almost wholly reported the position of the government." 14. In 1965, Walter Cronkite lauded the courageous decision that communism's advance must be stopped in Asia and that guerrilla warfare as a means to a political end must be finally discouraged. 15. During the middle period of the war, with hundreds of thousands of U.S. soldiers in South Vietnam, the coverage was so centered on Americans that Vietnamese people received media treatment as little more than walk-on extras in their own country. From 1965 to 1968, few interviews can be found with South Vietnamese military or civilian leaders, and the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese were almost non-existent on American television newscasts, Epstein recounted. 16. During that period, network correspondent Howard K. Smith later recalled, television covered only 1/3 of the war, the American third. 17. As soon as American troops were committed to combat in large numbers, Hallen said, television coverage focused overwhelmingly on one central story, American boys in action. 18. His research also found that only about 22% of all film reports from Southeast Asia in the period before the Tet Offensive showed actual combat, and often this was minimal, a few incoming mortar rounds or a crackle of sniper fire. A similar percentage, about 24%, showed film of the dead or wounded, and again this might be no more than a brief shot of a wounded soldier being lifted onto a helicopter. 19. Relying heavily on U.S. government sources who claimed American progress was evident in Vietnam, the TV coverage through 1967 tended to be reassuring. The early picture of the war on television was truncated in an even more serious sense. All 3 networks had very definite policies about showing graphic film of wounded American soldiers or suffering Vietnamese civilians, Epstein reported. Producers of the NBC and ABC evening news programs said that they ordered editors to delete excessively grisly or detailed shots because they were not appropriate for a news program shown at dinner time. A former producer of the CBS Evening News said that they also had a network policy of not showing identifiable American soldiers before their families were notified, and that the anchorman was supposed to warn the audience if especially gruesome shots were to be shown. According to former CBS News president Fred W. Friendly, these network policies helped shield the audience from the true horror of the war. And although large numbers of Americans were wounded throughout this period, the net effect of these policies, though perhaps not intentional, was to severely restrict the coverage of wounded Americans except, Epstein added, in the Anchorman's weekly totals 20. For the first years of the Vietnam War, the upbeat claims from U.S. officials dominated news coverage. In retrospect, wrote one academic analyst of media, Michael X. Deli-Carpini, it is clear that the United States military, intentionally or not, systematically underreported the strength of the opposition and overreported the number of kills. It is also clear that the press corps, with few exceptions, accepted these official numbers and reported them dutifully to the American public until the Tet Offensive. 21 Hallen cites a study of 6 newspapers that varied in size and politics. Historian Clarence Wyatt found that papers varied a good deal in their coverage, reflecting different political orientations, but overall the familiar pattern could be seen: a heavy dependence on official information before Tet, and greater independence, to a limited degree, later in the war. 22 Like most Americans, evidently, news managers want to see their country win wars but may become restive when victory seems elusive. As the war went on in the late 1960s, people could argue about whether the USA's setbacks were primarily military or psychological, but the reality was that many Americans and many more Vietnamese people were being killed and wounded. Television news became more downbeat and, in the wake of the Tet Offensive early in 1968, Walter Cronkite famously decried the war as a bloody stalemate. 23 In a one-hour CBS television special that aired on February 27, he opined that the solution would come through negotiations rather than victory. Perhaps most startling to viewers was Cronkite's unhopeful tone. It seems now more certain than ever that the bloody experience of Vietnam is to end in a stalemate. This summer's almost certain standoff will either end in real give-and-take negotiations or terrible escalation, and for every means we have to escalate, the enemy can match us. And with each escalation, the world comes closer to the brink of cosmic disaster. To say that we are closer to victory today is to believe, in the face of the evidence, the optimists who have been wrong in the past. To suggest we are on the edge of defeat is to yield to unreasonable pessimism. To say that we are mired in stalemate seems the only realistic, yet unsatisfactory, conclusion. 24. That kind of discourse, to be sure, was a significant shift from the denial and cheerleading of previous years. But Cronkite's script was filled with regret that we could not escalate without the enemy being able to match us, and while many have cited that broadcast as the pivotal moment when the country's most trusted journalist came out against the war, his evident anguish was much more centered on America's military failures than on its moral ones. Even though the overall tenor of Vietnam coverage became more critical, the media never questioned American motives or the policy-making system itself, Deli-Carpini pointed out after the war. They merely questioned the soundness of the tactics and whether the benefits of this protracted, bloody war outweighed the rising costs. 25. Scarcely a year after Cronkite's primetime lament, the networks were losing interest in the carnage even while it continued unabated. The incoming Nixon administration was eager to divert attention to peace talks set for Paris, and in general the networks were willing to oblige. The negotiations served as a diversion from the continuing war. While deaths of Americans and Southeast Asians were not appreciably reduced, the network focus moved away from the ongoing bloodshed. At NBC, for instance, although combat footage was sent to New York from the Saigon Bureau every day for 2 months following the decision, it was aired only 3 times on the evening news. The preceding year, when there had been almost the same number of American combat deaths during the same period, combat stories were shown almost every night of the week. 26 With the media wisdom now determining that the main Vietnam story was about the negotiations, NBC News producer Robert Northshield said that combat stories seemed like a contradiction and would confuse the audience. 27 As Epstein found, similar decisions were made at the other networks. Even though the negotiations in Paris failed to produce any tangible results at that time, The actual war continued to be phased out by the networks. 28. A typical approach was embodied in edicts handed down at ABC, where the executive producer of the evening news, A.V. Weston, put out a March 1969 memo that explained, "I have asked our Vietnam staff to alter the focus of their coverage from combat pieces to interpretive ones, pegged to the eventual pullout of the American forces. This point should be stressed for all hands." In a telex to the network's Saigon bureau, Weston gave the news of his decree to the news correspondents. "I think the time has come to shift some of our focus from the battlefield, or more specifically American military involvement with the enemy, to themes and stories under the general heading 'We are on our way out of Vietnam.' 29. As the White House gradually pulled troops from Vietnam, the media shifted farther away from the actual destruction of people, villages, farmland, and ecosystems. Even while the U.S. air war and coordinated ground assaults in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos persisted at a very high rate of killing. By 1970, consistent with U.S. policy, the main story on all three networks had become the withdrawal of American troops, Deli Carpini writes. When negotiations failed to produce results, the media blamed the North Vietnamese 30. Daniel Hallen concurs, in each story the onus for lack of progress toward peace is removed entirely from the Nixon administration and put onto the North Vietnamese 31. It turned out to be a terribly long goodbye. Large numbers of U.S. troops remained in Vietnam for years longer. At the negotiating table, the American media establishment knew which side it was on, as reflected in anchor David Brinkley's explanation that reached millions of Americans via NBC News on October 8, 1970. President Nixon's new peace plan for Vietnam was formally offered at the Paris peace talks today, and the communists reacted with sneers, wisecracks, and sarcasm. But actually that's about what was expected of them. No one thought that was their final reaction, and the American ambassador said he was not discouraged. "'Tis taken for granted they will talk seriously sometime later." In this country the president's plan has won wide support and approval in both parties. 32. In October 2001, CNN chairman Walter Isaacson wanted to prevent any implication of undue sympathy for the victims of Pentagon bombs. "It seems perverse to focus too much on the casualties or hardship in Afghanistan," he said in a memo ordering his staff to accompany any grim images of Afghan civilians with the message that U.S. bombing was in retaliation for the Taliban harboring terrorists. As if viewers might otherwise forget September 11, the CNN chief explained, "You want to make sure that when they see civilian suffering there, it's in the context of a terrorist attack that caused enormous suffering in the United States." 33. But few American viewers or readers saw much about civilian suffering there due to the bombing. The Panama City News-Herald in Florida seemed to clumsily distill the predilections of many news outlets across the country when an internal memo warned the daily's editors, "Do not use photos on page 1A showing civilian casualties from the U.S. war on Afghanistan. Our sister paper in Fort Walton Beach has done so and received hundreds and hundreds of threatening emails and the like. Do not use wire stories which lead with civilian casualties from the U.S. war on Afghanistan. They should be mentioned further down in the story. If the story needs rewriting to play down the civilian casualties, do it. The only exception is if the U.S. hits an orphanage, school, or similar facility and kills scores or hundreds of children." 34. Such admonitions from media managers might seem heavy-handed, but they're quite harmonious with the sensibilities of foreign policy officials in Washington. It was unremarkable when Colin Powell, then chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, gave an interview at the Pentagon on March 22, 1991, and indicated that he could not be bothered about how many Iraqis had died as a result of the U.S.-led attacks during the 6-week Gulf War. He said, "It's really not a number I'm terribly interested in." 35. On the same day, the Associated Press cited estimates from official U.S. military sources that the war had killed 100,000 Iraqi people. But high-profile American leaders preferred to avoid mentioning even antiseptic numbers that might convey the scope of the war's human toll. Distance from consequences is pronounced when bombs arrive from thousands of feet in the air. Typically, On the third night of bombing in December 1998, CNN's Christiana Monpour repeatedly told viewers that Baghdad was having a dramatic night. 36 When the smoke cleared, many journalists spoke of collateral damage without quite mentioning dead Iraqi civilians. During 4 long nights, while cruise missiles exploded in Baghdad and other populated areas of Iraq, millions of children were among those who lay awake. The hijacking of language is fundamental to war, Chris Hedges wrote after many years as a war correspondent. It becomes difficult to express contrary opinions. There are simply not the words or phrases to do it. We all speak with the same clichés and euphemisms. 37 Along the way, the vocabulary of journalism is part of the war-making lexicon. For dramatic scripts, life in wartime becomes theater. All are actors. Leaders, against the backdrop of war, look heroic, noble. Pilots who bail out of planes shot down by the enemy and who make their way back home play cameo roles. The state, as we saw in the Persian Gulf War or Afghanistan, transforms war into a nightly television show. The generals, who are no more interested in candor than they were in Vietnam, have at least perfected the appearance of candor. And the press has usually been more than willing to play the dupe as long as the ratings are good. 38. Meanwhile, Hedges points out, the media show is a fantasy in which the images of war handed to us, even when they are graphic, leave out the one essential element of war: fear. There is, until the actual moment of confrontation, no cost to imagining glory. The visual and audio effects of films, the battlefield descriptions in books, make the experience appear real. In fact, the experience is sterile. We are safe. We do not smell rotting flesh, hear the cries of agony, or see before us blood and entrails seeping out of bodies. We view, from a distance, the rush, the excitement, but feel none of the awful gut-wrenching anxiety and humiliation that come with mortal danger. It takes the experience of fear and the chaos of battle, the deafening and disturbing noise, to wake us up, to make us realize that we are not who we imagined we were, that war as displayed by the entertainment industry might, in most cases, as well be ballet. But even with this, I have seen soldiers in war try to recreate the fiction of war, especially when a television camera is around to record the attempted heroics. The result is usually pathetic. 39. Avowedly, the main targets for the bombing of Afghanistan in late 2001 were people in the bin Laden network. We will rout them out and starve them out, Donald Rumsfeld said, just before closing a news conference with a ringing declaration, "We are determined not to be terrorized." 40. That last quote says it all, MSNBC anchor Brian Williams interjected a moment later, before going to NBC military analyst Bernard Traynor. Like other ex-generals on network retainers, Traynor consistently used the word "we" to describe U.S. military actions. High-tech maps and video graphics were profuse during the explications of war game scenarios. Former diplomats were network players, too. On NBC, Richard Holbrooke, a media favorite who had engineered the diplomatic run-up to the bombing of Yugoslavia a couple of years earlier, chatted with Tom Brokaw while using a pointer and a brightly lit map to elucidate geopolitical dynamics. Crawling across the bottoms of cable TV screens, snippets of quotes blurred together, with bin Laden proclaiming that believers would triumph, Bush declaring "May God continue to bless America," and the Taliban accusing the United States of terrorist attacks. As time went on, the adversaries increasingly seemed to be talking each other's language. The on-screen logos, spangled in red, white, and blue, exuded pride in a nation resurgent. CBS had opted for "America Fights Back." NBC and MSNBC were using "America Strikes Back." At times, MSNBC switched to an alternate buzz phrase, "Homeland Defense." Within days, networks were showing footage of bombers taking off from aircraft carriers, en route to Afghanistan. MSNBC's viewers saw footage of warheads with NYPD scrawled on them. In the background, an American flag fluttered on deck. And so, a bait-and-switch process of patriotic imagery was near completion. For weeks, In the aftermath of the horrendous events of September 11, the public had embraced Old Glory as a symbol of grief, human solidarity, and love of country. Now the ubiquitous American flag was being affixed to military means of destruction. This will be a long war, President George W. Bush promised. 41 The TV networks were ready to do their part. As Los Angeles Times critic Howard Rosenberg wrote several weeks into the bombing of Afghanistan, the interior decor of the televised universe amounted to wall-to-wall props for war unbound, propaganda of all kinds, from newscasters saluting themselves to national leaders lobbying the public, is the furniture of TV. From White House officials to network anchors, the lines between government and media blurred to the vanishing point. In a mid-November 2001 column, Rosenberg recounted the latest airing of ABC's Good Morning America, during which hosts Diane Sawyer and Charles Gibson ran themselves up the flagpole when telecasting from the returning aircraft carrier Enterprise, which launched the first air strikes against Afghanistan. This is the first time an entire U.S. broadcast has come from a U.S. carrier at sea, someone said. A nice idea were it not for Admiral Gibson being decked out in Navy threads. 42. For the war makers, it was surely heartening to see TV news professionals acting like part of the U.S. military. The ostensibly most liberal network, CNN, was unabashedly with the war program. As Rosenberg noted, CNN keeps running thunderous promos that sell its war coverage as Saving Private Ryan too. And what juxtapositions! One day, anchor Kyra Phillips was selling CNN's extended live coverage of police chasing a flaming lumber truck in Dallas as significant news. And the next crouching on one of those floor maps while reviewing U.S. battle military strategy in Afghanistan. 43. During the Iraq War in 2003, there were instances of exceptional journalism in the mainstream U.S. press. A few reporters, notably Anthony Shadid of The Washington Post and Ian Fisher of The New York Times, wrote vivid accounts of what the Pentagon's firepower did to Iraqi people on the ground. News magazines provided a number of grisly pictures. Only a closed heart could be unmoved by those stories and photos. But our country seemed to remain largely numb. Information about what is happening elsewhere, called news, features conflict and violence if it bleeds. It leads runs the venerable guideline of tabloids and 24-hour headline news shows to which the response is compassion, or indignation, or titillation, or approval, as each misery heaves into view. Susan Sontag commented. 44 Her book regarding the pain of others challenges common assumptions about the powerful effects of camera work, whether in print or on television or on museum walls. A strength of her analysis is that it helps to clarify the social role of the photograph. Its meaning and the viewer's response depends on how the picture is identified or misidentified, that is, on words. 45 The book points out, in the current political mood, the friendliest to the military in decades, the pictures of wretched hollow-eyed GIs that once seemed subversive of militarism and imperialism may seem inspirational. Their revised subject, ordinary American young men doing their unpleasant, ennobling duty. 46. We're likely to overestimate the clarity of media visuals. Sontag noted that the image as shock and the image as cliché are two aspects of the same presence. 47 When she acknowledged that harrowing photographs do not inevitably lose their power to shock, Sontag immediately added, but they are not much help if the task is to understand. 48. The publication date of Regarding the Pain of Others came in March 2003, just days before the U.S. government launched its war on Iraq. The Pentagon's PR innovation of embedding reporters and photographers during the war did not reduce the validity of Sontag's assessment when describing the preferred current American way of war making. She wrote, television, whose access to the scene is limited by government controls and by self-censorship, serves up the war as images. The war itself is waged as much as possible at a distance, through bombing, whose targets can be chosen, on the basis of instantly relayed information and visualizing technology, from continents away. 49 And photographic images cannot be more than an invitation to pay attention, to reflect, to learn, to examine the rationalizations for mass suffering offered by established powers. Who caused what the picture shows? Who is responsible? Is it excusable? Was it inevitable? Is there some state of affairs which we have accepted up to now that ought to be challenged? 50. In newsrooms and studios, quite a few macho exemplars serving behind computer screens and in front of TV cameras reliably cheered the war effort during the invasion of Iraq. Along the way, they managed to keep a stiff upper lip about the suffering of others. Such courage is inexhaustible and sometimes awesome. The American public knows the importance of this war, Fox News pundit and Weekly Standard executive editor Fred Barnes told viewers a few days after the invasion began. They are not as casualty sensitive as the weenies in the American press are. 51. The Defense Department engaged in notable fakery about the circumstances of her wartime trauma, but the young Army Private Jessica Lynch was left with terribly real injuries. Her authorized biography I Am a Soldier, too, described the damage, much of it lasting. Her right arm was shattered between her shoulder and her elbow, and the compound fracture shoved slivers of bone through muscles, nerves, and skin, leaving her right hand all but useless. Her spine was fractured in 2 places, causing nerve damage that left her unable to control her kidneys and bowels. Her right foot was crushed. Her left leg had broken into pieces above and below the knee, also a compound fracture, and splintered bone had made a mess of the nerves and left her without feeling in that limb. 52. Thousands of other Americans who followed orders into Iraq also sustained life-changing wounds. They were soldiers, too. For those individuals, any media attention faded. Many pundits seemed most appreciative of the dead, not only silent but also forever out of sight. War boosters don't have to worry about words or actions from dead soldiers. A fatality tells no tale, those who paid the ultimate price can't say they feel cheated. But the wounded are a different story. Their suffering is not only in the past. And they might not be silent. There were many stories to be told about men and women returning home. In reading the casualty reports, I have been struck by how many of the wounded lose arms and legs, Sidney Schanberg wrote in the Village Voice. Ironically, while the new torso armor keeps soldiers alive, they are often left with maimed bodies and onerous futures. We'll be seeing those survivors soon, wearing prosthetic limbs. Let us hope we don't look away. 53. But for the most part, journalists do look away toward any number of stories with less gloomy endings. At the same time, the White House has tried to downplay the wounded, preferring to treat them as middle-distance props of patriotism, bathed in soft, vague light. A protracted focus on the suffering of grievously injured soldiers and their loved ones might evoke tough questions about a war continuing to cause such human anguish. Officials have strived to dim the media spotlights when the ultimately sacrificed are laid to rest. After 6 months of occupation in Iraq, the Pentagon implemented new regulations at Arlington National Cemetery. Reporters are no longer permitted to stand at the rear of the mourners during the service, and microphones are not permitted anywhere near the gravesite. 54. The new rules at the cemetery were in harmony with the 12-year-old ban on media coverage of flag-draped coffins arriving at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. Since 1991, the solemn honor guard ceremonies for the caskets were being conducted out of public view, in compliance with regulations that prohibited media photos of military coffins returning to the United States. 55. When the invasion of Iraq began, the Pentagon explicitly barred media coverage of deceased military personnel returning to or departing from airports. 56. Those rules caused a private employee to lose her job a year later, in April 2004, when a military contractor took action against Tammy Silicio, a Kuwait-based cargo worker whose photograph of flag-draped coffins of fallen U.S. soldiers was published in Sunday's edition of the Seattle Times, that newspaper reported. Working for Maytag Aircraft, she got fired after publication of the photo, which showed more than 20 coffins about to leave Kuwait for the United States. A Pentagon spokesperson explained, "We've made sure that all of the installations who are involved with the transfer of remains were aware that we do not allow any media coverage of any of the stops until reaches its final destination." 57. One of the leading warriors in the Washington Press Corps, Charles Crothammer, kept encouraging the commander-in-chief to let the good war times roll. Praising Bush for staying away from the coffins of American soldiers, Crothammer warned in a December 2003 Time magazine column that the enemy's entire war objective is to inflict pain. And so, he claimed, that is why it would be a strategic error to amplify and broadcast that pain by making great public shows of sorrow presided over by the president himself. 58 Such rationales for diverting media attention from casualties of war were, no doubt, greatly appreciated by White House senior advisor Karl Rove, serving as the president's key political strategist. The dead could be swiftly lowered into the ground while the president stayed safely out of camera range. Wounded men and women needed to be acknowledged, visited, thanked. This weekend, at a Fort Hood hospital, I presented a Purple Heart to some of our wounded, had the honor of thanking them on behalf of all Americans, President Bush said very soon after beginning a major news conference in mid-April 2004.59. The mention of medals was a way of conveying that the wounded had not been taken for granted, that high-level due diligence had been expended in hopes that the circles of pain could be squared away. While Bush was keeping his distance from funerals, Newsweek noted a year after the invasion that Bush does appear from time to time with the families of dead or wounded soldiers. 60 The Washington Post reported later in the spring that the administration has limited damaging images of the cost of war in Iraq. While the president has met privately with the families of many of the war victims, Bush has not attended any funeral for fallen service members. 61. With many Americans contemptuous of the official rationales for starting the war in the first place, media stories about injured GIs stoked the smoldering anger. A growing number of young men and women were returning from Iraq and trying to resume lives that were interrupted by war and then minced by tragedy, the New York Times reported in a profile of a 24-year-old Army sergeant, Jeremy Feld Bush, who was near Baghdad when an exploding shell propelled steel shrapnel through his right eye and into his brain. 62 He was in a coma for 5 weeks. Later, the young man learned that he was getting a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart. And he was blind. Such occasional news stories were fleeting reminders of the pain and anguish that other soldiers and civilians would forever bear. To dwell on their suffering might undermine the latest war and the next one. Those who pay the price, those who are maimed forever by war, are shunted aside, crumpled up and thrown away, Chris Hedges wrote in 2004. They are war's refuse. We do not want to see them. We do not want to hear them. They are doomed, like wandering spirits, to float around the edges of our consciousness, ignored, even reviled. The message they bear from war is too painful for us to absorb. If we really knew war, what war does to minds and bodies, it would be harder to wage. This is why the essence of war, which is death and suffering, is so carefully hidden from public view. We taste a bit of war's exhilaration but are safe, spared the pools of blood, the wailing of a dying child. 63. During the first days of the Iraq invasion, many American journalists emphasized the idea of their own extraordinary latitude. To a significant degree, the war was marketed as a war that was not being marketed. Forrest Sawyer, anchoring the nightly news on CNBC, put it this way: "Now, this is certainly not your father's Gulf War. Last time, you remember, the government essentially shut reporters down as much as they could. In fact, they had them holed up in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, and if you went out 100 kilometers outside without a minder, you were arrested. Well, this time reporters, as we have seen, have been broadcasting live from any number of places. They have been, as they put it, embedded with the military. And they have been able to broadcast, on at least some occasions, with very few restrictions." 64. "I can tell you that these soldiers have been amazing to us," said NBC correspondent David Bloom, on the move with the 3rd Infantry in southern Iraq as the invasion got underway. 65 Bloom devoted some words to affirming his professionalism. But the intensifying bond with the American troops overwhelmed the pro forma disclaimers. "The soldiers he was covering have done anything and everything that we could ask of them," Bloom said, and we in turn are trying to return the favor by doing anything and everything that they can ask of us. But as far as the relationship is concerned, we are about as one with this force as you could possibly be. 67. Minutes after dawn spread daylight across the Iraqi desert, embedded CNN correspondent Walter Rogers was on the air with a live report. Another employee of the network, former U.S. General Wesley Clark on the job in a TV studio back home, asked his colleague a question. When Rogers responded, he addressed Clark as General and Sir. That deferential tone pretty much summed up the overall relationship between American journalists and the U.S. military on major TV networks. Correspondents in the field bonded with troops to the point that their language was often indistinguishable. Meanwhile, no matter what tensions existed, reporters seemed basically comfortable with Pentagon sources. And what passed for debate was rarely anything more than the second-guessing of military decisions. It was kind of okay to question how but not why the war was being fought. Within the bounds of mass media, during the first days of the invasion, the loudest questioning voices demanded to know whether the U.S. government had miscalculated by failing to deploy enough troops from the outset. Exceptional reports on American television, conspicuous for their rarity, asked deeper questions. On the ABC program Nightline, correspondent John Donovan shed light on what embeds routinely missed. Rather than traveling under the Pentagon's wing, Donovan and other intrepid unilaterals ventured out on their own. In his case, the results included an illuminating dispatch from the Iraqi town of Safwan. Just because the Iraqis don't like Saddam, doesn't mean they like us for trying to take him out, Donovan explained. To the contrary. Although people started out talking to us in a friendly way, after a while it became a little tense. These people were mad at America, very mad. And they wanted us to know why. It was because, they said, people in town had been shot at by the United States. Declining to travel in tandem with U.S. troops, Donovan was able and willing to report on views not apt to be expressed by Iraqis looking down the barrels of the invaders' guns. Why are you taking over Iraq? That's how the people in this crowd saw it: takeover, not liberation. 68. In contrast to the multitudes of embedded American reporters, Donovan was oriented toward realities underneath fleeting images. Instead of zooming along on the media fast track, he could linger. In short, if embeds are always moving with the troops, unilaterals get to see what happens after they passed through. The visible anger of Iraqi people had roots in events that usually get described in antiseptic and euphemistic terms by U.S. media outlets. What else did we see by going in as unilaterals? The close-up view of collateral damage. The U.S. says it's trying to limit injuries to civilians. It is, however, hard not to take it personally when that collateral damage is you. Donovan reported on a wounded Iraqi man, evidently a bus driver, who had lost his wife over the weekend. She was collateral damage. So were his two brothers. So were his two children. 69. Media tacticians at the Pentagon had reason to view the embedding as a success. Later, some journalists sounded a bit rueful. Los Angeles Times reporter David Zucchino recalled his experiences while embedded with the 101st Airborne. He had good access, he said, but that access could be suffocating and blinding. Zucchino commented, often I was too close, or confined, to comprehend the war's broad sweep. I could not interview survivors of Iraqi civilians killed by U.S. soldiers or speak to Iraqi fighters trying to kill Americans. I was not present when Americans died at the hands of fellow soldiers in what the military calls for fratricide. I had no idea what ordinary Iraqis were experiencing. I was ignorant of Iraqi government decisions and U.S. command strategy. 70. Overall, the Bush administration benefited from good PR, and the public suffered from bad journalism. There were exceptional instances of reportage, including from some embedded journalists, but as a practical matter the innovation oiled the military's spin machinery. The close quarters shared by journalists and troops inevitably blunted reporters' critical edge, the Committee to Protect Journalists concluded after the smoke and mirrors cleared. There were also limits on what types of stories reporters could cover, since the ground rules bar journalists from leaving their Unit 71. Meanwhile, journalists who were not embedded with the invading military faced a multitude of hazards and restrictions, limiting the reporting from non-US military perspectives, the committee said. In some cases, those journalists faced outright harassment from US Forces 72. On April 8, 2003, in Baghdad, a US missile hit the Al Jazeera office, taking the life of Tariq Ayoub, a 34-year-old Jordanian journalist. On the same day, a US tank fired a shell at the Palestine Hotel, where most foreign journalists were then based in Baghdad. The assault killed Taras Pratsiuk of the Reuters news agency and José Cusso of the Spanish network Telecinco. The explanations from the Pentagon were not credible. U.S. Central Command first said troops came under fire from the lobby, while the field commander said whatever fire had been headed toward his troops was wiped out with a single tank round into the upper floors of the hotel, the AFX news agency reported. But after a journalist questioned why the tank shot the upper floors when fire had come from the lobby, Central Command issued a revised statement saying there had been significant enemy fire. 73. However, the journalists who were eyewitnesses flatly contradicted that claim, saying no weapons fire had emanated from the hotel. There was no shooting at all, said French TV cameraman Hervé Deplogue. Then I saw the turret turning in our direction and the carriage lifting. It faced the target. He insisted, it was not a case of instinctive firing. 74. The US government's response was to scold journalists for trying to do their jobs. We continue to warn news organizations about the dangers, said Defense Department spokeswoman Victoria Clark, who had been credited with invention of the embedding concept. She added, "We've had conversations over the last couple of days, news organizations eager to get their people unilaterally into Baghdad. We are saying it is not a safe place, you should not be there." 75. The key word in her statement was unilaterally as opposed to embedded with US troops. Decoding the Pentagon's message to journalists wasn't too difficult. If you don't play by our rules, you're much more likely to find yourself wounded or dead. A year after the invasion, Marine Corps spokesman Lieutenant Colonel Rick Long told a University of California symposium, "The reason we embedded so many journalists is that we wanted to dominate the information environment. We wanted to beat any kind of disinformation or propaganda by beating them at their own game." 76. Although such statements assess the embedding of reporters in Iraq as a past experience, the practice was continuing. In early April 2004, 3 weeks after the Marine Lieutenant Colonel's thinly veiled gloat about beating them at their own game in the category of disinformation or propaganda, the national NPR program All Things Considered aired an on-the-scene description from Eric Nyeiler, a reporter with member station KPBS who was accompanying the 1st Marine Division as it fought to gain control of Fallujah. The report was more stenographic than journalistic. His first words were, "What I understand from the commanders here." And his account of events seemed to be largely based on statements by those he later referred to as Marine commanders here. To the casual listener, it might have sounded like Nyeiler was actually a Marine himself, as when he began his response to a question from the NPR anchor by saying, "Well, what's happened is that in the areas where we patrolled today, it's really very quiet." 77. In 2004, the US public was not very knowledgeable about global views of the war. At the program on international policy attitudes, director Stephen Cull said, "Despite polling showing that the majority of world public opinion is opposed to the US war with Iraq, only 41% were aware that this is the case. Among those who knew that world public opinion opposed the US going to war with Iraq, only 25% thought that going to war was the right decision." 78. Ignorance or unconcern about the opinions of people elsewhere in the world seemed to make it easier for Americans to support US military action. And in some instances, we can assume, supporting the war was a disincentive to learn or care what others on the planet thought about it all. A follow-up study found that most Americans who got their news from commercial TV harbored at least one of three misperceptions about the Iraq War: that weapons of mass destruction had been discovered in Iraq, that evidence closely linking Iraq to Al-Qaeda had been found, or that world public opinion approved of the U.S. invasion. Fox News viewers were the most confused about key facts, with 80% embracing at least one of those misperceptions. The study found a correlation between being misinformed and being supportive of the war. 79. 11. Opposing the war means siding with the enemy. During the mid-1960s, as President Lyndon Johnson escalated the Vietnam War, he grew accustomed to defaming Americans who voiced opposition. They were prone to be shaky and irresolute, he explained, and might even betray the nation's servicemen. There will be some nervous Nellies, he predicted on May 17, 1966, and some who will become frustrated and bothered and break ranks under the strain. And some will turn on their leaders and on their country and on our fighting men. Blaming dissent at home for problems on the battlefield became a standard tactic for easing PR problems while the Vietnam War went from bad to worse. At the time, I.F. Stone called it the oldest alibi of frustrated generals. They could have won the war if it hadn't been for those unpatriotic civilians back home. One in April 1967, a month when several 100,000 Americans participated in anti-war protests, General William Westmoreland spoke to an Associated Press luncheon and asserted that despite repeated military defeats, the Vietnamese communist enemy was able to continue the anti-U.S. struggle, encouraged by what he believes to be popular opposition to our efforts in Vietnam. 2. Delivering a speech in mid-March 1968, President Johnson contended that as long as the foe in Vietnam feels that he can win something by propaganda in the country, that he can undermine the leadership, that he can bring down the government, that he can get something in the capital that he can't get from our men out there, he is going to keep on trying. Johnson went on, but I point out to you that the time has come when we ought to unite, when we ought to stand up and be counted. 3. LBJ's successor, Richard Nixon, was quick to brandish similar innuendos. Let us be united for peace, Nixon said early in his presidency. Let us be united against defeat. Because let us understand, North Vietnam cannot defeat or humiliate the United States. Only Americans can do that. 4. To this kind of argument, Stone had a ready rebuttal. Although the United States enjoyed advantages over North Vietnam that included vastly greater wealth, a seven-fold larger population, and incalculably superior technological power, the inherent long-term commitments of the two sides were tilted in opposite directions. Read 35 years later, Stone's words seem to describe not only the Vietnam War but also the war in Iraq as bloodshed intensified there in 2004. For us the war is a nuisance. For them the war is a matter of life and death. They are prepared to die for their country. We are prepared to die for our country too if it were attacked, but not for the mere pleasure of destroying theirs. This is why they have the advantage of morale. In the face of such basic realities, Stone contended, self-deception has been the characteristic of our leadership in this war from its beginning. 5. In times of war, pressures for conformity intensify, as Daniel Ellsberg became acutely aware well before leaking the Pentagon Papers. In October 1969, he joined with 5 other national security analysts at the Rand Corporation to sign and release a letter that said, "We believe that the United States should decide now to end its participation in the Vietnam War, completing the total withdrawal of our forces within 1 year at the most." 6. When the letter appeared on the Washington Post's editorial page, a companion op-ed article by a former State Department official criticized it, while a Post editorial attacked the Rand employees' letter directly, describing them 3 times as hardcore critics and once as extreme. Such media treatment was to be expected, but what took Ellsberg aback was the pattern of responses from his colleagues at Rand, a non-profit haven for engineers and policy analysts charged with independent research for the U.S. government. Ellsberg recalls receiving memos from about 70 people at Rand. It couldn't be called a controversy, because nearly all of them were on the same side, against our action, making the same points. With 2 or 3 exceptions, every one of them was negative, often very hostile, angry, reproachful, disdainful, accusatory. Moreover, this is what most surprised me, what I was least prepared for. Hardly one took issue with the substance of our letter or even addressed it, unless in a sentence or two, dismissing our argument as shallow or unsupported. More commonly, each memo writer indicated that he opposed the continuation of the war as much as we did, before going on to say, as one put it, that our actions showed a sense of almost complete irresponsibility toward your colleagues at RAND, the corporation itself, and quite possibly, the welfare of the country. 7. The colleagues attacked in tones ranging from cold to furious. 8. Martin Luther King Jr. also found that former allies could become incensed when he went out of his way to challenge the war. In his Beyond Vietnam speech delivered at New York's Riverside Church on April 4, 1967, King called the United States the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today. From Vietnam to South Africa to Latin America, he said, the U.S. was on the wrong side of a world revolution. King asked why the United States was suppressing revolutions of the shirtless and barefoot people in the Third World, instead of supporting them. That kind of talk drew barbs and denunciations from media quarters that had applauded his efforts to end racial segregation. Time magazine called the speech demagogic slander that sounded like a script for Radio Hanoi 9. The Washington Post warned that King has diminished his usefulness to his cause, his country, his people. 10. Ever since the loss of the war in Vietnam, a myth has blamed anti-war activism in the United States. 11. When correspondent Chris Wallace, then with ABC, interviewed former Vietnam War Commander Westmoreland in October 1990 during the lead-up to the Gulf War, one of Wallace's questions went like this: General Westmoreland, it's become almost a truism by now that you didn't lose the Vietnam War so much in the jungles there as you did in the streets in the United States. How worried should the President and the Pentagon be now about this new peace movement? 12. When the Gulf War began, snappy phrases like "blame America first" were a popular way to vilify dissenters. What we cannot be proud of, Mr. Speaker, is the unshaven, shaggy-haired, drug culture, poor excuses for Americans, wearing their tiny, round wire-rim glasses, a protester's symbol of the Blame America First crowd, out in front of the White House burning the American flag, Representative Gerald B. H. Solomon said on January 17, 1991. A dozen years later, amid a very large outpouring of protest before the invasion of Iraq, the media coverage of the demonstrators was often cartoonish. A substantial portion of Americans were in the streets protesting this venture before the shooting started, journalist William Grider wrote a year after the invasion. The media generally dismissed them and often caricatured the protesters as aging hippies on a 60s nostalgia trip. It's a pity reporters didn't listen more respectfully. Virtually every element of what has gone wrong in Iraq was cited by those demonstrators as among the reasons they opposed the march to war. 13. The Vietnam War became such an enduring archetype of wartime disaster that even mild comparisons between Vietnam and Iraq caused President George W. Bush to bristle and reach for the rhetorical blunderbuss. Suggestions about learning from the past were met not only with denial but also with the charge that analogies would undermine our troops while giving aid and comfort to foreign foes. At a primetime news conference on April 13, 2004, a reporter asked Bush about the increasingly heard comparison. Q. Mr. President, April is turning into the deadliest month in Iraq since the fall of Baghdad, and some people are comparing Iraq to Vietnam and talking about a quagmire. Polls show that support for your policy is declining and that fewer than half of Americans now support it. What does that say to you? And how do you answer the Vietnam comparison? Bush, I think the analogy is false. I also happen to think that analogy sends the wrong message to our troops and sends the wrong message to the enemy. Strong critics of U.S. foreign policy are likely to encounter charges of anti-Americanism. Such epithets often raise the specter of irrational hostility toward the United States. A more subtle implication might be that zeal to wage aggressive war is an inherently American trait. Yet accepting militarism runs directly counter to the views of vast numbers of American citizens. Even at the height of domestic support for the war on Iraq in early spring 2003, pollsters discovered that fully a quarter of the population was opposed. Referring to the anti-American buzz phrase, former USIA specialist Nancy Snow calls it a favorite name-calling device to stain the reputation of someone who disagrees with official policies and positions. It conjures up old red-baiting techniques that stifle free speech and dissent on public issues. It creates a chilling effect on people to stop testing the waters of our democratic right to question the motives of our government. 15 During a typical outburst, in early 2003 before the Iraq invasion, Rush Limbaugh told his radio audience, "I want to say something about these anti-war demonstrators. No, let's not mince words, let's call them what they are, anti-American demonstrators." 16 weeks later, former Congressman Joe Scarborough, a Republican rising through the ranks of national TV hosts, said on MSNBC, "These leftist stooges for anti-American causes are always given a free pass. Isn't it time to make them stand up and be counted for their views, which could hurt American troop morale?" 17. Today, in an era when the sun never sets on deployed American troops, the hoary epithet is a rhetorical weapon against dissenters, foreign and domestic. The elastic anti-American label stretches along a wide gamut. The routine aim is to disparage and stigmatize what displeases policymakers in Washington. Thus, applied to targets overseas, anti-American has spanned from Al-Qaeda terrorists, to angry Iraqis tiring of occupation, to recalcitrant German and French leaders, to Labour Party backbenchers in Britain's House of Commons. 18 Naturally, Americans deemed to be insufficiently supportive of U.S. government policies also qualify. 19. In many cases, fear of being called anti-American seems to cripple the ability or willingness of U.S. journalists to confront officials who are determined to wage war. Likewise, politicians are quite aware that if they step too far out of line, they're liable to be accused of lacking patriotism and giving comfort to the enemy. Early in the autumn of 2002, when a media frenzy erupted about Representative Jim McDermott's live appearance from Baghdad on ABC's This Week program, what riled the punditocracy as much as anything was his last statement during the interview, "I think the president would mislead the American people." 21st To wave a media dagger at the miscreant was George Will, a regular on the television show. Within minutes, on the air, he denounced the most disgraceful performance abroad by an American official in my lifetime. 21 But the syndicated columnist was just getting started. Back at his computer, Will churned out a piece that appeared in the Washington Post 2 days later, ripping into McDermott and a colleague on the trip, Representative David Bonnier. Saddam Hussein finds American collaborators among senior congressional Democrats, Will wrote. There was special venom for McDermott in the column. Will could not abide the spectacle of a congressperson casting doubt on George W. Bush's utter veracity. McDermott's accusation that the president, presumably with Cheney, Powell, Rumsfeld, Rice, and others as accomplices, would use deceit to satisfy his craving to send young Americans into an unnecessary war is a slander. 22. The country's media echo chamber rocked with countless reprises of Will's bugle call. One of the main reasons for the furor was widespread media denial that the president would mislead the American people. An editorial in the Rocky Mountain News fumed that some of McDermott's words, delivered via TV, were nothing short of outrageous. 23 In Georgia, the Augusta Chronicle went farther, for a U.S. congressman to virtually accuse the president of lying while standing on foreign soil, especially the soil of a nation that seeks to destroy his nation and even tried to assassinate a former U.S. president, is an appallingly unpatriotic act. 24. Nationally, on the Fox News Channel, the one-man bombast factory Bill O'Reilly accused McDermott of giving aid and comfort to Saddam while he was in Baghdad. O'Reilly said that thousands of his viewers want to know why McDermott would give propaganda material to a killer and accuse President Bush of being a liar in the capital city of the enemy. 25 A syndicated column by Cal Thomas followed with similar indignation. We have seen Representatives Jim McDermott of Washington and David Bonnier of Michigan, the bozos of Baghdad, accuse President Bush of lying for political gain about Iraq's threat to civilization. 26. But such attacks did not come only from right-wing media stalwarts. Plenty of middle-road journalists were happy to go the way of the blowing wind. During one of her routine appearances on Fox television, National Public Radio political correspondent Mara Liasson commented on McDermott and Bonnier, "These guys are a disgrace. Look, everybody knows it's 101, politics 101, that you don't go to an adversary country, an enemy country, and badmouth the United States, its policies, and the President of the United States. I mean, these guys ought to, I don't know, resign." 27. Yet the President of the United States not only would mislead the American people, he actually did, with the result of a horrendous war. However, when the evidence became incontrovertible, the pundits who had gone after McDermott with a vengeance did not publicly concede that he'd made a valid and crucial point. To use George Will's inadvertently apt words, it was prescient to foresee that the president, presumably with Cheney, Powell, Rumsfeld, Rice, and others as accomplices, would use deceit to satisfy his craving to send young Americans into an unnecessary war. If a mainstream political journalist like Mara Liasson was so quick to suggest that McDermott resigned for inopportunely seeking to prevent a war, why didn't she later advocate that the president resign for dishonestly promoting a war? By late 2002, the U.S. government was clearly preparing for war with Iraq. And controversies about words and actions of some famous Americans seemed to be metaphors for broader pressure to accept the war agenda. In December, days after the release of a strong anti-war statement by numerous well-known entertainers, a trip to Baghdad by actor and director Sean Penn drew a large media spotlight and added fuel to a public debate on whether celebrities should venture from the art of make-believe to the flashpoint realities of politics. Often overlooked was the simple and illuminating fact that celebrities rarely get into public relations trouble for aligning themselves with popular views. Surface arguments about proper celebrity behavior are usually markers for hostility toward sharp divergence from conventional media wisdom. The problem was not with celebrities expressing themselves. The catalyst for uproar was the anti-war outlook being expressed. During the late 1960s, with the establishment still solidly lined up behind the Vietnam War, actor John Wayne rarely faced charges of overstepping when he voiced enthusiasm for the war. But when singer Eartha Kitt, attending a White House event about young people in 1968, publicly said that the war was wrong, the resulting furor was so intense that it harmed her career. If Penn had gone to a U.S. military base in the Persian Gulf region to show his support for the anticipated war on Iraq, it was hard to imagine that America's cable news channels would be filled with the kind of fierce arguments that raged about his peace-oriented trip to Baghdad. There was far more than a whiff of proper correctness in the media air. Wanting celebrities to stay in line figured into a larger pattern the assumption that going along with war preparations could be equated with a sign of patriotism and civic virtue. As a multitude of pundits could attest, it was not difficult to find rationales for writing off just about any opponents of plans for imminent war. Paul Loeb, author of Soul of a Citizen, remarked that admonishing celebrities to know their place is a form of the cynicism that short-circuits genuine debate across the society. Ordinary citizens can't speak up because they don't know enough, young people are dismissed as naive, older people, we're told, are trying to relive the 60s, academics are just eggheads, religious people are unrealistic, immigrants are suspects, celebrities are airheads, and so on. 28. Sean Penn emphasized his belief that matters of war and peace were much too important to be left to the authorities to manage, and that all of us should seek out a wide array of facts and perspectives. I would hope that all Americans will embrace information available to them outside conventional channels, Penn said. 29. And he spoke of his own desire both as an American and as a human being to fulfill the obligation to accept some level of personal accountability for the policies of my government, both those I support and any that I may not. 30. Perhaps the most important moments of Penn's trip to Iraq came during a UNICEF-guided tour of schools in the Saddam City area of Baghdad, as we visited with hundreds of children. My trip here is to personally record the human face of the Iraqi people so that their blood along with that of American soldiers would not be invisible on my own hands, Penn said at a news conference the next day. He had made the journey to find my own voice on matters of conscience. 31. For people in all walks of life, Any such authentic search must withstand the pressures for conformity and popularity. As Eartha Kitt commented long after speaking her mind about the Vietnam War at the White House, if you walk through life needing everybody to love you, you will never do anything. 32. Not long before the invasion of Iraq, when Dixie Chicks lead singer Natalie Maines, a Texan, said she was ashamed to be from the same state as Bush, the ensuing controversy did not do much harm to sales of their music, but the Dixie Chicks had a sharp drop in radio airplay. What's clear is that in these days of highly concentrated media ownership, the Chicago area's Daily Herald reported, there is an immense amount of pressure to not make waves. 33 Voicing support for the Dixie Chicks as terrific American artists expressing American values by using their American right to free speech, rocker Bruce Springsteen condemned the pressure coming from the government and big business to enforce conformity of thought concerning the war and politics. 34. Public support for the Vietnam War and the post-invasion Iraq War would have eroded faster if the U.S. news media had been less constrained in the framing of debates and the flow of information. 35 Self-reinforcing media dynamics often fuel the momentum of a war rather than counter it. Presidents and for that matter, pundits do not like to admit that they were wrong. And loved ones are understandably loath to believe that their child or partner died needlessly, without meaningful purpose. Staying within the usual channels, the media current exerts a powerful pull on journalists, politicians, and the society as a whole. Perseverance for victory or at least avoidance of humiliating defeat seems to be the least we can do. During the Vietnam era, news coverage in the later years of the war was considerably less positive than in the early years, but not nearly so consistently negative as the conventional wisdom now seems to hold, Professor Daniel Hallen wrote in the mid-1980s. If news coverage largely accounted at least as an intervening variable for the growing public desire to get out of the war, it probably also accounts for the fact that the Nixon administration was able to maintain majority support for its Vietnam policies through 4 years of war and for the fact that the public came to see the war as a mistake or tragedy, rather than the crime the more radical opposition believed it to be. 36. To a significant extent, media coverage enables people to project their own views into the mix, and sometimes mistakenly assume that others are getting the same message. Often the mixed messages of an anchor script or a correspondent's stand-up report seem carefully honed to have something for everyone and to alienate few viewers outright. This can lead to complacency among those who figure that what's obvious to them has been obvious to the news media and is therefore well on the way to becoming commonly understood. One of the traditional findings of research on the effects of mass communication, Hallen pointed out, is that because of selective perception, the media will often tend merely to reinforce people's existing attitudes. And so Vietnam news was ambiguous and contradictory enough, especially after the beginning of 1968, that both hawks and doves could easily have found material to support their own views of the war. And those views were apt to be projected onto the TV news reporters. Citing a 1968 study, Hallen wrote that 75% of respondents who considered themselves hawks on the war thought Walter Cronkite was also a hawk. Some Whitmore thought Huntley and Brinkley were hawks. But a majority of doves thought each of the three anchors was a dove. 37. During this period of upheaval, protests against the war in Southeast Asia grew swiftly in size and impact across the country. But the substance of anti-war positions typically got short shrift in news coverage. Journalists often made a point in later years to promote moderation, Hallen wrote. But ironically this meant that the theme of violence often dominated reports of protests in which there was none. Today's protest was different, began one report on the moratorium, peaceful, within the law, and not confined to a radical minority. And violence still drew coverage. Cronkite began one report on college anti-war protests by saying, the Cambodia development set off a new round of anti-war demonstrations on U.S. campuses, and not all of them were peaceful. The film report, not surprisingly, was about one of the ones that was not peaceful, and dealt mainly with the professionalism shown by the authorities who restored order. 38. A problem for anti-war activists and a boon for war supporters was a pattern of media coverage that skirted the reasons why people were seeking to stop the war. The TV news usually excluded actual statements from them. Hallen found that 64% of film reports on the anti-war movement contained no substantial discussion of the war. Only 16% of film reports on anti-war marches and rallies had film of speeches with natural sound. When they were shown, representatives of the anti-war movement often appeared only for a few seconds. 39 and the slant was steeply uphill. On those rare occasions, when the underlying reasons for American intervention were discussed explicitly, what journalists did was to defend the honorableness of American motives. 40. As the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Vietnam continued, while American bombing persisted at sky-high levels in Southeast Asia, media coverage of anti-war actions diminished at home. In late summer 1972, major media outlets played down protests at the Republican National Convention in Miami Beach. The contrast was great with the news coverage of anti-war protests in Chicago streets outside the Democrats' 1968 convention. More demonstrators turned out in Miami this year than in Chicago 4 years ago, wrote media analyst Danny Schechter. Almost twice as many ended up getting arrested. The demonstrations themselves represented a much more diverse group of people, and many of the protests were among the more creative in conception. Only this time, when the whole world was watching, they saw the imported youth galleries chanting for more years rather than the photographs of Vietnamese horror being carried in the streets. In their postmortems, the television commentators assured their audiences that the protest movement had had its last hurrah. Few of the activists were interviewed, little of what they had written or said was reported or taken seriously. 41. Several years before the Iraq invasion, Barbara Ehrenreich wrote that war has dug itself into economic systems, where it offers a livelihood to millions, rather than to just a handful of craftsmen and professional soldiers. It has lodged in our souls as a kind of religion, a quick tonic for political malaise and a bracing antidote to the moral torpor of consumerist, market-driven cultures. 42. Calling present-day anti-war movements admittedly feeble undertakings compared to that which they oppose, Ehrenreich described them as reactive and ad hoc, emerging, usually tardily, in response to particular wars, then ebbing to nothing in times of peace. They are fuzzy-minded, moralistic, and often committed to cartoonish theories of the sources of war, that it is a product of capitalism, for example, or testosterone or some similar flaw. 43. Much of that description still applied midway through the first decade of the 21st century, though the estimated 10 million people who demonstrated worldwide to express pre-war opposition to the invasion of Iraq indicated some real progress in becoming less reactive or tardy. Even before that, Ehrenreich concluded in her book Blood Rights, Origins and History of the Passions of War, such activism was vitally instructive. But for all their failings, she wrote, anti-war movements should already have taught us one crucial lesson, that the passions we bring to war can be brought just as well to the struggle against war. There is a place for courage and solidarity and self-sacrifice other than in the service of this peculiarly bloody institution, this inhuman meme, a place for them in the struggle to shake ourselves free of it. And we will need all the courage we can muster. What we are called to is, in fact, a kind of war. We will need armies, or at least networks of committed activists willing to act in concert when necessary, to oppose force with numbers, and passion with forbearance and reason. We will need leaders, not a handful of generals but huge numbers of individuals able to take the initiative to educate, inspire, and rally others. We will need strategies and cunning, ways of assessing the enemy's strength and sketching out the way ahead. And even with all that, the struggle will be enormously costly. Those who fight war on this war-ridden planet must prepare themselves to lose battle after battle and still fight on, to lose security, comfort, position, even life. 44. 12. This is a necessary battle in the war on terrorism. On July 24, 1964, 2 weeks before pushing the Gulf of Tonkin resolution through Congress, President Lyndon Johnson responded emphatically to a proposal from French President Charles de Gaulle to reconvene the Geneva Conference in search of peaceful solutions for Vietnam and the rest of Southeast Asia. De Gaulle's new overture had come on the heels of similar proposals, also without preconditions, from the Soviet Union and from UN Secretary-General U Thant. The initial responses from the Communist Chinese and North Vietnamese governments were positive. But Johnson would have none of it. The conference that de Gaulle had in mind, Johnson declared, would be a gathering to ratify Terror 1. Overall, during the Vietnam War, the theme of terrorism directed against civilians was central to television's image of the enemy, Daniel Hallen's research found. Point 2. While he never encountered a television story that dealt primarily, or at any substantial length, with the political tactics, history, or program of the North Vietnamese or the NLF, Hallen discovered that television coverage of the North Vietnamese and NLF focused on terror to the almost total exclusion of politics. 3. Traveling from New York City in late September 2001, on a pre-schooled Yule book tour, author Joan Didion spoke to audiences in several cities on the West Coast. Those 2 weeks, she ended up writing, turned out to be nothing I had expected, nothing I had ever before experienced, an extraordinarily open kind of traveling dialogue, an encounter with an America apparently immune to conventional wisdom. 4. In the wake of 9/11, these people to whom I was listening in San Francisco and Los Angeles and Portland and Seattle were making connections I had not yet in my numbed condition thought to make, connections between political process and what had happened on September 11, connections between our political life and the shape our reaction would take and was in fact already taking. These people recognized that even then, within days after the planes hit, there was a good deal of opportunistic ground being seized under cover of the clearly urgent need for increased security. These people recognized even then, with flames still visible in lower Manhattan, that the words bipartisanship and national unity had come to mean acquiescence to the administration's pre-existing agenda, for example the imperative for further tax cuts, the necessity for Arctic drilling, the systematic elimination of regulatory and union protections, even the funding for the missile shield, as if we had somehow missed noticing the recent demonstration of how limited, given a few box cutters, and the willingness to die, superior technology can be. 5. Much of the media coverage focused on outsized glorification of people who had lost their lives or shown courage on September 11. In fact, Didion contended, it was in the reflexive repetition of the word hero that we began to hear what would become in the year that followed an entrenched preference for ignoring the meaning of the event in favor of an impenetrably flattening celebration of its victims, and a troublingly belligerent idealization of historical ignorance. 6. To observe the political manipulation of 9/11 after the towers collapsed was to witness a multidimensional power grab exercised largely via mass media. By the end of 2002, Didion concisely and incisively described what occurred. We had seen, most importantly, the insistent use of September 11 to justify the reconception of America's correct role in the world as one of initiating and waging virtually perpetual war. 7. Instead of, even in theory, being a war to end all wars, the new war for America would be a war to end peace. Like many of his colleagues in the upper reaches of the Bush administration, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld went out of his way to stress that this war, with no single nation to defeat and no finite enemy to vanquish, would be open-ended. On September 27, 2001, a New York Times op-ed piece under Rumsfeld's byline emphasized the theme, "Some believe the first casualty of any war is the truth. But in this war, the first victory must be to tell the truth. And the truth is, this will be a war like none other our nation has faced." Written 2 weeks after September 11, the short Rumsfeld essay was an indicative clarion call. And, from the outset, the trumpet was sounding inside a tent pitched large enough to accommodate any number of configurations. This war will not be waged by a grand alliance united for the single purpose of defeating an axis of hostile powers. Instead, it will involve floating coalitions of countries, which may change and evolve. Purporting to be no nonsense, the message from the Pentagon civilian head was expansive to the point of limitlessness. Forget about exit strategies, we're looking at a sustained engagement that carries no deadlines. If the concepts of deadlines and exit strategies were suddenly obsolete, So too was the idea that disfavored historical contexts should or could matter a heck of a lot. The phrase war on terrorism is itself a propaganda message, Nancy Snow has commented. By design, it elevates the language of conflict, suggesting that all other options have been exhausted, when the reality is that they were never seriously considered. At once, the proclaimed war on terrorism was to be unending, and impervious to information or analysis that might encourage critical scrutiny. As soon as the basic premises of the ongoing war were accepted, the irrelevance of any inconvenient part of the historical record was a given. And so, when Rumsfeld's essay in the New York Times told a still-shocked nation that it was embarking on a war against terrorism's attack on our way of life, an attack coming from foes committed to denying free people the opportunity to live as they choose, some questions were off-limits. Such as, perhaps the attack was more against our foreign policy than against our domestic way of life or our opportunity to live as we choose. Explorations along that line were out of bounds. By accepting the facile cliché that the battle underway against terrorism is a battle against evil, by easily branding those who fight us as the barbarians, we, like them, refuse to acknowledge our own culpability, journalist Chris Hedges observed. We ignore real injustices that have led many of those arrayed against us to their rage and despair. 9. In the aftermath of 9/11, warning shots became routine against mentioning aspects of history that others deemed best forgotten or never learned. There was the frequent deployment of the phrase "the Blame America Firsters," or the Blame America First crowd, the wearying enthusiasm for excoriating anyone who suggested that it could be useful to bring at least a minimal degree of historical reference to bear on the event, Didion wrote. There was the adroit introduction of convenient straw men. There was Christopher Hitchens, engaging in a dialogue with Noam Chomsky, giving himself the opportunity to generalize whatever got said into the liberal left tendency to rationalize the aggression of September 11. There was Donald Kagan at Yale, dismissing his colleague Paul Kennedy as a classic case of blaming the victim, because the latter had asked his students to try to imagine what resentments they might harbor if America were small and the world dominated by a unified Arab-Muslim state. There was Andrew Sullivan, warning on his website that while the American heartland was ready for war, the decadent left in its enclaves on the coasts could well mount what amounts to a fifth column. There was the open season on Susan Sontag on a single page of a single issue of the Weekly Standard that October she was accused of unusual stupidity, of moral vacuity, and of sheer tastelessness, all for 3 paragraphs in which she said, in closing, that a few shreds of historical awareness might help us understand what has just happened, and what may continue to happen, in other words that events have histories, political life has consequences, and the people who led this country and the people who wrote and spoke about the way this country was led were guilty of trying to infantilize its citizens if they continued to pretend otherwise. 10. Meanwhile, numerous reporters seemed content to provide stenographic services for official U.S. sources under the guise of journalism. During a September 17 appearance on David Letterman's show, the CBS News anchor Dan Rather laid it on the line. George Bush is the president, Rather said, he makes the decisions. Speaking as one American, the newsman added, wherever he wants me to line up, just tell me where. And he'll make the call. Cokie Roberts, well known as a reporter pundit for NPR and ABC, appearing on the Letterman show a few weeks later, gushed, I will just confess to you, a total sucker for the guys who stand up with all the ribbons on and stuff, and they say it's true and I'm ready to believe it. We had General Shelton on the show the last day he was chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and I couldn't lift that jacket with all the ribbons and medals. And so when they say stuff, I tend to believe it. 11. Long after September 11, 2001, most U.S. reporting seemed to be locked into a zone that excluded unauthorized ironies. It simply accepted that the U.S. government could keep making war on terror by using high-tech weapons that inevitably terrorized large numbers of people. According to routine news accounts, just about any measures deemed appropriate by Washington fit snugly under the rubric of an ongoing war that might never end in any of our lifetimes. 12 Against the current, a daily paper in Florida published a forthright statement on March 2, 2002. The nation's loyalty is turning into groupthink, the Daytona Beach News Journal editorialized. How else explain a president who, playing on the war's most visceral slogan, gets away with justifying an obscene corporate tax cut as economic security, a buildup of defense industry stock as homeland security, and an exploitative assault on the nation's most pristine lands as energy security? How else explain his contempt for Congress, his Nixonian fixation on secrecy, his administration's junta-like demeanor in Washington since September? The editorial warned that without robust dissent, democracy might as well pack up and head for the hills. And it accurately described the status quo nearly 6 months after September 11. This is not unity. It's not patriotism. It's stupor. A year after September 11, Nicholas Lemon wrote in The New Yorker that the war on terror was a phrase that has entered the language so fully, and framed the way people think about how the United States is reacting to the September 11 attacks so completely, that the idea that declaring and waging war on terror was not the sole, inevitable, logical consequence of the attacks just isn't in circulation. 13 In late November 2002, a retired U.S. Army general, William Odom, told C-SPAN viewers, "Terrorism is not an enemy. It cannot be defeated. It's a tactic. It's about as sensible to say we declare war on night attacks and expect we're going to win that war. We're not going to win the war on terrorism. And it does whip up fear. Acts of terror have never brought down liberal democracies. Acts of parliament have closed a few." 14. Problems of language and assumptions were exacerbated by the way that after September 11 the war on terrorism often got shortened to a war on terror, more than a space saver for headline writers or a syllable saver for speakers. Terrorism is a word about actions. Terror, on the other hand, is a word fraught with numerous meanings, some appreciably more ambiguous. Among the subtexts of the shortened term are vague notions to the effect that we can somehow effectively wage war on our own fear, a nuance that examined out in the open hardly suggests an auspicious strategy. 15. Variations on a simple dualism "we're good and people who don't like us are bad" had never been far from mainstream American politics. But 9/11 concentrated such proclivities with great intensity and narrowed the range of publicly acceptable questioning. Inquiry into the nature of the enemy we faced, in other words, was to be interpreted as sympathy for that enemy, Didion observed. The final allowable word on those who attacked us was to be that they were evildoers, or wrongdoers, peculiar constructions which served to suggest that those who used them were transmitting messages from some ultimate authority. 16 On the say-so of those in charge of the government, we were encouraged to believe that their worldviews defined the appropriate limits of discourse. The near paralysis of public debate gradually eased. Yet regimented thought had developed a powerful new paradigm in the concept of a non-stop, righteous siege against terrorism. 2.5 years after September 11, in a double-page advertisement inside such magazines as The Weekly Standard, the American Compass Book Club provided the sentence to sum up one of its main new books, by Sean Hannity, a Fox News Channel host. Hannity explores the nature of evil and offers global solutions for defeating terrorism, despotism, and liberalism. 17 The book club was simply drawing from the book's title and subtitle, Deliver Us from Evil, Defeating Terrorism, Despotism, and Liberalism. 2 years after September 11, Norman Mailer asked, "What does it profit us if we gain extreme security and lose our democracy?" Not everyone in Iraq, after all, was getting their hands and or their ears cut off by Saddam Hussein. In the middle of that society were hordes of Iraqis who had all the security they needed even if there was no freedom other than the full-fledged liberty offered by dictators to be free to speak with hyperbolic hosannas for the leader. So, yes, there are more important things to safeguard than security, and one of them is to protect the much beleaguered integrity of our democracy. The final question in these matters suggests itself. Can leaders who lie as a way of life protect any way of life? 18. Selective use of the word terrorism is routine. That selectivity reflects the political character of the term. Major news outlets decline to note that media coverage of terrorism is routinely subjective. 19 With an air of objectivity, journalists affix the pejorative terrorist label to only some acts of violence that are taking civilian lives while seeking to achieve political ends. 20 After September 11, under the rubric of anti-terrorism, battle lines hardened to justify further armed suppression. We have built or bolstered alliances with Israel and Russia, forming a dubious global troika against terrorism, a troika that taints us in the eyes of much of the rest of the world, especially among Muslims, Chris Hedges wrote in 2003. Suddenly all who oppose our allies and us Palestinians, Chechens, and Afghans are lumped into one indistinguishable mass. They are as faceless as we are for our enemies. 21 The technologies in use for killing vary widely, but the rationalizations often mirror each other with blinding light. For the war-inclined in Washington, superpower super-righteousness offered compelling advantages after September 11, 2001. The president quickly found much to emulate in the uncompromising rhetoric and iron-fist military approach of the Israeli government. 3 years after September 11, commenting on the insistence that all the enemy understands is force, Naomi Klein wrote, "It's not simply that Bush sees America's role as protecting Israel from a hostile Arab world. It's that he has cast the United States in the very same role in which Israel casts itself, facing the very same threat. In this narrative, the US is fighting a never-ending battle for its very survival against utterly irrational forces that seek nothing less than its total extermination." 22. More than ever before, US leaders were voicing great enthusiasm for a global war on terrorism in which the Israeli government would be a junior but experienced and militarily powerful partner. When House Republican leader Tom DeLay traveled to Israel in the summer of 2003, he spoke to the Knesset and underscored an outlook that had become standard for US officials. Under the headline "Israel's fight is our fight," the Jerusalem Post published a piece by DeLay that proclaimed, "Nations around the world have a choice, best articulated by President George W. Bush, you're either with us, or you're with the terrorists." That was a line the Bush administration had been using in many contexts ever since the morning when the World Trade Center fell. Which side are you on? The political usefulness of such either/or statements was enormous. On message, DeLay proceeded to ratchet up the oratory to holy heights. "There is no doubt where Israel stands in our post-9/11 world. The solidarity between the US and Israel is deeper than the various interests we share. It goes to the very nature of man, to the endowment of our God-given right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is the universal solidarity of freedom. It transcends geography, culture, and generations. It is the solidarity of all people in all times who dream of and sacrifice for liberty. It is the solidarity of Moses and Lincoln, of Tiananmen Square and the Prague Spring, of Andrei Sakharov and Anne Frank. And in its name I come to you in the midst of a great global conflict against evil with a simple message: be not afraid." 23. Such pronouncements had no use for reflections of the kind offered a third of a century earlier by I.F. Stone. 24 In 1969 he expressed hope for a reconstructed Palestine of Jewish and Arab states in peaceful coexistence. 25 Stone contended that to bring it about Israel and the Jewish communities of the world must be willing to look some unpleasant truths squarely in the face. 26 He added, "One is to recognize that the Arab guerrillas are doing to us what our terrorists and saboteurs of the Irgun, Stern, and Haganah did to the British. Another is to be willing to admit that their motives are as honorable as were ours. As a Jew, even as I felt revulsion against the terrorism, I felt it justified by the homelessness of the surviving Jews from the Nazi camps and the bitter scenes when refugee ships sank, or sank themselves, when refused admission to Palestine. The best of Arab youth feels the same way. They cannot forget the atrocities committed by us against villages like Deir Yassin, nor the uprooting of the Palestinian Arabs from their ancient homeland, for which they feel the same deep ties of sentiment as do so many Jews, however assimilated elsewhere." 27. In 2005, a lot could be learned from documentation compiled by the Israeli organization B'Tselem, one of the independent human rights groups often condemning Israel for actions such as killing unarmed Palestinian civilians or demolishing their homes. But with rare exceptions, the American press bypassed the kind of facts available on the organization's website. The journalistic avoidance continued to facilitate the momentum of with us or against us righteousness in the war on terror. Most acts to which the word terrorism is applied are tactics of the weak, usually against the strong. Such acts are not a tactic of choice but of last resort, lawyer John V. Whitbeck wrote in the International Herald Tribune. The poor, the weak, and the oppressed rarely complain about terrorism. The rich, the strong, and the oppressors constantly do. While most of mankind has more reason to fear the high-technology violence of the strong than the low-technology violence of the weak, the fundamental mind trick employed by the abusers of the word terrorism is essentially this: the low-technology violence of the weak is such an abomination that there are no limits on the high-technology violence of the strong that can be deployed against it. Perhaps the only honest and globally workable definition of terrorism is an explicitly subjective one: violence that I don't support. Anyone who reads both the Western and Arab press cannot help noticing that the Western press routinely characterizes as terrorism virtually all Palestinian violence against Israelis, while the Arab press routinely characterizes as terrorism virtually all Israeli violence against Palestinians. Only such a formulation would accommodate both characterizations, as well as most others. Every nation, and particularly the United States, must recognize that in a world filled with injustice, violent outbursts by those hoping desperately for a better life or simply seeking to strike a blow against injustice or their tormentors before they die can never be eradicated. At best, the frequency and gravity of such outbursts can be diminished by seeking to alleviate rather than continuing to aggravate the injustices and humiliations that give rise to them. 28. When there is no single standard that reliably condemns terrorism, then the word serves as a political football rather than a term to be used with integrity. The American media condemnations are far from proportional to the cruelty or magnitude of wanton actions. A key factor is the extent to which the perpetrators are aligned with, or antagonistic toward, the United States. Basic policies tacitly distinguish between important and incidental victims, encouraging us, in effect, to ask for whom the bell tolls. The official guidance needn't be explicit to be understood or at least widely internalized by the public. Do not let too much empathy move in unauthorized directions. Years before September 11, 2001, the activist scholar Iqbal Ahmed said, "A superpower cannot promote terror in one place and reasonably expect to discourage terrorism in another place. It won't work in this shrunken world." 29. 13. What the U.S. government needs most is better PR. A public relations approach lends itself to the view that solutions require improving image rather than substance. This assumption, often repeated in U.S. media, faults the government's worldwide PR outreach for not doing justice to Washington's actual policies. The message, for domestic consumption, presents the basic problem as a protracted marketing screw-up. But if we really want a genuine campaign to improve the image of the United States overseas, Nancy Snow sensibly points out, we need to begin by changing our foreign policies. The source of much antipathy. Changing those policies, of course, would be massively difficult. Focusing on how to do better PR is perennially simpler and much more suitable for progressions of wars. While some people experience war as terror, disaster, and death, it can also be seen as a PR problem. At the Rendon Group, a public relations firm with offices in Boston and Washington, pleasant news arrived in mid-autumn 2001 with a 4-month contract for $397,000 to help the Pentagon look good while bombing Afghanistan. It was a job for savvy PR pros with the smarts to sound humanistic. At the Rendon Group, we believe in people, said the company's mission statement, expressing our admiration and respect for cultural diversity and proclaiming a commitment to helping people win in the global marketplace. At the Pentagon, media officer Lieutenant Colonel Kenneth McClellan explained why Rendon got the contract: "We needed a firm that could provide strategic counsel immediately. We were interested in someone that we knew could come in quickly and help us orient to the challenge of communicating to a wide range of groups around the world in real time too. As a public relations outfit, Rendon moved in some powerful circles, with clients including official trade agencies of the United States, Bulgaria, Russia, and Uzbekistan. In Washington, the firm helped organize a series of conferences on post-privatization management in the global telecommunications, electric power, oil and gas, banking and finance, and transportation sectors. Some of Rendon's clientele had been more liberal or touchy-feely, Handgun Control Incorporated and the American Massage Therapy Association. And Rendon was proud to note that it provided community and media relations counsel to the Monsanto Chemical Company in its effort to clean up several contaminated sites. Overseas, Rendon helped the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation to cope with labor strife and bad press when closing a refinery in Naples, Italy. Significantly, some clients have been quite a bit more shadowy. Rendon worked for the government of Kuwait in the early 1990s. And the firm made a lot of money by contracting with the CIA to do media work for the Iraqi National Congress, the Pentagon's favorite exile organization seeking the overthrow of Saddam Hussein. 3. Using standard tools of the PR trade such as focus groups, websites, and rigorous analysis of news coverage, the Rendon Group moved ahead to spin for the war in Afghanistan by setting its sights on media content in 79 countries. In the words of Defense Secretary Rumsfeld, "We need to do a better job to make sure that people are not confused as to what this is about," for it was typical of foreign policy officials to claim that the biggest communication problems lay with others' faulty perceptions. 5. On the home front, the playbook for the Pentagon's media game was a familiar one. Eugene Secunda, a professor of marketing and former senior vice president of the J. Walter Thompson public relations firm, observed in 1991, Operation Desert Storm allowed only one view of the battle, the one authorized by the military. Like travelers led from their buses by tour guides, the TV crews were given an opportunity to videotape the panoramic vista before them, and then were whisked to the next officially authorized destination. Secunda foreshadowed coverage of the air war that bombarded Afghanistan. In the aftermath of the war with Iraq, strategic planners, preparing for future wars, are unquestionably examining the lessons gleaned from this triumphant experience. One of the most important lessons learned is the necessity of mobilizing strong public support, through the projection of a powerful and tightly controlled PR program, with particular effort directed toward the realization of positive TV news coverage. 6. That's the kind of news that dominated television screens in the United States as bombs fell on Afghanistan. The Pentagon won its PR war at home. 7. One morning in May 2004, I visited the Pentagon headquarters of Defense Press Operations, part of the U.S. military's huge PR apparatus. After agreeing to speak on background, a major responded to questions in front of a tape recorder. Some excerpts. Major, quite a few of us have public relations degrees. I do, for example. And then also, before we start our career as a public affairs officer in the military, we go to specific military training that covers all the basics of journalism, broadcast, radio, how to write a news release 101. We learn all of that before we even come onto our jobs. So it's definitely typical public relations strategies and theory that we use. Q. And who is your client? Major, well, that's a lot of people. We have the media, of course, is our conduit to the public. And then we also have the internal dimension, which is communicating to our employees. So we treat both the same way. It's important to let the people know what's going on in the department. You know, usually we like to do that before we read about it in the paper, so that they hear from their commanders what's going on. Q. Do you mean the 22,000 people in the building? Major, the whole 1.4 million. Q. 1.4 million in uniform. Major, yes. Q. By the way, does that include reserves? Major, no, that's another 1.3. Q. The 2.7 million are in that flow. Major, I'd say it's everybody. Q. And you are accountable to the Defense Secretary? Major: Yes. Q. What about, given the kind of the public relations aspects, everybody deals with damage control, is this office here in that process? Major: I would call it more crisis communications. Yes, I mean we hear about breaking news just like everybody else, and it may be something that we hadn't heard or didn't know about, and we have to get spun up on it, find out what the truth is, and report on that, let the media know what the truth is. Q. At the professional level of the relationships, would you characterize them? I know we're generalizing, there's going to be exceptions, but would you characterize them as cordial, adversarial, cooperative, uncooperative, mixture? Major: Cooperative. Oh, yeah, because you know we're all after the same thing. We want to get our story out, and we know the only way we can do that is through the media. And once they get to know us, they have their routines throughout the day where they'll pop in every morning and say, hey, what's going on, or is this report gonna be released today? You know, you just establish that relationship. Get to trust one another. It's really not a problem. 8. The deck of cards featuring 52 Iraqi villains became one of the PR innovations of the Iraq War. When 5 Army intelligence specialists who had developed the cards stepped forward to take a bow in Washington, a spokesperson for Central Command conceded that there was no word on the cards helping find anyone. 9. Yet the Pentagon's deck had turned out to be a stroke of media genius. It tapped into the American public's appetite for fun ways to identify bad guys to be hunted down. Even with the benefit of top-flight public relations, no war can live up to advance promotion. In the longer run, the situation is bound to become much grimmer than the early PR suggested. Oversold ahead of time, a war often results in a substantial degree of buyer's remorse, especially for recruits who've experienced war up close, but also among media consumers back home. After hype has been overtaken by realities, the war's promoters must try to finesse the jarring contrasts between their sales job and the actual product. By the start of 2004, evidence of deception by Iraq war planners had become part of the news cycle. Within a 3-day period in early January, an establishment think tank, the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, released a report declaring that Bush administration officials systematically misrepresented the threat from Iraq's WMD and ballistic missile programs. 10. The New York Times reported that the Bush administration withdrew from Iraq a 400-member military team whose job was to scour the country for military equipment. The step was described by some military officials as a sign that the administration might have lowered its sights and no longer expected to uncover the caches of chemical and biological weapons that the White House cited as a principal reason for going to war. 11. Reporting on the results from 9 months of U.S. inspections following the fall of Saddam Hussein's regime, The Washington Post concluded, investigators have found no support for the two main fears expressed in London and Washington before the war, that Iraq had a hidden arsenal of old weapons and built advanced programs for new ones. Leading figures in Iraqi science and industry, supported by observations on the ground, described factories and institutes that were thoroughly beaten down by 12 years of conflict, arms embargo and strangling economic sanctions. 12. For good measure, at a news conference, Secretary of State Colin Powell admitted that I have not seen smoking gun, concrete evidence about the connection between the Saddam Hussein regime and Al-Qaeda. But I think the possibility of such connections did exist, Powell added lamely, and it was prudent to consider them at the time that we did. 13. Powell began a long climb down from rhetorical heights. During his stratospheric performance at the United Nations on February 5, 2003, the Secretary of State had been unequivocal about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. And he talked of a sinister nexus in place between Iraq and the Al-Qaeda terrorist network, a nexus that combines classic terrorist organizations and modern methods of murder. But after the invasion, emerging facts verified long-standing charges that the Bush team had methodically run a PR hoax about phantom Iraqi weapons and non-existent Saddam-Qaeda links. The real problem was the effectiveness, not failure, of the U.S. government's public relations machinery. While American soldiers continued to kill and be killed in Iraq throughout 2004, the erosion of Washington's credibility put more limits on pretense. Like some others in the upper echelons of the Bush administration, Powell felt a tactical need to retrench. He could not stick to his pre-war assertions at the United Nations, such as, "There can be no doubt that Saddam Hussein has biological weapons and the capability to rapidly produce more, many more," and, "Our conservative estimate is that Iraq today has a stockpile of between 100 and 500 tons of chemical weapons." Agent 14 On September 13, 2004, Powell conceded publicly, "I think it's unlikely that we will find any stockpiles." 15. Another big PR campaign by the White House trying to link Saddam Hussein and al-Qaeda also ran into authoritative refutations. During 2004, Vice President Dick Cheney continued to serve as point man. "There's overwhelming evidence of a connection between al-Qaeda and Iraq," he said early in the year. 16 As summer began, Cheney declared that Hussein had long established ties with al-Qaeda. 17 But 2 days later, the official panel investigating 9/11 released a report that said the opposite. The commission found no evidence of a collaborative relationship between Hussein and Osama bin Laden. 18. Yet deception was a big winner in the battle for public opinion. The Bush administration's media fog had blurred distinctions between the Saddam regime and those who killed thousands of people on September 11. A nationwide USA Today/CNN/Gallup poll in early 2004 asked, "Did Iraq have ties to al-Qaeda before the 2003 war?" A total of 74% responded true or likely. 19 The PR prowess of the war makers even persuaded many Americans of a link between Saddam and 9/11, a claim that even the Bush White House had stopped short of making. A week after the 9/11 Commission reported there was no credible evidence that the Iraqi dictator had any role in the September 11 attacks, USA Today reported that 44% of those surveyed say they think Saddam was personally involved in 9/11. 20. As the Iraq War took the form of protracted occupation, some journalists ran afoul of U.S. military policies. The U.S. command frequently interfered with independent news gathering. 21 Along the way, the military often arrested correspondents for the Al Jazeera television network. But American journalists were not exempt from harassment. In Fallujah, when guerrillas shot down a U.S. Army helicopter in early November 2003, U.S. troops took a camera away from David Gilkey, a photographer for the Detroit Free Press and the Knight Ridder News Service, and deleted all of his photos. During the same month, a letter to Pentagon press official Lawrence DeRita, signed by representatives of 30 news organizations from the United States and other countries, complained that they had documented numerous examples of U.S. troops physically harassing journalists and, in some cases, confiscating or ruining equipment, digital camera discs, and videotapes. 22. The Pentagon was in a public relations war. Images were at stake. Overall, the Committee to Protect Journalists reported in a March 2004 document, "The conduct of U.S. troops has exacerbated the tenuous security situation for journalists in Iraq." 23 A week after release of CPJ's report, at a checkpoint in Iraq, U.S. soldiers shot a cameraman and a correspondent with the Al Arabiya satellite TV network based in Dubai. Arab journalists, especially if they work for the Al Jazeera or Al Arabiya networks, have a nasty habit of getting arrested, beaten, or killed by the Americans, the Toronto Star media columnist Antonia Zerbazias noted in early spring 2004. Not that their counterparts in the U.S. media much care, as evidenced 2 weeks ago. That's when American journalists sat meekly in their chairs taking dictation as Secretary of State Colin Powell gave a news conference in Baghdad about staying the course in Iraq. Meanwhile, 30 foreign reporters walked out in protest over the shooting deaths of 2 Al Arabiya journalists. 24. 14. The Pentagon fights wars as humanely as possible. During the first several years of the Vietnam War, while stories about battlefield initiatives such as search and destroy missions were big news on television, there was also great emphasis on the latest technological marvels being deployed. Next to combat stories, Journalist Edward J. Epstein found when he systematically reviewed TV news about the war, the most prevalent form of coverage during this period featured new types of military technology: helicopter gunships, Magic Dragon air support, naval patrols, etc. 1. A few weeks after arriving in Saigon at the start of 1972, Los Angeles Times reporter Jacques Leslie visited an aircraft carrier in the South China Sea. Aboard the USS Constellation, in contrast to earthbound complexities of Vietnam now, suddenly, I was engulfed in technology, released to a vast metallic universe where nothing grew, where doubt had no place. Decades later, he remembered, I was on a floating American outpost, population 5,000, but I felt more like an outsider than I did in Saigon. The press officers who took turns accompanying me could tell me all about the astonishing mechanics of jet takeoffs and landings, of how the pilots got graded on their bombing accuracy, but they couldn't say if the pilots thought of people below as they dropped their bombs or ever felt regret. Most of the pilots couldn't tell me either, preferring to dwell on the marvels of their flying machines. To Leslie recalled, I was in the company of little boys in love with their toys. When the pilots returned after their bombing runs, they buzzed the carrier upside down or dipped their plane's wings a few times before settling down to land. Never mind the mission, flying was fun. 3. The following month, the same aircraft carrier hosted an ABC News crew. From the Constellation, network correspondent Ron Miller told viewers that the pilots are considered the best in the world. Later in the report, he said, "It is ironic that the men who control some of the world's most destructive weapons rarely see the results of their work. Distance divorces them from ally and enemy." For then there was a sound bite from a pilot, "I honestly don't like the idea of shooting a person. I don't know if I could do that. From good distances up looking down you don't have a chance to see the good you're doing. We're a tremendously effective destructive force. As far as a deep, true understanding of what the people feel, yes, you get very divorced from it. To me, that's a detriment." 5. In the midst of the air war, the TV-like unreality was befogging. Legendary U.S. military advisor John Paul Vann invited Leslie onto a helicopter to watch a B-52 strike. Leslie put on headsets to monitor aircraft communications. Suddenly gray clouds took shape on the ground in front of us and billowed to a height of 1,000 feet or more, he recounted in a memoir. Insulated from the explosions by earphones and helicopter vibrations, I was surprised to feel so little, no horror, no pain, just marvel at the dubious wonders of technology. Had men been killed beneath the smoke? Did they mean anything to me? I knew I should be appalled, but I felt only numbness. It was like watching people die on television. 6. Throughout the war, the media coverage of the bombing did not change greatly, according to Daniel Hallen. He wrote, "Controversy had surrounded the bombing since its onset in 1965. There were two major political issues. One had to do with whether the bombing was effective, the other, with civilian casualties and the moral issues these raised. But television's focus on the pilots as individuals precluded dealing seriously with either. A good deal of air war coverage simply avoided political issues, focusing exclusively on the pilot's personal experience, the technology, and so on. As for the issue of civilian casualties and the unspoken doubt that ran through the Vietnam period about technological warfare, it was usually dealt with as in the ABC report from 1972. The pilot would be asked if it didn't bother him that his bombs might kill innocent civilians, whom he could not even see. And he would say yes, it did bother him, and he did his best not to kill civilians, and meanwhile the bombing was a job that had to be done. The central theme, in other words, was again professionalism. The underlying message was that morally as well as technologically we the news audience could put our trust in the pilots. They did their jobs well and without vindictiveness, and if civilians were killed, it was not because the pilots wanted to kill them or did not care, it was just part of the job. 7. During each war, countless news stories and features tout the extraordinary capabilities of the latest marvels in the Pentagon's arsenal. When working as designed, the technology is routinely portrayed as admirable, and the same goes for Washington's military command. The awesome weaponry is often implicit further evidence of America's greatness. When the Gulf War's massive bombardment began, a CNN correspondent remarked on the sweet beautiful sight of bombers leaving runways in Saudi Arabia. 8 CBS correspondent Jim Stewart told viewers about 2 days of almost picture-perfect assaults. 9 After 3 weeks of the air war, Newsweek put the USA's stealth bomber on the cover. Under the headline "The New Science of War" was a reassuring subhead, "High-tech hardware, how many lives can it save? 12. Although unfortunate deaths and injuries were understood to remain a hazard, Uncle Sam's latest weaponry signified advances in warfare. NBC anchor Tom Brokaw reported, "So far the U.S. has fought this war at arm's length with long-range missiles, high-tech weapons. This is to keep casualties down." A few days into the Gulf War's airstrikes, Time magazine explained to readers that collateral damage could be defined as a term meaning dead or wounded civilians who should have picked a safer neighborhood. A few weeks into the war, Senator Phil Gramm said gleefully, "When the Iraqis come out of their bunkers, whatever they come out of, your A6 intruder is going to welcome them to American technology." Several months later, in mid-June 1991, Representative Leigh Aspin, one of the most powerful men on Capitol Hill when it came to military appropriations, looked back with avid satisfaction. The F-117, with its precision-guided munitions, was one of the heroes of the Persian Gulf, he said. 16. 7 years after the Gulf War, with anticipation running high for a new assault on Iraq during the first weeks of 1998, tidy euphemisms such as collateral damage returned to airwaves and print. News reports again offered assurances that America's air power would guarantee success. "The smart bombs of the Gulf War have gotten smarter, and there will be more of them," USA Today reported happily. 17 The news was filled with footage and descriptions of cruise missiles, F-117 stealth bombers, F-16C jets, and other ultra-modern aircraft, in detail. The same could not be said about coverage of what would happen to people when the warheads detonated. In a morning edition broadcast that aired on NPR close to Thanksgiving in 2001, while U.S. bombing of Afghanistan was in its second month, the program's longtime host interviewed a 12-year-old boy about a new line of trading cards marketed to teach children about the war on terrorism by featuring photographs and information about the war effort. The elder male was enthusiastic as he compared cards. "I've got an Air Force F-16, Bob Edwards said. The picture's taken from the bottom so you can see the whole payload there, all the bombs lined up." After the boy replied with a bland "yeah," Edwards went on, "That's pretty cool." 18. A year later, with another war on the near horizon, a USA Today News feature described the B-2 as a technological marvel that cost $1.5 billion each and can drop 16 of the 1-ton satellite-guided bombs in a single mission. The story explained that the bombers can also carry 8 5,000-pound bunker buster bombs. The 5,000-pound warhead was known in Air Force lingo as the crowd pleaser, implying that somehow only one tyrannical individual would be the target of all that weaponry. The article reported that the Pentagon was publicizing the lethal firepower that it will deploy against Saddam in case of war. 19. This is common. Media outlets often echo White House efforts to interpret a U.S. military assault as a blow against one despotic individual. In 1991, after the end of the Gulf War led to an ill-fated Shiite uprising, ABC correspondent Ann Compton reported, "If there is any use of chemical weapons, it will bring more air attacks down on Saddam Hussein's head." 20 Yet the preceding massive air bombardment, while killing tens of thousands of Iraqis, had apparently not harmed a hair on Saddam Hussein's head. Midway through 1991, President George H.W. Bush repeated the refrain that the Iraqis who had died during the war were not U.S. targets, that the target had been a lone man. Before the war started, Bush said, "I made it very clear over and over again that our argument was not with the people of Iraq, it wasn't even with the regime in Iraq. It was with Saddam Hussein." 21. There's nothing new about claiming to send a righteous message with bullets or bombs. As a war reporter, Chris Hedges saw such communications up close. Corpses in wartime often deliver messages. The death squads in El Salvador dumped 3 bodies in the parking lot of the Camino Real Hotel in San Salvador, where the journalists were based, early one morning. Death threats against us were stuffed in the mouths of the bodies. Hedges added, and, on a larger scale, Washington uses murder and corpses to transmit its wrath. We delivered such incendiary messages in Vietnam, Iraq, Serbia, and Afghanistan. Osama bin Laden has learned to speak the language of modern industrial warfare. It was Robert McNamara, the American Secretary of Defense in the summer of 1965, who defined the bombing raids that would eventually leave hundreds of thousands of civilians north of Saigon dead as a means of communication to the communist regime in Hanoi. 22. During 4 days of missile attacks in December 1998, there was much media enthusiasm for the line that the assault would send a message to Saddam Hussein. The bombs did send a clear message that the US government viewed civilian lives as expendable. 23 Several years later, in a major speech just before the launch of war in March 2003, President George W. Bush said, "Many Iraqis can hear me tonight in a translated radio broadcast, and I have a message for them. If we must begin a military campaign, it will be directed against the lawless men who rule your country and not against you." 24. The day after that pre-invasion speech by the president, journalist Christopher Hitchens came out with an essay providing similar cozy assurances. He wrote that the Defense Department has evolved highly selective and accurate munitions that can sharply reduce the need to take or receive casualties. The predictions of widespread mayhem turned out to be false last time when the weapons were nothing like so accurate. Hitchens went on to proclaim it can now be proposed as a practical matter that one is able to fight against a regime and not a people or a nation. 25 As a practical matter, such words ended up providing zero comfort to people killed or maimed by 2,000-pound bombs, cruise missiles, and more pedestrian weapons. A week of airstrikes, including the most concentrated precision hits in U.S. military history, has left tons of rubble and deep craters at hundreds of government buildings and military facilities around Iraq, but has yielded little sign of a weakening in the regime's will to resist, The Washington Post reported on March 26, 2003. Shrewd tactics and superlative technology were supposed to do the grisly trick. But military difficulties during the invasion's first days set off U.S. media alarm bells. In contrast, humanitarian calamities were often reported as PR problems, whether the subject was the cut-off of water in Basra or the missiles that killed non-combatants in Baghdad. The main concern appeared to be that extensive suffering and death among civilians would make the coalition of the willing look bad. Meanwhile, as the war proceeded, most U.S. news outlets paid tribute to the nation's high-tech arsenal. The Washington Post printed a large color diagram under the headline "A Rugged Bird." 26 Unrelated to ornithology, the diagram annotated key features of the AH-64 Apache, a helicopter excelling as a killing machine. 27. In the capital city of the world's only superpower, the Post was cheering. Ultimately, the monument that matters will be victory and a sustained commitment to a rebuilt Iraq, the newspaper concluded. Its assessment came in an editorial that mentioned the pain but not the anger of family members grieving the loss of Kendall D. Watersby, a Marine from Baltimore who died soon after the war began. The Post's editorial quoted the bereaved father as saying that the word sorrow cannot fill my pain. 28 But the editorial did not include a word of the response from the dead man's oldest sister, Michelle Waters, who faulted the U.S. government for starting the war and said, "It's all for nothing. That war could have been prevented. Now, we're out of a brother. Bush is not out of a brother. We are." The Baltimore Sun reported that Michelle Waters spoke those words in the living room of the family home, tears running down her cheeks. 29. Iraqi tears were less visible in U.S. media coverage. As bombs exploded in Baghdad, for all the noisy triumphalism from both sides, what resounded was the silence of the dead, said The Guardian's book about the war. On the outskirts of Baghdad, desolation and adversity pitted the faces of ordinary Iraqis. Conflict was a curse and there was little sign, as American bombers took wing above, that it would be lifted soon. The war was really untold stories that news coverage bypassed. Far from rhetoric and the real-time television coverage, people were dying unnoticed and uncared for. One strike on the edge of Baghdad in early April destroyed 2 homes of an extended family of 12 people. 30 Guardian reporter Suzanne Goldenberg went to the village of Su'ab, 22 miles from the center of Baghdad, populated by poor Shias with the misfortune of living near a military zone drawing heavy American bombardment. Tragedy struck Su'ab when U.S. missiles killed 6 members of one family and 5 others living in the same road. 12 houses were destroyed in the blast. Hastily built one-story structures crumpled into the earth. Talia Ali Mohammed, whose house was strewn with shattered glass, said, "The people living in this area are the very poorest people. It really is so cruel that we are being hit." The children in Su'ab cried themselves to sleep. And the missiles still rained down. 31. Adulation for the Pentagon's arsenal becomes a permanent aspect of the American war story. Several months into the occupation of Iraq, for instance, at the top of the front page of the New York Times, a color photo showed a gunner aiming his formidable weapon downward from a Black Hawk helicopter, airborne over Baghdad. Underneath the picture was an article lamenting the recent setbacks in Iraq for such U.S. military aircraft. In 2 weeks, the article said, the Black Hawks and Chinooks and Apaches that once zoomed overhead with such grace and panache have suddenly become vulnerable. 32 Referring to machinery of death in a repertorial voice, the words grace and panache were attributed to no one, they hovered as objective characterizations by a newspaper widely seen as epitomizing the highest journalistic standards. The headline had a vaguely foreshadowing quality, a full range of technology is applied to bomb Fallujah. During the U.S. military's 14th month of fighting in Iraq, the New York Times led off the news story by reporting that the airstrikes in Fallujah in the past 3 days by American warplanes and helicopter gunships have been the most intense aerial bombardment in Iraq since major combat ended nearly a year ago. What followed were a score of paragraphs that conveyed a military on the leading edge, with a steady flow of numbing terminology, Air Force F-15E and F-16 warplanes, and carrier-based F-14 and F-18 fighter bombers, have dropped about 3 dozen 500-pound laser-guided bombs. A-1W Super Cobra helicopters have hovered over the city, launching Hellfire missiles. Lumbering AC-130 gunships have pounded trucks and cars ferrying fighters with the distinctive thump-thump of 105mm howitzers. British Tornado ground attack planes are also flying missions. And remotely piloted Predator reconnaissance aircraft prowl the skies. The air campaign's weapons of choice 500-pound GBU-12 laser-guided bombs. The Air Force has also dropped 1,000-pound and 2,000-pound laser-guided bombs, and Maverick missiles. A Global Hawk reconnaissance aircraft is to arrive next week. 33. For the reader, such verbiage could provide some affirmation that the full range of technology mentioned in the headline was always at the ready to get things under control, whether for the current war or the next one. And the closing paragraph quoted an unnamed pilot with a perspective from on high, the good guys were closing in one side, and suddenly we saw Iraqis shooting their own guys in the back, trying to push them forward. So we left those soldiers in front alone and I said, let's get the really bad guys. We trained our firepower on them. We could see all that from above, and could separate the bad guys from the really bad guys. This article, as it happened, had a Washington dateline. 34. Summarizing military actions on a given day, news reports over time have ways of coming to sound not much more lifelike than weather data or ball scores. Here's a typical summary that millions of CBS viewers heard from anchor Walter Cronkite on the last day of October 1967. In the war, U.S. and South Vietnamese troops smashed the second communist attempt in 3 days to capture the district capital of Loc Ninh, some 72 miles north of Saigon. The Allies killed more than 110 VC, boosting the enemy death toll since Sunday to 365. American losses were reported at 4 dead and 11 wounded. 35. The subject of civilian deaths in Southeast Asia was a low priority for American news media, and it was carefully avoided by U.S. officials. Daniel Ellsberg remembers asking Henry Kissinger a pointed question during a public conference at MIT in late January 1971, "You have said that the White House is not a place for moral philosophizing. But in fact the White House does educate the people by everything that it does and everything it says and does not say. Specifically, tonight you are expressing moral values when you tell us that the war is trending down and will continue to trend down, and then in that connection you mention only U.S. troop presence and U.S. casualties. You failed to mention Indo-Chinese casualties, or refugees, or bombing tonnages, which in fact are trending up. By your omission, you are telling the American people that they need not and ought not care about our impact on the Indo-Chinese people, and you encourage them to support decisions that ignore that impact." 36 Ellsberg went on, "So I have one question for you. What is your best estimate of the number of Indo-Chinese that we will kill, pursuing your policy in the next 12 months? Kissinger declined to answer the question. 37. 9 months passed after the December 1989 invasion of Panama before the CBS program 60 Minutes reported that hundreds of civilians were killed, many incinerated as they slept in the early hours of the U.S. attack. 38 Within days of the invasion, the story had been told throughout Latin America and elsewhere. When it finally got onto 60 Minutes, it was news to viewers. In early 2002, several months into war in Afghanistan, the Pentagon Deputy Director of Operations, Admiral John Stufflebeam, told reporters at a Washington briefing that there were a lot of Taliban, a lot of Al-Qaeda in this country. He added, "We don't do body counts, nor actually do we do head counts, but we know we haven't gotten them all." 39 6 weeks later, interviewed on CBS Evening News, the Defense Secretary used the same charged phrase, perhaps to reinforce the idea that a new kind of approach to war had taken hold. "I don't do body counts," Donald Rumsfeld said. "This country tried that in Vietnam and it didn't work." 40. The war victims whom commanders are least interested in talking about civilians are the most prevalent. In the wars of the 1990s, says the 2003 book What Every Person Should Know About War, civilian deaths constituted between 75 and 90% of all war deaths. 41 Such figures are recent indicators of a century-long trend that has turned warriors into a steadily dwindling proportion of war's dead. 42. Civilian anonymity cuts against accountability. 43 If we do not count the bodies, this atrocity will never have a face, Boston Globe columnist Derek Z. Jackson wrote 8 months after the invasion of Iraq. He added that just one Iraqi civilian death is horrible blood on our hands, given that the attack on Iraq appears to have been based on a lie. 44. Even the more liberal newspapers are often inclined to treat the American fatalities as the sum of a war's fatalities. Worth noting. In early May 2004, when the San Francisco Chronicle printed a sidebar reporting that as of Monday, 751 U.S. service members had died since the beginning of military operations in Iraq last year, the headline said simply, "Death toll in Iraq 45." In mid-June, the lead story on the USA Today front page, reporting on persistent strife in Fallujah, recalled 3 weeks of combat in April that killed 600 to 700 insurgents and 10 Marines. 46 The several hundred civilians who died in that Iraqi city went unmentioned. Months later, the standard headline over New York Times news items listing American soldiers who died in Iraq was names of the dead. 47 For American media outlets and domestic politics back home, the stats that really mattered were the casualty figures for American troops. Meanwhile, the toll among civilians in Iraq continued to receive much less coverage. The only comprehensive estimate comes from IraqBodyCount.net, a consortium of researchers working from Media Reports, National Journal told readers in spring 2004. The researchers say that between 9,153 and 11,010 Iraqis had died through the end of April. Only 692 of the names of the dead are known. 48 other estimates of civilian deaths went much higher. On October 29, 2004, The Lancet Medical Journal released a study by researchers from Johns Hopkins and Columbia Universities indicating that about 100,000 Iraqi deaths had occurred over an 18-month period as a result of the invasion and occupation. More than half of those who died were women and children killed in the airstrikes, the study reported. 49. When television seems to be some kind of ultimate reference point to comprehend war, the illusion of coming to terms with war by watching it on TV is helpful to a wartime president who would prefer that public perceptions be superficial. Look, nobody likes to see dead people on their television screens, President Bush said at a news conference in 2004. I don't. It's a tough time for the American people to see that. It's gut-wrenching. 50. Yet TV news coverage is apt to convey the notion that most people dying at the hands of the American military deserve to die. Such assumptions are encouraged by Pentagon media spinners whose default position is that civilian casualties are very low compared to those of the enemy fighters. In early April 2004, with a sudden upsurge of combat in a number of cities, Fallujah residents were in a merciless war zone. Iraqi casualties were heavy. Locals said hundreds of civilians have been killed, though the U.S. says most of the dead are insurgents. Time reported. 51. A day after that edition of the magazine came out, the Associated Press was reporting, a hospital official said over 600 Iraqis were killed in Fallujah alone, mostly women, children, and the elderly. 52 hours later, during a news conference defending the Iraq War, President Bush denounced the merciless horror inflicted upon thousands of innocent men and women and children on September the 11th, 2001. 53. He did not decry the horror experienced by innocent men and women and children in Fallujah during recent days. Meanwhile, author Rahul Mahajan wrote, during the course of roughly 4 hours at a small clinic in Fallujah, I saw perhaps a dozen wounded brought in. Among them was a young woman, 18 years old, shot in the head. She was having a seizure and foaming at the mouth when they brought her in. Doctors did not expect her to survive the night. Another likely terminal case was a young boy with massive internal bleeding. Maki Al-Nazal, a lifelong Fallujah resident who works for the humanitarian NGO Inter SOS, had been pressed into service as the manager of the clinic, since all doctors were busy, working around the clock with minimal sleep. He told us about ambulances being hit by snipers, women and children being shot. Describing the horror that the siege of Fallujah had become, he said, I have been a fool for 47 years. I used to believe in European and American civilization. Nothing could have been easier than gaining the goodwill of the people of Fallujah had the Americans not been so brutal in their dealings. People I interviewed vehemently denied that they were Saddam supporters and expressed immense anger and disappointment at American conduct. 54. But the combination of official U.S. spin and the tendencies of mainstream American journalism routinely precludes much sustained media attention to the human dimensions of the killing and wounding by Uncle Sam. Even in ostensibly sophisticated media venues, the discourse is commonly black hat and white hat. In the midst of an occupation hyped as an effort to help ordinary Iraqis, the U.S. Marine Corps' retired General Bernard Traynor, a repeat wartime guest on the PBS NewsHour with Jim Lehrer, told national TV viewers that the Marines were facing difficult challenges. They're fighting an irregular organization that does not wear uniforms, that does not subscribe to the laws of war and are mixed in with the population, he said. And this makes it rather difficult in distinguishing good people from bad people. 55. The occupying troops, who had made themselves unwelcome to a large proportion of the population, were naturally enough likely to be confused as to exactly who to shoot. A few days after Traynor's comment, Time published a spread of articles promoted on a cover declaring, as rebellion flares up across Iraq, the U.S. faces its toughest test yet. A story inside the magazine reported that American intuition was left to fend for itself. In some neighborhoods, the Marines say, anyone they spot in the streets is considered a bad guy. Says Marine Major Larry K. Fesh, it is hard to differentiate between people who are insurgents or civilians. You just have to go with your gut feeling. U.S. commanders say many residents of the town haven't declared their allegiance to either the coalition or the insurgents and are waiting to see who prevails. But the Marines sensed that, no matter how the battle turns out, winning hearts and minds in Fallujah after so much destruction may be impossible. 56. Whether the explanations were coming from a retired general in a TV studio or an active-duty major in the line of fire, once the rationales were stripped away, the remaining approach sometimes was not much more discerning than kill 'em and let God sort 'em out. Satiric words in a Vietnam-era song by Country Joe and the Fish could seem all too resonant as the Pentagon's firepower blasted urban Iraqi neighborhoods, and you know that peace can only be won / when we've blown 'em all to kingdom come. 57. In U.S. media coverage, the civilians in Iraq who mattered most were from the United States. It was apt to be very big news when death came to American contractors, who could in some cases be described as hired guns or quasi-paramilitaries. By the fourth paragraph of a front-page New York Times piece headlined U.S. workers, lured by money and idealism, face Iraqi reality, the word civilians was evidently used to mean American civilians. There are no concrete figures on the number of civilians who have been killed or wounded in Iraq, but Halliburton has acknowledged that 30 of its employees and contractors have died since the war began last year. 58. While it would be unfair to claim that U.S. news media did not cover heartbreaking stories of Iraqi civilians, such coverage often appeared within a peculiarly lacquered news frame as if the Iraqi suffering was most significant in the context of the occupier's image. The same edition of the Times published a sizable and terribly poignant photo of a wide-eyed little boy, showing an arm with a bandaged stump instead of a hand, over the caption, Nasser Fadil, right, watched over his 4-year-old son, Ali, yesterday in the Medical City Hospital in Baghdad. The boy, who was wounded during recent violence in Fallujah, lost his left hand and left leg. The headline over the accompanying story, however, indicated what was most pressing on the minds of editors back in New York. News reports on Arab TV stir up Iraqis against U.S. 59. The empire was inclined to strike back and blame the messenger for horrific images inflaming Arab sentiments against the United States. On the day after that headline appeared, during a Pentagon news briefing, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld went on the media offense. Rumsfeld, I can definitively say that what Al Jazeera is doing is vicious, inaccurate, and inexcusable. Reporter, do you have a civilian casualty count? Rumsfeld, of course not, we're not in the city. But you know what our forces do, they don't go around killing hundreds of civilians. That's just outrageous nonsense. It's disgraceful what that station is doing. 60. 4 days later, while noting Rumsfeld's disparagement of Al Jazeera for its focus on civilian deaths, the London-based Guardian reported that the accounts of witnesses in Fallujah and nearby villages suggest many have been injured and killed. 61. The Guardian's reporting on the matter was in keeping with other news stories. But Al Jazeera was in the U.S. government's media crosshairs. The week after Rumsfeld's blast at the Arabic language network, Secretary of State Colin Powell was putting renewed pressure on Al Jazeera's sponsor, the government of Qatar, to rein in the news channel. Qatar had become a key U.S. ally in the Persian Gulf region. Its support for Al Jazeera had made possible the launch of one of the only major media outlets in the Arab world to exercise independence. Officials in Washington grew fond of saying that they were eager to encourage democratization in the Middle East, but the Bush administration's moves to throttle Al Jazeera indicated otherwise. Yet there were ways that the U.S. government could legitimately reduce the negative coverage it got on Al Jazeera. For instance, if President Bush wanted Al Jazeera to stop airing grisly footage of dead Iraqi civilians, as commander-in-chief he could order U.S. troops to stop killing them. But instead, the squeeze was on. At the end of April 2004, The Washington Post reported that Powell said he'd had very intense and blunt discussions about Al Jazeera that week with Qatar Foreign Minister Hamad bin Jassim Thani. Another Qatari official visiting Washington said in an interview that a re-evaluation commission had been assigned by Al Jazeera's board of directors, and the Post added, He also suggested that government funding for the station was about to end. 62 more direct ways for Qatar's undemocratic government to pressure the Al Jazeera management were also available. Al Jazeera was in the habit of putting American officials on the air for extended segments. And if its coverage was inflammatory, it was arguably no more so than the standard fare on Fox News Channel, an outlet not known to have received any sort of rebuke from the Bush administration. What was obvious to Arab observers was obscure or pernicious as far as officials in Washington were concerned, while the U.S. media's perspective was mostly from the vantage point of where the missiles were fired from. Al Jazeera's was focused mostly on where they landed. So, while hundreds of deaths in Fallujah provoked the hearts and stoked the wrath of many Arabs in the spring of 2004, there was an abstract quality to much of the U.S. media coverage. Some American journalists worried aloud that those deaths might inflame Iraqis and make the occupiers' tasks more difficult. On the last day of April, at the top of a New York Times news page, a heading summarized the fixations of coverage below: the struggle for Iraq, Fallujah as a military and political headache. When ABC's Nightline scheduled a program to recite the names and show the photos of each U.S. soldier killed in Iraq, the company that owned 8 ABC affiliate TV stations preempted that broadcast. The strongly pro-war management of the Sinclair Broadcast Group charged that Nightline was seeking to promulgate an anti-war message. Anchor Ted Koppel responded by asserting that he was merely honoring the fallen troops and documenting the war's human costs. 63 Senator John McCain quickly issued a statement that lauded the program for providing viewers with an opportunity to be reminded of war's terrible costs, in all their heartbreaking detail. 64 But it was a media controversy about war coverage that tightly circumscribed the scope of the war's human dimensions. In that case, as in so many others, the defenders of the media treatment seemed unconcerned about failure to shed light on civilian deaths which, as usual, were far more numerous than the deaths among U.S. troops. When McCain proclaimed that the television show's tribute was a way of reminding people about war's terrible costs, in all their heartbreaking detail, the Iraqis killed were completely out of the picture. And the controversy about Nightline showing the American war dead was quite mild compared to the uproar that would have accompanied a similar showcasing of Iraqi civilians killed by American firepower. But, of course, no such show was to be contemplated by Nightline or by, say, the PBS NewsHour with Jim Lehrer, which routinely aired the photos and names of fallen American soldiers at the end of the program once the deaths had been announced by the Pentagon. A warhead with the technical name CBU-87/B functioned properly in Yugoslavia, as promised by the manufacturer, which called it an all-purpose, air-delivered cluster weapons system. The Pentagon categorized it as a combined effects munition. One of its memorable performances came at about noon on a Friday in the city of Nis, where people were shopping at a vegetable market. A news dispatch reported that the bomb struck next to the hospital complex and near the market, bringing death and destruction, peppering the streets of Serbia's third-largest city with shrapnel and littering the courtyards with yellow bomb casings. It was one of the cluster bomb's few moments in the U.S. media limelight. In a street leading from the market, dismembered bodies were strewn among carrots and other vegetables in pools of blood. A dead woman, her body covered with a sheet, was still clutching a shopping bag filled with carrots. 65 Reporting from Belgrade, the BBC correspondent John Simpson wrote a commentary that appeared in the Sunday Telegraph in London, in Novi Sad and Nis, and several other places across Serbia and Kosovo where there are no foreign journalists. Heavier bombing has brought more accidents. Simpson noted that cluster bombs explode in the air and hurl shards of shrapnel over a wide radius. He went on, used against human beings, cluster bombs are some of the most savage weapons of modern warfare. 66. If cluster bombs had been used by Yugoslav army troops, of course, a huge outcry would have occurred in the American media. The cluster warhead utilized in Yugoslavia that spring was a 1,000-pound marvel with an ingenious design. 67 When it went off, a couple of hundred bomblets shot out in all directions, aided by little parachutes that slowed down the descent of the bomblets and dispersed them. After each bomblet broke into about 300 pieces of jagged steel shrapnel, they hit a lot of what the weapons maker described as soft targets. The fact that its use in Yugoslavia during spring 1999 received scant U.S. media attention smoothed the way for the Defense Department to drop cluster bombs in Afghanistan during the autumn of 2001 and then to fire cluster munitions in Iraq during the spring of 2003. Soon after the fall of Saddam's regime, researchers at FAIR pointed out that American news outlets have been quick to declare the U.S. war against Iraq a success, but in-depth investigative reporting about the war's likely health and environmental consequences has been scarce. 68 During the war, the U.S. Army had fired thousands of cluster munitions. As in other countries where cluster weaponry had been used, unexploded cluster bomblets continued to detonate, sometimes in the hands of children. In addition, as had occurred during the Gulf War, the U.S. government again fortified some armaments with depleted uranium, leaving behind fine particle radioactive dust of the sort that researchers have linked to cancer and birth defects. Those important stories about cluster weaponry and depleted uranium became known to many news watchers on several continents. But not in the United States. More than 6 weeks after the invasion began, FAIR examined the comprehensive Nexus media database through May 5 and found that there have been no in-depth reports about cluster bombs on the major U.S. broadcast TV networks' nightly news shows since the start of the war. 69. But stories continued to be well worth telling. On April 19, 2003, a little girl walked out of a crowd in Baghdad carrying a steel gray canister attached to a white ribbon, National Journal reporter Corinne Hagland wrote 13 months later. U.S. troops had left the canister behind in her part of town, and she was trying to return it to the American soldiers then on patrol. SGT. Troy Jenkins, 25, a big man with blue eyes, recognized the child's gift as a cluster bomblet, one of the hundreds of thousands left dotting the country, and he threw himself onto it as the explosion began. When the dying was done, a family in California had lost its father and a family in Iraq had lost its daughter. 70. What was unusual about this event was not that it occurred but that some readers were to run across a vivid description of it in a mainstream American publication. Citing a Human Rights Watch report that during the invasion a U.S. Army cluster munitions attack in the town of Hilla had resulted in more than 500 civilian injuries, Hagland added, and the danger lingered after the major combat phase of the war was over. Not all of the bombs went off. Most of the Army's cluster munitions have an official dud rate of 16%, but the actual rate is much higher. In Kosovo, some estimates put it as high as 25%. Over the course of the invasion period in Iraq, more than 2 million bomblets were released. Even at the official rate, that leaves about 300,000 tiny bombs waiting in fields, trees, roofs, or yards, for a child, a farmer, or even a patrolling soldier to nudge the wrong way. 71. The U.S. military's commanders had chosen to use these weapons. If most Americans were aware of the human consequences, the war might have lost some of its moral stature and public support. The war effort in Afghanistan during autumn 2001 was often touted as humanitarian, laced with references to airborne food drops. Details were sketchy, but television became a free-fire zone for self-congratulation on waging an extraordinarily humane war. On Larry King Live, a bipartisan panel of senators affirmed their loyalty to the president. Senator John Warner, a former Secretary of the Navy, spoke as the ranking GOP member of the Senate Armed Services Committee when he said, "This, I think, is the first time in contemporary military history where a military operation is being conducted against the government of a country, and simultaneously, with the troops carrying out their mission, other troops are trying to take care of the innocent victims who all too often are caught in harm's way." 72 Yet hours after Warner's explanation, the United Nations World Food Programme halted its convoys of emergency aid to Afghanistan because of the bombing campaign. Private relief workers voiced escalating alarm. The president of the humanitarian aid organization Conscience International, Jim Jennings, warned, "Food drops from high altitudes alone absolutely cannot provide sufficient and effective relief that is urgently necessary to prevent mass starvation." 73. To underscore the life-affirming function of the war, the Pentagon emphasized its airdrops of food parcels from two C-17 planes, and President Bush made a plea for American children to aid Afghan kids with dollar bills. Many U.S. news outlets ate it all up. A New York Times editorial proclaimed that Mr. Bush has wisely made providing humanitarian assistance to the Afghan people an integral part of American strategy. 4 days later, on October 12, the same newspaper offered additional praise, his reaffirmation of the need for humanitarian aid to the people of Afghanistan, including donations from American children, seemed heartfelt. While thousands of kids across the United States stuffed dollar bills into envelopes and mailed them to the White House, the U.S. government kept bombing. Jonathan Patrick, an official with the humanitarian aid group Concern, minced no words from Islamabad. Calling the food drops absolute nonsense, Patrick said, "What we need is 20-ton trucks in huge convoys going across the border all the time." 75. In tandem with the intensive bombing, the U.S. government maintained a PR blitz about its Food from the Sky effort. But the Nobel Peace Prize-winning French organization Doctors Without Borders charged that the gambit was virtually useless and may even be dangerous. 76. One aid group after another echoed the assessment. The United States was dropping 37,000 meals a day on a country where many Afghans had reason to fear starvation. Some of the food, inevitably, was landing on minefields. 15. Our soldiers are heroes, theirs are inhuman. The bad soldiers in Vietnam lacked human qualities as far as mainstream U.S. news outlets were concerned. Television painted an almost perfectly one-dimensional image of the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong as cruel, ruthless, and fanatical, clearly beyond the bounds of legitimate controversy, writes Daniel Hallen. Just as television journalists often waived the strictures of objectivity to celebrate what was seen at the beginning of the war as a national consensus behind it, they also, much more consistently, waived them to denounce the enemies of that consensus, the inhabitants of the sphere of deviance both in Vietnam and at home as well. One Hallen concluded, like most 20th century war propaganda, television coverage of Vietnam dehumanized the enemy, drained him of all recognizable emotions and motives, and thus banished him not only from the political sphere, but from human society itself. The North Vietnamese and Viet Cong were fanatical, suicidal, savage, half-crazed. They were lower than mere criminals. They were vermin. Television reports routinely referred to areas controlled by the NLF as communist-infested or Viet Cong-infested too. Old wartime media themes would sound familiar to Americans who never saw news coverage of Vietnam. The technologies of waging wars and reporting on them have shifted markedly over the decades, but some boilerplate psychological mechanisms seem frozen in time. As the Iraq War raged during its second year, many news accounts exuded the kinds of moods and messages embodied in an NBC television report from An Lao, Vietnam, that aired in February 1966. "Brave men need leaders," correspondent Dean Brullis reported. "This is a leader of brave men. His name is Hal Moore. He comes from Bardstown, Kentucky. He is married and the father of 5 children." After commenting on tactics, Moore talked about the men under his command. "They are the greatest soldiers in the world. In fact, they're the greatest men in the world. They're well trained, they're well disciplined, their morale is outstanding. Their motivation is tremendous. They came over here to win." 3. Another network was also eager to trumpet Moore's battlefield leadership. A day later, a young CBS reporter named Dan Rather identified the 33-year-old Lightning Hal Moore as one of the youngest full colonels in the Army, hero of the Ia Drang Valley in November, and itching for another head-on clash. Rather asked the colonel, "What do you hope to accomplish?" The reply, "We hope to clear out this entire valley, get the VC out of here and let the people come back and live a normal life." 4. After U.S. soldiers massacred about 300 Vietnamese civilians at My Lai in March 1968, nearly a dozen major print and TV outlets suppressed the evidence and photos of the bloodbath for well over a year until a small, independent news service released the information. Reporting of My Lai and other war crimes cases was extensive in the last few years of the war, Daniel Hallen noted, adding, stories of these incidents of course focused attention on civilian victims of the war, and no doubt contributed to some weakening of the moral dichotomy television had set up between Americans and the enemy. But My Lai coverage was usually cautious and dispassionate, a great deal of it focused on legal issues in the trial of Lieutenant Calley, rather than on the massacre itself, which of course became an alleged massacre once charges were filed. So it may be that for much of the viewing public, My Lai was less an atrocity, comparable to those they had heard about on the other side, than confirmation that American morale was on the decline. Many Americans, incidentally, did not believe the news of the My Lai massacre. 5. As war drags on, the media coverage is likely to become more downbeat. But the emphasis on human consequences is typically quite skewed. Overall, it was the costs of the war to Americans that was stressed more heavily in the later years, Hallen found, more than its costs to the Vietnamese. There was a considerable increase in the sheer volume of reporting on ARVN casualties as Vietnamization put the South Vietnamese army in the news. But the special effort to humanize the casualties of war applied primarily to Americans. Coverage of North Vietnamese and NLF casualties remained mostly statistical. 6. Throughout the war, the much smaller numbers of U.S. deaths and injuries gained much more U.S. media attention than the toll for Vietnamese people. 7. Media emphasis on American suffering was a factor in the attitude expressed by Jimmy Carter when, 2 months into his presidency, explaining why the U.S. government had no responsibility to provide aid to Vietnam, he said that the destruction was mutual aid. The claim was in harmony with an American media chorus that had little use for guilt or self-reproach. During the Iraq War, American networks uncritically relayed a non-stop barrage of statements from U.S. officials portraying deadly Iraqi actions as heinous and deadly American actions as positive. They had death squads and we had noble troops. Their bullets and bombs were odious, ours were remedies for tyranny. It looks and feels like terrorism, a Pentagon official said on national television after several American soldiers died at the hands of an Iraqi suicide bomber. 9. While we venerate and mourn our own dead, we are curiously indifferent about those we kill, Chris Hedges wrote. In war is a force that gives us meaning. Thus killing is done in our name, killing that concerns us little, while those who kill our own are seen as having crawled out of the deepest recesses of the earth, lacking our own humanity and goodness. 10. The frequent media adulation for our soldiers could hardly be more different than the media treatment of theirs. News coverage that actually depicts fighters on the other side in human terms is apt to be conspicuous, a rare departure from the baseline of omissions, stereotypes, and bloodless references. Overwhelmingly, in U.S. media contexts, those killed by American firepower might as well be cardboard cutouts on a shooting range, with no hint of humanity behind the images and the numbers. Pentagon boosters rocketed Jessica Lynch into the news stratosphere, but the first publicity about her came in a run of the media mill story on the Associated Press wire. A West Virginia woman who joined the army because there were few jobs in her hometown is among a dozen soldiers reported missing after a supply convoy was ambushed in southern Iraq, her father said. The date was Monday, March 24, 2003. Amid the profuse gravity of war coverage, the Lynch story quickly gained altitude. On Tuesday, a Washington Post story about GIs in the 507th Maintenance Company who'd been killed or captured near the southern Iraqi city of Nasiriyah devoted several sentences to Private First Class Jessica Lynch. 11. Her name was prominent in a front-page New York Times article headlined "TV Images Confirm Fears of Prisoners." Kin 12. The ink on those newspapers was hardly dry before the TV networks plunged in. An ABC News correspondent interviewed Lynch's kindergarten teacher and high school softball coach on Good Morning America. Meanwhile, the Associated Press began to churn out more pieces from picturesque rolling hills in West Virginia. Jessica Lynch is known for her smile, her laugh, and for loving children so much that she wants to be a teacher, one AP story began. 13. Another had this lead: Both floral shops in this rural West Virginia town scrambled Tuesday to get more red, white, blue, and yellow ribbons after residents transformed every scrap into huge bows to show support for one of their own who is missing in action in Iraq. 14. News stories about Lynch swiftly approached flood stage. On Wednesday, the Baltimore Sun devoted more than 1,000 words to Lynch in a page-one article datelined from her hometown of Palestine. 15. The next morning, National Public Radio did its bit by interviewing Lynch's kindergarten teacher, and correspondent Wade Goodwin closed his report by declaring, "For the family and friends of those who are held prisoner or who are missing in action, the advance of the American army toward Baghdad cannot go fast enough." 16. By then, TV networks were transfixed with the Jessica Lynch story. On Thursday, NBC's Katie Couric interviewed the missing soldier's father, Greg Lynch, on the Today Show. CBS Evening News interviewed him on Friday, and the network followed up with a more extensive segment on 48 Hours Saturday night featuring Jessica Lynch's father, her best friend, her kindergarten teacher, and others. Jessica Lynch was famous. But Jessica Mania was just getting started. Days later, when NBC anchor Tom Brokaw reported her rescue, he proclaimed it to be one of the most dramatic moments of this war. 17. A network correspondent in Iraq provided viewers with the basic plot line. The rescue operation began with a fierce barrage from the 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines, firing on Ba'ath Party headquarters to draw out Iraqi soldiers, that diversion providing cover so Special Operations Forces could drop into Saddam Hospital. Inside, the U.S. forces found the Army private first class wounded, a gunshot to her leg. 18. In the United States, the news media from tabloids to the most widely respected daily newspapers went wild, relying on Pentagon sources and pumping out reportage that later turned out to be nonsense. Typical was a big story put together by Los Angeles Times reporters in Doha, Qatar, with help from the newspaper's Washington bureau. Hailing the rescue as a triumphant moment for U.S. forces, the front-paged April 3 article reported that Special Operations troops landed a Black Hawk helicopter in the courtyard of the hospital, shot their way into the building under heavy fire and moved to the room where Lynch lay. Once inside, the U.S. forces grabbed Lynch, strapped her to a stretcher and again, under fire carted her to the waiting chopper. On the same day, the Washington Post preferred to lead with an entirely false set of pseudo-revelations about her capture. The Post account claimed that Lynch fought fiercely and shot several enemy soldiers during the ambush, continued firing at the Iraqis even after she sustained multiple gunshot wounds, and was also stabbed when Iraqi forces closed in on her position. On May 1, the same day that President Bush issued his Top Gun proclamation that the war was basically finished, a column in the Philadelphia Inquirer began with this observation: television's most heavily reported story of the Iraq War focused on a single person, Jessica Lynch. Although her rescue illuminated the daring and ingenuity of the U.S. military, it did not affect the conduct or outcome of the war. But it was the perfect story for what should be called the TV war, a production that demonstrated without question that when the nation's two biggest exports, aerospace equipment and show business, come together, useful and informative news gets left behind. That column was by the Inquirer's television critic, Jonathan Storm. The rescue of Jessica Lynch, he wrote insightfully, demonstrated the principle that the Pentagon expected would apply when it allowed reporters to tag along with the troops. The thirst for visceral storytelling would overwhelm the higher journalistic goal of in-depth, and possibly unflattering, coverage. And, as in most aspects of the war, the Pentagon was right. Television could not resist using breathless, scattershot dispatches from embedded reporters to produce the TV war. It was a show that sanitized the horror and death of combat, invited savvy veterans to provide commentary, and produced an entertaining combination of sports-style action and drama. All is quiet on the tube now, as President Bush prepares to stand on an aircraft carrier tonight. No chance for TV imagery is wasted on this administration and tell the nation that the major combat is over. The Pentagon's captivating story about Jessica Lynch had served its purposes. Only later did contrary facts emerge to illuminate what BBC News called one of the most stunning pieces of news management ever conceived. 19. The unraveling of the official Jessica Lynch saga began many weeks after she became a household name. Various news outlets started to question some fundamentals. A report by BBC News, airing on May 18, shredded numerous Pentagon claims about what happened to her. When Los Angeles Times columnist Robert Scheer cited the emerging information, the Pentagon went ballistic, branding his assertions outrageous, patently false, and unsupported by the facts. 20 But the high dudgeon salvo from officialdom was a desperate attempt at damage control, as news accounts finally revealed that U.S. officials had eagerly concocted all sorts of storylines, such as the tall tale that Lynch had suffered gunshot wounds but kept firing weapons until her ammunition ran out, fighting to the death at the time of her capture. 21. Also bogus was the Pentagon's account of the rescue. Some brave souls put their lives on the line to make this happen, said spokesman General Vincent Brooks, who assured the media that it was a classic joint operation, done by some of our nation's finest warriors, who are dedicated to never leaving a comrade behind. 22 But as the BBC reported, witnesses said the U.S. Special Forces knew that the Iraqi military had fled a day before they swooped on the hospital. And the widely televised video of her rescue, supplied by the Defense Department, was shot as a work of dramatic artifice. It was like a Hollywood film, said Anmar Uday, a doctor who worked at the hospital. They cried go, 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 with guns and blanks without bullets, blanks, and the sound of explosions. They made a show for the American attack on the hospital action movies like Sylvester Stallone or Jackie Chan. 23. The BBC explained that the American strategy was to ensure the right television footage by using embedded reporters and images from their own cameras, editing the film themselves. The Pentagon had been influenced by Hollywood producers of reality TV and action movies, notably the man behind Black Hawk Down, Jerry Bruckheimer. He had been an advisor to the Pentagon for a primetime TV series about American troops in Afghanistan. That approach was taken on and developed on the field of battle in Iraq. 24. Truth could have supplied a truly moving narrative, though not the kind of tale favored in Washington. What is particularly sad in all of this, Scheer wrote, is that a wonderfully hopeful story was available to the Pentagon to sell to the eager media, one in which besieged Iraqi doctors and nurses bravely cared for and supplied their own blood to a similarly brave young American woman in a time of madness and violence. Instead, eager to turn the war into a morality play between good and evil, the military used if not abused Lynch to put a heroic spin on an otherwise sorry tale of unjustified invasion. 25. But ultimately, Jessica Lynch spoke for herself. In November, appearing on ABC's primetime live program, she criticized the Pentagon for putting out fanciful stories about her. 26 Yet Lynch's most significant statement was still to come. Near the end of I Am a Soldier, 2, the book quotes the famous hero at a reflective moment, sitting in her mother's kitchen. "We went and we did our job, and that was to go to the war," Jessica Lynch said, "but I wish I hadn't done it. I wish it had never happened. I wish we hadn't been there, none of us." 27. 16. America needs the resolve to kick the Vietnam syndrome. The specter of Vietnam has been buried forever in the desert sands of the Arabian Peninsula, President George H.W. Bush said of the Gulf War victory in early 1991. He told a gathering of state legislators, "It's a proud day for America and, by God, we've kicked the Vietnam syndrome once and for all." Too many politicians and pundits have spoken of a Vietnam syndrome as though it were a virulent political ailment. 3. Often discussed by news media, the Vietnam syndrome usually has a negative connotation, implying knee-jerk opposition to military involvement. Yet public backing for a war has much to do with duration and justification. A year after the invasion of Iraq began, Noam Chomsky observed in an interview, "Polls have demonstrated time and time again that Americans are willing to accept a high death toll although they don't like it. They're willing to accept it if they think it's a just cause. There's never been anything like the so-called Vietnam syndrome, it's mostly a fabrication." And in this case too, if they thought it was a just cause, the 500 or so deaths would be mourned, but not considered a dominant reason for not continuing. No, the problem is the justice of the cause. For overall, if history is any guide, most Americans are inclined to favor just about any war after it starts in the short run, but if the war drags on and the rationales for it lose credibility in the public mind, support is apt to plummet. World War II support levels never fell below 77%, despite the prolonged and damaging nature of the conflict, according to Chris Hedges. In contrast, the Korean and Vietnam Wars ended with support levels near 30%. 5. Those words appeared in Hedges' book What Every Person Should Know About War, published in June 2003. If it had gone to the printer a year later, the book could have noted that the American public's initially high levels of support for the Iraq War fell sharply as bloodshed continued and Washington's pre-war lies became more apparent. Facing a war's negative political consequences at home, presidents like to emphasize more palatable outcomes. 35 years before President George W. Bush assured the American public that like-minded Iraqis would take up the burdens of fighting and dying as the occupation of their country wore on, President Richard Nixon unveiled a doctrine envisioning that more soldiers of Asian allies would die in place of American troops. During a visit to Guam in July 1969, Nixon announced that the U.S. government would furnish military and economic assistance when requested in accordance with our treaty commitments. But we shall look to the nation directly threatened to assume the primary responsibility for its defense. 6 A year after Nixon proclaimed his ballyhooed doctrine, amounting to "let's you and them fight," I.F. Stone wrote astutely, White House briefers speak of abandoning our world policeman role, but the alternative they offer is not a revitalized UN but the so-called Guam Doctrine. This is imperialism by proxy. We may be on the verge of imposing quotas against the Orient's low-wage textiles, but we are eager to buy its low-wage soldier power. The Guam Doctrine will be seen in Asia as a rich white man's idea of fighting a war. We handle the elite air power while coolies do the killing on the ground. 7. To ease stateside worries about U.S. troops being entangled in continuing warfare, the White House is eager to convey that the military burden will increasingly rest on the broadening shoulders of the people who live in the country at stake. Yet Stone's July 1970 essay concluded presciently, not enough Asians are going to fight Asians for us even if the price is right. 8. Despite the best laid and most Machiavellian of plans, whether under the rubric of Vietnamization or Iraqization, the recruitment and retention of native surrogates effectively loyal to the United States is a dicey thing. A third of a century after Stone's prediction, an observer of the war in Iraq would have a strong basis to forecast that not enough Arabs are going to fight Arabs for us. After disbanding Saddam Hussein's army, the Pentagon tried to build a new one, but a year into the occupation the recruit numbers were low, just 10% of the 40,000 target level. After half of the initial battalion quit in December 2003, a pay raise helped in retaining soldiers. Nevertheless, the occupying authorities were let down the following spring, as the Wall Street Journal reported, when the 2nd Battalion was pressed last week to fight Sunni insurgents alongside Marines. In Fallujah, soldiers refused, saying they had signed up to defend Iraq from foreign threats, not fight fellow Iraqis. 9. Nor was the Pentagon's quest to replace its own troops with reliable Iraqi fighters doing better in the heavily Shiite region. In the south, a number of units, both in the police force and also in the did not stand up to the intimidators of the forces of Sadra's militia, and that was a great disappointment to us, said General John Abizaid, commander of all U.S. troops in the Middle East. 10. Proclaimed doctrines of replacing American soldiers with natives are apt to be real crowd pleasers in the United States. When a war becomes unpopular, moving to reduce U.S. casualties while shifting the death burden onto other combatants is a big presidential goal. But measures such as Vietnamization or Iraqization do not necessarily mean that fewer people will be dying. 3 years after Nixon's mid-1969 pronouncement, the U.S. troop levels in Vietnam had fallen to 69,000. Yet during that 3-year exodus of nearly 500,000 American soldiers, the tonnage rate of U.S. bombs falling on Vietnam actually increased. 11. In effect, condemnations of the Vietnam Syndrome are efforts to promote the legitimacy of at least two wars at once: the past one in Vietnam and the war that's currently underway. To boosters of U.S. military intervention, the United States will triumph if only it is willing to show enough resolve. But the U.S. government's problems in Iraq after the invasion, as in Vietnam, were far from extrinsic to the basic realities and the actual merits of the war itself. The eagerness of so many supposed beneficiaries of American intervention to eject the occupiers was pivotal, not coincidental. It corresponded to the weakness of the U.S. warmakers' position in multiple, concentric ways. The spiraling problems encountered by the outsiders, whether manifested as military adversity or hostile propaganda in the occupied country, revolved around an absence of legitimacy. At the core of the war's long-term lack of viability was the hollowness of Washington's claims, not the least of which were the pretensions of benevolence and zeal to foster a new democratic government for the benighted land. In short, good puppets were hard to find, and local people were so difficult to train as reliable military proxies to lift the burdens of the stymied U.S. troops, because the entire war project rested on a collapsible platform of falsehoods. Rhetoric aside, democracy in Iraq would run counter to U.S. policy priorities. From the start, the Wall Street Journal noted, the effort to build a government was marked by unresolved tension between political leaders who are palatable to the U.S. but have little public support in Iraq, and religious figures who have the biggest popular followings but also hold religious views that alarm American policy makers. 12 Stated another way, it was a classic imperial problem, with the occupiers seeking to retain control of an Iraqi government, while most people in the country had very different ideas about who they wanted their leaders to be. 13. When popular resolve among the Vietnamese disappointed Washington, U.S. strategists would change the government in Saigon, William Grider recalled. The U.S. proconsul in Baghdad, Paul Bremer, fired the interior minister in charge of the Iraqi police we trained to maintain civil order, because they fled the police stations rather than shoot it out with their countrymen. A journalist with several professional decades behind him, by 2004, Grider saw a recurring motif: to my eyes, the insurrection underway in Iraq looks like Little Tet, a smaller version of the original Tet Offensive the Viet Cong staged in 1968. It shocks Americans in much the same way. Iraq is a little war compared with Vietnam, but Americans are learning, once again, that the indigenous people we liberated do not love us. Many want our occupying army to withdraw. 14. In mid-spring 2004, USA Today readers encountered this front-page story: only a third of the Iraqi people now believe that the American-led occupation of their country is doing more good than harm, and a solid majority support an immediate military pullout, even though they fear that could put them in greater danger, according to a new USA Today/CNN/Gallup poll. The nationwide survey, the most comprehensive look at Iraqi attitudes toward the occupation, was conducted in late March and early April. It reached nearly 3,500 Iraqis of every religious and ethnic group. The poll shows that most continue to say the hardships suffered to depose Saddam Hussein were worth it. Half say they and their families are better off than they were under Saddam. And a strong majority say they are more free to worship and to speak. But while they acknowledge benefits from dumping Saddam a year ago, Iraqis no longer see the presence of the American-led military as a plus. Asked whether they view the U.S.-led coalition as liberators or occupiers, 71% of all respondents say occupiers. In the multi-ethnic Baghdad area, where a Gallup poll of 1,178 residents permits a valid comparison, only 13% of the people now say the invasion of Iraq was morally justifiable. In the 2003 poll, more than twice that number saw it as the right thing to do. 15. A year after a Saddam statue dramatically fell in Baghdad, 16, some of the tyrant's bitterest enemies were firing rocket-propelled grenades at American troops. The turn of events, the launch of a fierce Shiite insurrection against the occupiers, undermined many of the basic claims from administration officials who had been preening themselves as liberators. Damage Control 101 called for downplaying the scope and significance of the uprising. As the president and appointees tried to paper over the vast disconnects between Washington's narrative and emerging realities in Iraq, the rhetoric was familiar stuff, the foreign policy rough equivalent of whistling past graveyards. A New York Times front-page story with an alarming headline, "7 U.S. soldiers die in Iraq as a Shiite militia rises up," quoted a spokesman for the American in charge of the occupation, Paul Bremer, saying merely, "We have isolated pockets where we are encountering problems." Meanwhile, the article said, an unnamed senior American officer in Baghdad was using the insistently understated language that the American command has used at every juncture of the war. 17. Yet there was less understatement and much candor 2 days later in George Will's influential column. Appearing in the Washington Post under the headline "A War President's Job," the piece cut to the chase with a revised logic for the occupation. In the war against the militias, Will wrote, "Every door American troops crash through, every civilian bystander shot, there will be many will make matters worse, for a while. Nevertheless, the first task of the occupation remains the first task of government, to establish a monopoly on violence." 18. True to time-honored form, the president certainly knew how to keep ordering the use of violence on a massive scale. Despite all the belated media exposure of the Bush administration's pre-war deceptions about Iraq, the public was seeing a familiar limited spectrum of responses in mainstream U.S. media, many liberals wringing their hands, many conservatives rubbing their hands at the sight of military escalation. In almost ritualistic fashion, numerous commentators reacted by criticizing the president for policy flaws. The tactical critiques were profuse, as when a New York Times editorial lamented that Washington and its occupation partners were by then in real danger of handing over a meaningless badge of sovereignty to a government that is divided internally, is regarded as illegitimate by the people, and has no means other than foreign armies in Iraq to enforce its authority. 19. Such careful language was notable for what it emphatically refused to say: get U.S. troops out of Iraq. To fight a counterinsurgency war under such circumstances with increasingly unwelcome occupiers provoking indigenous rage was a setup for extreme polarization in Iraq. No amount of fast talk could outrun the shadows of fallacies that loomed so large and seemed so convoluted. On his way to confirmation as U.S. ambassador to Iraq in the spring of 2004, Washington's then ambassador to the United Nations, John Negroponte, twisted language into pretzels at a Capitol Hill hearing when Senator Chuck Hagel inquired as to whether the sovereign Iraqi government of July 1 would not have veto authority over military involvement by U.S. forces. The senator asked, "If they have sovereignty, Mr. Ambassador, what does that mean?" 20. Negroponte's reply was facile enough: "That is why I use the term exercise of sovereignty. I think in the case of military activity, their forces will come under the unified command of the multinational force. That is the plan." In other words, the new Iraqi government would be praised as the embodiment of Iraqi sovereignty, while the U.S. military would continue to do whatever Washington wanted it to do in Iraq, including order the Iraqi government's military around. In the period leading up to the ostensible handover of sovereignty midway through 2004, methodical gibberish streamed from U.S. officials. At his Senate confirmation hearing, Negroponte could rattle off explanations about how Iraqi power to make decisions would be a work in progress and evolutionary. He talked about real dialogue between our military commanders, the new Iraqi government and, I think, the United States mission as well. Ultimately, he said, the American military is going to have the freedom to act in their self-defense, and they're going to be free to operate in Iraq as they best see fit. 21. The meaning of sovereignty would be quite ambiguous. 22. Part of the process was for major U.S. news media to simultaneously acknowledge and deny fundamental contradictions between the Bush administration's rhetoric about democracy and its actual policies. In his novel 1984, George Orwell wrote about a process that, in short, means protective stupidity, an approach that involves holding two contradictory beliefs in one's mind simultaneously, and accepting both of them. Among the semi-conscious maneuvers are to forget any fact that has become inconvenient, and then, when it becomes necessary again, to draw it back from oblivion for just so long as it is needed, to deny the existence of objective reality and all the while to take account of the reality which one denies. All this is indispensably necessary. 23 And so it was, as the much-hyped deadline of June 30, 2004, drew near, a benchmark at once farcical and very useful for White House strategists bent on perception management. When the New York Times published an article on April 24 about its interview with the top United States commander in the Middle East, the second sentence explained, the commander, General John P. Abizaid, said the security situation was liable to worsen as June 30 approached, and with it the return of self-rule to Iraq. Lovely as it may have sounded in the news story, the return of self-rule to Iraq was no more scheduled for June 30 than the splashdown of a million-pound asteroid in the Tigris River. The editors of the New York Times did not need to be clairvoyant to adduce the evidence to that effect. On the day before the story appeared about the impending self-rule, all those editors needed to do was read the front page of their own newspaper an article reporting that the Bush administration's plans for a new caretaker government in Iraq would place severe limits on its sovereignty, including only partial command over its armed forces and no authority to enact new laws. 24. For that matter, partial command was enough of a stretch to be an oxymoron, since in effect the US government was insisting on the right to pretty much tell any Iraqi government what to do and not do with its own military. Asked whether the new Iraqi government would have a chance to approve military operations led by American commanders, who would be in charge of both foreign and Iraqi forces, a senior official said Americans would have the final say. The Times reported in the same story, adding that an Undersecretary of State, Mark Grossman, said American commanders will have the right, and the power, and the obligation to decide. 25. The planet's only superpower was straining to tighten a grip on Iraq while turning concepts of national autonomy into national abnegation. 26. Not coincidentally, the same New York Times story that pegged self-rule for Iraq to June 30 appeared under the headline General says he may ask for more troops. 27. During the 1960s, the ask for more troops shuffle was a morbid art form in Washington as President Lyndon Johnson, General William Westmoreland, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff steadily upped the numbers of soldiers being packed off to Vietnam. During the spring and early summer of 1965, Johnson considered and then decided to okay a request from the Joint Chiefs of Staff to add 100,000 more troops to supplement the 75,000 already in some stage of Vietnam deployment. But at a news conference on July 28, Johnson dissembled and merely announced a decision to send an additional 50,000 soldiers. Nor did he disclose that deploying a total of approximately 400,000 troops in Vietnam was under serious consideration. LBJ was heeding advice from something called a Special National Security Estimate, a secret document issued days earlier about the already approved new deployment, urging that in order to mitigate somewhat the crisis atmosphere that would result from this major U.S. action, announcements about it be made piecemeal with no more high-level emphasis than necessary. 28. Translation: avoid upsetting the American public more than unavoidable. Along with already choosing to escalate the troop levels to go appreciably higher than he was disclosing publicly, the president had decided to cross a policy Rubicon by committing the United States military to the goal of defeating the Communist Vietnamese forces in South Vietnam. But at his July 28 press conference in 1965, Johnson denied that the new troop deployment he was announcing represented a significant shift. It does not imply any change of policy whatever, he lied. It does not imply any change of objective. 29. History would record the spring of 2004 as a time when the Bush administration was not forthcoming about the outlook for American troop deployments in Iraq. Overall, the earmarks were plentiful for evasion on the subject, along the lines of the internal government recommendation 4 decades earlier about striving to mitigate somewhat the crisis atmosphere with low-key public statements. We're going to make sure we have the right forces in place to do the job that needs to be done, General Abizaid told the New York Times. Promising we'll see this thing through, he added, we'll adjust to a combination of U.S. force levels, Iraqi readiness and steadiness, and coalition forces. 30. Midway through 2003, the Los Angeles Times reported that top Pentagon officials are studying the lessons of Iraq closely to ensure that the next U.S. takeover of a foreign country goes more smoothly. 31. A high-ranking assistant to Defense Secretary Rumsfeld was upbeat. "We're going to get better over time," said Lawrence DeRita. "We've always thought of post-hostilities as a phase apart from combat, but the future of war is that these things are going to be much more of a continuum. We'll get better as we do it more often." 32. At about the same time, shortly before he was promoted to the job of New York Times executive editor, Bill Keller had this to say in an essay about the intelligence debacle on Iraq: "The truth is that the information-gathering machine designed to guide our leaders in matters of war and peace shows signs of being corrupted. To my mind, this is a worrisome problem, but not because it invalidates the war we won. It is a problem because it weakens us for the wars we still face." 33. 17. Withdrawal would cripple U.S. credibility. Obsession with seeming unequivocal and immovable has been frequent in the Oval Office. During the Vietnam War, such fixations were indifferent to the fact that the war was losing the U.S. government moral credibility around the world. Yet from the outset, Lyndon Johnson invoked credibility as an argument for staying the course. "If we are driven from the field in Vietnam, then no nation can ever again have the same confidence in American promises, or in American protection," President Johnson said on July 28, 1965. Early the next year, when the Senate Foreign Relations Committee heard testimony from a legendary foreign policy savant, there was this exchange with a senator from Iowa. Senator Bork Hickenlooper: "Now, there are problems facing us and others. How we disengage ourselves without losing a tremendous amount of face or position in various areas of the world." George Kennan: "Senator, I think precisely the question, the consideration that you have just raised is the central one that we have to think about, and it seems to me, as I have said here, that a precipitate, sudden, and unilateral withdrawal would not be warranted by circumstances now one." 38 years later, in a Time cover story headlined "No Easy Options," the magazine noted that calls for a pullout could increase and then swiftly put its editorial foot down in the penultimate paragraph: "Foreign policy luminaries from both parties say a precipitous U.S. withdrawal would cripple American credibility, doom reform in the Arab world and turn Iraq into a playground for terrorists and the armies of neighboring states like Iran and Syria. The consensus range of alternatives would need to stay within the bounds of plunging deeper into a bloody vortex of war." For its several million readers, the nation's largest circulation news magazine summed up with a question and a ready answer: "So when can the U.S. walk away?" After last week's eruptions, the most this administration should carry win in November, the next one can hope for is that some kind of elected Iraqi government will eventually emerge from the wreckage, at which point the U.S. could conceivably reduce the number of its troops significantly. But getting there requires a commitment of at least several more months of American blood and treasure. 2. Hedge words were plentiful. The most that could be hoped for was that some kind of elected Iraqi government would eventually emerge, at which time the United States could conceivably manage to reduce its troop level in Iraq significantly, although even that vague hope necessitated a commitment of at least several more months of Americans killing and dying. But in several more months, predictably, there would still be no end in sight, just another blank check for more blood and treasure, on the installment plan. Point 3. Quagmire is a word made famous during the Vietnam War. The invasion of Iraq and the subsequent occupation came out of a very different history, but there were some chilling parallels. One of them was that the editorial positions of major U.S. newspapers had an echo like a dirge. At one end of the limited spectrum, the Wall Street Journal could not abide any doubts. Its editorials explained, tirelessly, that the Iraq invasion was good and the occupation was good, and those who doubted were fools and knaves. In 2004, the journal editorial writers were fervently promoting a war on terrorism version of what used to be called the domino theory. Ultimately disproved by actual events, that theory put forward as a momentous fact by supporters of the Vietnam War during the 1960s and early 70s insisted that a U.S. defeat in Vietnam would set the dominoes falling through Southeast Asia until the entire region and beyond went communist. The day after the United Nations Baghdad headquarters blew up in August 2003, the Wall Street Journal closed its latest gung-ho editorial by touting a quote from General John Abizaid, "If we can't be successful here, then we won't be successful in the global war on terror. It is going to be hard. It is going to be long and sometimes bloody, but we just have to stick with it." 4. On the same day, the lead editorial of the New York Times insisted, the Bush administration has to commit sufficient additional resources, and, if necessary, additional troops. The Times went on to describe efforts in Iraq as now the most important American foreign policy endeavor. 5. In other words, the occupation that resulted from an entirely illegitimate invasion should be seen as entirely legitimate. During the late 1960s, concerns about a quagmire grew at powerful media institutions. Following several years of assurances from the Johnson administration about the Vietnam War, rosy scenarios for military success were in disrepute. But here's a revealing fact: in early 1968, the Boston Globe conducted a survey of 39 major U.S. daily newspapers and found that not a single one had editorialized in favor of U.S. withdrawal from Vietnam. 6. While millions of Americans were demanding an immediate pullout, such a concept was still viewed as extremely unrealistic by the editorial boards of big daily papers including the liberal New York Times and Washington Post. After more than a year of U.S. occupation warfare in Iraq, the editorial positions of major dailies were much more conformist than the American public. In mid-spring 2004, a Wall Street Journal/NBC poll was showing that 1 in 4 Americans say troops should leave Iraq as soon as possible and another 30% say they should come home within 18 months. 7. But as usual, when it came to rejection of the latest war, the media establishment lagged way behind the populace. Despite sometimes withering media criticism of the Bush administration's foreign policy, all of the sizable newspapers steered clear of urging withdrawal. Many favored sending in even more troops. On May 7, 2004, editor and publisher headlined a column by the magazine's editor this way: "When will the first major newspaper call for a pullout in Iraq?" 8. In September 2003, trying to justify Washington's refusal to let go of the occupation of Iraq, Colin Powell had used the language of a venture capitalist, since the United States and its coalition partners have invested a great deal of political capital, as well as financial resources, as well as the lives of our young men and women, and we have a large force there now. We can't be expected to suddenly just step aside. 9. Over a span of 13 months, there was a doubling of the number of Americans who viewed the Iraq War as a mistake: 24% when the invasion began, 48% in April 2004.10 in late June. A USA Today/CNN/Gallup poll found that 54% said so. It is the first time since Vietnam that a majority of Americans has called a major deployment of U.S. forces a mistake, USA Today reported. 11 Given the swing of public sentiment against the war, the media's shortage of high-profile policy advocates calling for swift withdrawal of U.S. troops was notable. 12. In effect, the war had to go on because the war had to go on, widely promoted as the least bad option, in contrast to the taboo of withdrawal. Meanwhile, a prerequisite for any Baghdad government to exist would be that it sufficiently satisfied the administration in Washington. The fact that John Negroponte's diplomatic resume included a stint in Vietnam got a positive spin at his confirmation hearing to be ambassador to the new U.S. assembled Iraq government. Senator after senator praised Mr. Negroponte for his willingness to take on a tough assignment after a long career that began as a junior Foreign Service officer in Saigon during the Vietnam War, a posting many said might prepare him for Iraq. The New York Times recounted. 13 He had gone on to be the U.S. ambassador to Honduras from 1981 to 1985. When Negroponte took the oath for his new post in late June 2004, Larry Burns at the Council on Hemispheric Affairs commented, "Rather than heading for Iraq, Ambassador Negroponte should be facing proceedings concerning his sanctioning of Honduran death squads, payoffs to venal Honduran military officials, violations of environmental procedures relating to a supply road construction project he was supervising, and a cover-up of the full scale of human rights violations that occurred in Honduras. During his watch, 14 but Negroponte flew off to Baghdad unimpeded by his record in Tegucigalpa. Pretense and realism were at war. Washington was preparing to hand over power to Iraqis while steadfastly refusing to do so, putting an Iraqi face on authority in Iraq while retaining ultimate authority in Iraq, striving for Iraqis to take up the burden of their country's national security while insisting that military control must remain in Uncle Sam's hands. To some readers, the headline across the top of USA Today's front page one day in June 2004 must have been reassuring: "New leader asks US to stay." The banner headline was a classic of occupation puppetry and media gimmickry. Iraq's new leader Iyad Allawi, selected and installed as prime minister by the US government, had shown distinct reliability over the years. The USA Today story made only fleeting reference to Allawi's longtime US entanglement, identifying him as a Shiite close to the CIA. 15 The contradiction did not seem to trouble American media outlets, though they sometimes openly fretted that Iraqis might not be so accepting. Allawi is the Secretary General of the Iraqi National Accord, an exile group that has received funds from the Central Intelligence Agency, the New York Times reported. His ties with the CIA and his closeness to the United States could become an issue in a country where public opinion has grown almost universally hostile to the Americans. 16 A separate Times article noted that Allawi lived abroad for 30 years and is not well known in Iraq. 17 All in all, by Washington's lights, the man was eminently qualified to be Iraq's new leader. And his superb judgment was immediately apparent: new leader asks US to stay. Major U.S. news media and politicians refused to challenge the Iraq War along the lines that activist historian Howard Zinn explored in 1967. The only way we can stop the mass killing of civilians, of women and children, is to stop the war itself. We have grown accustomed to the distinction between ordinary acts of war and atrocities, and so came a whole host of international conventions setting up rules for mass slaughter. It was a gigantic fraud, enabling the normal horror of war to be accepted if unaccompanied by atrocities. The Vietnam War, by its nature, does not permit this distinction. In Vietnam, the war itself is an atrocity. Since the killing of civilians is inevitable in our military actions in Vietnam, it cannot be called an accident on the ground that nobody intends to kill civilians. The B-52 crews, the Marines, and GIs moving through the villages, don't plan to kill civilians, but when bombs are dropped on fishing villages and sampans, when grenades are dropped down tunnels, when artillery is poured into a hamlet, when no one can tell the difference between a farmer and a Viet Cong and the verdict is guilty until proved innocent, then the mass killing of civilians is inevitable. It is not deliberate. But neither is it an accident. It is not part of the war and so discardable. It is the war. 18. In the midst of a deepening counterinsurgency war, with the Vietnamese population largely hostile to the U.S. military presence, the White House and editorialists insisted that withdrawal of soldiers from Vietnam was an irresponsible notion, a bumper sticker idea lacking in realism. From the start, the pullout option was stigmatized as beyond reasonable discussion. Uncounted numbers of erudite commentators made fervent declarations very much like what New York Times columnist C.L. Sulzberger wrote in January 1963, "Come what may, we cannot afford to be driven ignominiously from Vietnam, where we have committed so much prestige, interest, and treasure and are beginning tangibly to commit our blood." 2 years later, moderate accommodation to more war was passing for opposition, in its editorials and in the opinions of its major columnists. Daniel Hallen writes, "The Times broke sharply with the administration early in 1965, calling for negotiation rather than escalation and decrying the secrecy that surrounded administration policy. But it never broke with the assumption that the cause of the war was communist aggression and that, to quote Reston, the political and strategic consequences of defeat would serious for the free world all over Asia." The debate of 1965 was a debate over tactics. There were some who favored escalation, some who favored negotiation, but very few in Congress, the press, the administration, and the establishment generally who doubted that the United States had, in one way or another, to preserve South Vietnam as an outpost of the free world. 20. Anti-war politicians had ways of being circumspect. We must face the fact that there is no quick or easy answer to Vietnam, Senator Robert F. Kennedy said on April 27, 1966, 21. Even when he ran for president in the spring of 1968, RFK did not support quick withdrawal of U.S. troops from Vietnam. The mainstream press went with the war flow. Countercurrents were mild. In August 1966, the owner of the Washington Post huddled with a writer in line to take charge of the newspaper's editorial page. We agreed that the Post ought to work its way out of the very supportive editorial position it had taken, but that we couldn't be precipitate, we had to move away gradually from where we had been, Katharine Graham was to write in her autobiography. 22 many years of horrendous tragedies resulted from such unwillingness to be precipitate. During the late 60s, after several years of assurances from the Johnson administration about the Vietnam War, rosy scenarios for military success were wilting. But the public emphasis was on developing a winnable strategy, not ending the war. Pull out the U.S. troops? The idea was unthinkable. Thus far, Zinn wrote in 1967, almost all of the nationally known critics of our Vietnam policy, perceptive as they are, have been reluctant to call for the withdrawal of the United States from Vietnam. He believed that frequently it is because these critics consider total military withdrawal, while logical and right, too extreme as a tactical position, and therefore unpalatable to the public and unlikely to be adopted as national policy. The dynamic included journalists, politicians, and academics. Scholars, who pride themselves on speaking their minds, often engage in a form of self-censorship which is called realism. To be realistic in dealing with a problem is to work only among the alternatives which the most powerful in society put forth. It is as if we are all confined to A, B, C, or D in a multiple-choice test, when we know there is another possible answer. American society, although it has more freedom of expression than most societies in the world, thus sets limits beyond which respectable people are not supposed to think or speak. So far, too much of the debate on Vietnam has observed these limits. 23. With the Iraq War in its second year, the option of withdrawal was often derided with the pejorative cut and run. The phrase had currency among a cross-section of the war's supporters. Terry Anderson, the former Associated Press reporter who'd endured a 6-year ordeal as a hostage in Lebanon until 1991, wrote an op-ed piece in spring 2004 declaring that the United States was duty-bound to stay in Iraq. We cannot cut and run, as we did in Lebanon, Somalia, Sudan, and Vietnam. 24. The reference to Vietnam was remarkable. The U.S. war there lasted a dozen years, causing 58,000 American deaths in Vietnam and upward of 2 million Vietnamese deaths. The magnitude of the bombardment was beyond comprehension. Before we finished in Vietnam, according to author Ronald Bruce St. John, who was a U.S. serviceman in the war, we had dropped more bombs on Indochina than had been dropped on the remainder of the world in all the wars to that time. 25. It's difficult to imagine what more Anderson wished the U.S. government had done to Vietnam in order to avoid the retrospective accusation that it had cut and run. When Anderson's essay appeared in the Wall Street Journal, the cover story of the latest Newsweek was "Crisis in Iraq, the Vietnam Factor." Near the top of the lead article, Assistant Managing Editor Evan Thomas wrote that the president did surprise reporters by appearing before them after meeting with the family of Army infantryman Chris Hill, killed by a bomb in the Iraq town of Fallujah. "We've got to stay the course, and we will stay the course," said Bush, who appeared teary-eyed. The rest of the paragraph also spun ahead like a war press agent's dream. Hill's father-in-law, Douglas Cope, had not been eager for the meeting with the president because, he told Newsweek, he was concerned that the encounter would be political. But Cope reported that Bush was emotional and that the president told the dead soldier's family, "I promise this job will be finished over there." Cope added, "That really was what I wanted to hear. We cannot leave this like Vietnam." 26. Newsweek's Thomas wrote, "Not a quagmire, not yet. But the atmospherics have a distinctly familiar feel." At a recent Washington dinner party attended by some famous names from the foreign policy establishment and the media elite, the conversation went something like this. The article proceeded to paraphrase the discourse. Former senior administration official, "I had real doubts about going in there." Echoes around the table, me too, but." Chorus, "But we have to stay the course. We can't cut and run." Lone voice, "Why not?" Chorus, "American credibility." The exact same conversation, the article added, could have been heard in a dozen Georgetown salons on almost any given weekend night from about 1966 to the winter of 1968, when the establishment decided that it was time to get out, one way or the other. 27. While mocking the lemming-like trudge for war, the Newsweek spread also participated in it. And there was an unnoted irony in the article's claim that the establishment decided that it was time to get out of Vietnam in the winter of 1968. After all, the Vietnam War went on for several years after that, while the United States continued to make war in Southeast Asia. As would be the case in 2004 with U.S. forces in Iraq, the calcified wisdom of politics and media insisted that withdrawal was not practical. Even when the establishment decided that it was time to get out, the elites were determined to take their time. Much more carnage would have to ensue. A key technique for keeping the war going was to blast those who suggested otherwise as less than honorable people eager to abandon sacred obligations. At the start of what turned out to be his last spring as president, Lyndon Johnson traveled to Minneapolis and delivered a speech that accused war opponents of wanting to tuck our tail and violate our commitments. Advocates of withdrawal from Vietnam, the president declared, would cut and run. 28. For Newsweek in 2004, the way to close the main story of a 23-page Vietnam Factors spread was to quote the father of a U.S. Army captain killed a year earlier in Iraq: "If my son were here today, and I wasn't disabled, we'd both put our uniforms on and say, 'Where to?'" And then the dead man's mother. Her final words, "I don't think you can go into a place and start something so significant and just walk out." As family members of soldiers serving in wartime, we have to have faith. It's not blind faith, but it's a deep faith. That set up one last paragraph, from Newsweek's reportorial voice, telling readers what it all meant with a generalization that winked at the further war to come in Iraq. "It is such faith that sustains Americans and drives them forward. We do best when we defend freedom without trampling it, defeat tyranny without becoming tyrannical, and understand what is worth the blood of our children and what is not. That is the true lesson of Vietnam." 29. In fact, any number of true lessons of Vietnam could be cited, including many diametrically opposed to each other. For Americans, the Rorschach qualities of the U.S. experience in Vietnam made it susceptible to all kinds of conclusions. If the lessons were about trying to make war better next time, then those who had drawn those particular conclusions were inclined to support letting others suffer the consequences. When it became evident during the first few months of 2004 that the American troops in Iraq were fighting a counterinsurgency war against forces gaining strength, polls showed the U.S. public roughly split. The exact numbers, of course, varied depending on how questions were phrased about whether the continuing war was worthwhile. A month into the spring, assessing a new Washington Post ABC News poll and a Gallup poll, the Wall Street Journal noted, both surveys found there is significant support for sending more troops to Iraq, a sentiment that the Gallup poll found actually has grown as the problems have gotten worse. 30. A confluence of political tendencies, including many conservative and liberal commentators, saw increasing the troop levels in Iraq as the least bad option. Thus it seemed that the biggest lesson of Vietnam might be that no crucial lesson had been learned. 31. As for what was actually going on in Iraq, a U.S. media focus on the trials and tribulations of the occupiers had the continuing effect of keeping at a psychological distance the people living and dying in their own country. Seen through the lenses of American media and politics, Iraq's big problem was that it was a problem for America. Regime change, Occupation, nation building, in a word, empire are a bloody business, George Will wrote. Now Americans must steel themselves for administering the violence necessary to disarm or defeat Iraq's urban militias, which replicate the problem of modern terrorism violence that has slipped the leash of states. 32. For the horrors that continued to result from unleashing the Pentagon's violence, the rationales were inexhaustible. There are thugs and terrorists in Iraq who are trying to shake our will, presidential spokesman Scott McClellan told reporters. And the president is firmly committed to showing resolve and strength. 33. With many Iraqis, liberated by the Americans, now taking up arms to liberate themselves from the Americans, the major players of the administration in Washington were on message. A day later, the man running the Pentagon echoed the White House. "We're facing a test of will," Donald Rumsfeld said, "and we will meet that test." The declaration was newsworthy enough for the main headline in the New York Times, "Iraqi uprising spreads, Rumsfeld sees it as test of will." 34. Donning the royal we mantle of the civilized world, President Bush told a televised news conference, "Now is the time, and Iraq is the place, in which the enemies of the civilized world are testing the will of the civilized world. We must not waver. The crucial need was to not back down. It's the intentions of the enemy to shake our will. That's what they want to do. They want us to leave. And we're not going to leave. We're going to do the job." 35. New York Times columnist Paul Krugman commented, "One of the real motives for the invasion of Iraq was to give the world a demonstration of American power. It's a measure of how badly things have gone that now we're told we can't leave because that would be a demonstration of American weakness." 36. The writer James Baldwin challenged our desire to deny responsibility, what he called the fraudulent and expedient nature of the American innocence, which has always been able to persuade itself that it does not know what it knows too well. 37. Do we really not know that bombs financed by our tax dollars are turning life into death? Aren't we at least dimly aware that no matter how smooth and easy the news media and elected officials try to make it for us in faraway places, there are people not so different than us who are being destroyed by what journalists and politicians glibly depict as necessary war? Afterward, red and swollen tears tumble from her eyes, while cold silver birds who came to cruise the skies send death down to bend and twist her tiny hands, and then proceed to target B in keeping with their plans. Cocky priests of Christendom, interpreters of love, ride a stone leviathan across a sea of blood, and pound their feet into the sand of shores they've never seen. Delegates from the Western land to join the death machine. And we send cards and letters. The oxen lie beside the road, their bodies baked in mud. And fat flies chew out their eyes, then bathe themselves in blood. And superheroes fill the skies, tally sheets in hand. Yes, keeping score in times of war takes a Superman. The junk crawls past hidden death, its cargo shakes inside. And soldier children hold their breath and kill them as they hide. And those who took so long to learn the subtle ways of death lie and bleed in paddy mud with questions on their breath. And we send prayers and praises. Point 1. Joe MacDonald, 1968. 'Tis the time's plague when madmen lead the blind. Point 2. Gloucester in King Lear. Why, of course, the people don't want war. But, after all, it is the leaders of the country who determine the policy, and it is always a simple matter to drag the people along, whether it is a democracy or a fascist dictatorship or a parliament or a communist dictatorship. Voice or no voice, the people can always be brought to the bidding of the leaders. That is easy. All you have to do is tell them they are being attacked and denounce the pacifists for lack of patriotism and exposing the country to danger. It works the same way in any country. Point 3. Hermann Goering, 1946. We have again been lied into war, a war as hopeless, unnecessary, and wrongful, as potentially endless and disastrous, as Vietnam. Again, almost surely, hundreds of officials who saw what was happening in just those terms, and who had a chance to avert it by informing Congress and the public of what they knew, with documents, chose not to do so. They kept their mouths shut, or repeated official lies, out of misguided loyalty to their bosses, to the president, to their agency and party, and to their own careers over loyalty to the Constitution and their fellow citizens. If we're ever to escape from the deadly trap we're in, those values and that behavior must change, soon. Point 4. Daniel Ellsberg, 2004. On February 27, 1968, I sat in a small room on Capitol Hill. Around a long table, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee was in session, taking testimony from an administration official. Most of all, I remember a man with a push-broom mustache and a voice like sandpaper, raspy and urgent. Wayne Morse did not resort to euphemism. He spoke of tyranny, that American boys are being killed in South Vietnam to maintain in power. Moments before the hearing adjourned, the senior senator from Oregon said that he did not intend to put the blood of this war on my hands. And Morse offered clarity that was prophetic: we're going to become guilty, in my judgment, of being the greatest threat to the peace of the world. It's an ugly reality, and we Americans don't like to face up to it. Near the end of the 1960s, drawing on a careful reading of secret documents and a reappraisal of first-hand observations, Daniel Ellsberg came to a breakthrough realization, on the basis of the record ever since 1946, telling truth to presidents privately, confidentially, what I and my colleagues regarded as the highest calling and greatest opportunity we could imagine to serve our country looked entirely unpromising as a way to end our war in and on Vietnam. That conclusion challenged the premises that had guided my entire professional career. To read the continuous record of intelligence assessments and forecasts for Vietnam from 1946 on was finally to lose the delusion that informing the executive branch better was the key to ending the war or to fulfilling one's responsibilities as a citizen. It appeared that only if power were brought to bear upon the executive branch from outside it, with the important secondary effect of sharing responsibility for later events more broadly, might the presidential preference for endless, escalating stalemate rather than failure in Vietnam be overruled. 5. It was not very tough to invade and quickly dominate a small country like Grenada or Panama, where resistance could be flattened with military might and subsequent goodies in exchange for elite collaboration. Except for some unlucky combatants and their loved ones, the American people tended to view such wars as easy. In the mid-1980s, Daniel Hallen commented that the fear of repeating the Vietnam experience showed signs of giving way to a desire to relieve it in an idealized form. 6. Whatever the circumstances, in the shadow of Vietnam, every subsequent U.S. war seemed to offer the opportunity to do it right, with less muss, less fuss, and more ease. Early in the 1990s, the Gulf War was, for the U.S. forces and the folks back home, mostly a war of air power. And near the end of the decade, the protracted bombing of Yugoslavia was the high-tech archetype of a very good American war waged overwhelmingly from the skies. Yet the horrific and continuous air war component of the Vietnam War had not sufficed to spare American troops the tactical need to fight on the ground, nor did it bring victory. And Americans expect to win, which is a key reason why President George W. Bush had some difficulty with Iraq as a campaign issue in 2004. The stream of revelations about pre-war lies, turning into a flood with political impacts after the invasion phase of the war, would have counted for relatively little if not for how badly things have gone. 7. Failure to win the peace is failure to really triumph. For the White House and its domestic allies in the realms of government, media, think tanks, and the like, the political problem of war undergoes a shift after the Pentagon goes into action in earnest. Beforehand, it's about making the war seem necessary and practical. If the war does not come to a quick, satisfactory resolution, the challenge becomes more managerial so that continuation of the war will seem easier or at least wiser than cutting the blood-soaked Gordian knot. Advocates for humanitarian causes might see the United States as a place where madmen lead the blind. But that's a harsh way to describe the situation. Our lack of vision is in the context of a media system that mostly keeps us in the dark. We took space back quickly, expensively, with total panic and close to maximum brutality, war correspondent Michael Hare recalled about the U.S. military in Vietnam. Our machine was devastating. And versatile. It could do everything but stop. 8. War coverage becomes routine. Missiles fly, bombs fall. Live briefings with talkative officers, colorful charts, and gray videos appear on cable television, sometimes like clockwork, sometimes with sudden drama. The war is right in front of the American public and very far away. When a country, particularly a democracy, goes to war, the tacit consent of the governed lubricates the machinery. Silence is a key form of cooperation, but the war-making system does not insist on quietude or agreement. Mere self-restraint will suffice. Post 9/11 fears that respond more affirmatively to calls for military attacks are understandable. Yet fear is not a viable long-term foundation for building democratic structures or finding alternatives to future wars. Despite news media refusals to be sufficiently independent, many options remain to invigorate the First Amendment while challenging falsehoods, demagoguery, and manipulations. While going to war may seem easy, any sense of ease is a result of distance, privilege, and illusion. The United States has the potential to set aside the habitual patterns that have made war a frequent endeavor in American life. There remains a kind of spectator relationship to military actions being implemented in our names. We're apt to crave the insulation that news outlets offer. We tell ourselves that our personal lives are difficult enough without getting too upset about world events. And the conventional war wisdom of American political life has made it predictable that most journalists and politicians cannot resist accommodating themselves to expediency by the time the first missiles are fired. Conformist behavior, in sharp contrast to authentic conscience, is notably plastic. Anyone who has the power to make you believe absurdities has the power to make you commit injustices, Voltaire wrote. The quotation is sometimes rendered with different wording: as long as people believe in absurdities they will continue to commit atrocities. 9. Either way, a quarter of a millennium later, Voltaire's statement is all too relevant to this moment. As an astute cliché says, truth is the first casualty of war. But another early casualty is conscience. When the huge news outlets swing behind warfare, the dissent propelled by conscience is not deemed to be very newsworthy. The mass media are filled with bright lights and sizzle, with high production values and lower human values, boosting the war effort. And for many Americans, the gap between what they believe and what's on their TV sets is the distance between their truer selves and their fearful passivity. Conscience is not on the military's radar screen, and it's not on our television screen. But government officials and media messages do not define the limits and possibilities of conscience. We do.